What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. And we are back again for some more Accionis. We are here. Let's get this party started, shall we? All right. Welcome aboard, everybody. We are just getting started, so join us. Join us in our fight to save our fucking rights, our country, our fucking dignity. Like, Jesus Christ. What do you got to do? What's up, y'all? We're just getting started. Give me a second. I'm going to be sharing my stuff. We are live. And I know I'm late again. Sorry, guys. What's up, homie? I see somebody in the chat named Homie. Homie 97 2.0. Cool. What's up, Mimi, Tommy, Geo? Or did y'all already take off? It's so weird, though. It doesn't even show some of these accounts. Anyway, we're back again. This is technically my Friday. Oh, let me turn this light on here. I forgot to turn the light on. That helps a little bit. Oh, this fucking camera. Let me get that thing to stop following me. I don't know why. Every time I put my hand up in front of the camera, it's like, oh, you want me to track you? No, bitch. I want you to just stay right there. Anyway, what's up? Come on in, guys. Once you get in and get situated, go ahead and start tapping that screen, please. Appreciate it. Jeff, Irish Aggie, what's up? Ruby Rebel. Ooh, I like that name, Ruby Rebel. What's up, Chip? Good to see you, man. You're welcome to come up on the panel. We're going to be giving it to Democrats a little bit this morning. Lacey Lou, what's up? Good morning. Oh, shit. Crazy times, y'all. Crazy times. All right. I got my kombucha ready. If you haven't tried kombucha, it'll help you shit, we'll just say. You don't need Miralax. You don't need milk of magnesia. You just need some kombucha. It's like alcohol without alcohol. It's really stout. Huge storm coming our way near DC. Yeah, we're going to get some of that too, Chip. Oklahoma's got some snow today. It's supposed to ramp up again for them today. I think we're just going to get freezing rain probably. But the electric infrastructure in Mississippi is not so great. Luckily in my neighborhood, it's I've been lucky, but everywhere else in Mississippi, when the wind blows above 20 miles an hour, somebody loses power. Yeah, Chip, it's going to be pretty rough. And Chip, you're welcome to come up if you'd like. I don't know if you're busy or doing your day trading. Well, I guess it's Saturday, so I guess you can't. Taco Cat, what's up? I hadn't seen that name in a minute. Isn't that the same taco that used to come on the show before? Anyway, we're at 500 likes, guys. Let's get to tapping. Tap the shit out of that screen, y'all. What's up, Chip? Good to see you, man. You getting ready for the storm, huh?
Yeah, in most of our state, I'm in Maryland, most of our state has above ground power lines, which when they get icy and heavy from the sleet, go down. And luckily I'm in the city where we have mostly underground infrastructure, so hopefully we get spared. But our building that I live in an apartment building, we have baseboard electric heaters.
Oh, nice.
So if the power goes out, we have no heat and no way to have heat other than like turning on the gas stove or whatever.
Oh, so, yeah, well, you don't want to do that. I mean, that'll fill up with, all kinds of fucking poisonous gas. A lot of people every year die from that.
Yeah, so it's, we'll see what happens. Hopefully it's not that bad. I'm actually watching somebody's dogs for them because she's an elderly lady and just can't deal with it. So we'll make the most of it, man, like everything else. Little house in the prairie till spring if we have to,
Yeah. Freezy, I'm glad that you came. I appreciate you coming to the live from that video. Yeah, we're going to get into that because it's fucking wild. Chip, did you see that? The legislation, the amendment that Thomas Massey was trying to add to the appropriations bill that would
to stop the self automated car turnoff, whatever it's called.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, and it just like goes to show because only 4 Democrats.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, Freezy? Yeah, Feezy. I thought there was an R in there. My bad. I've got the roll call here. Only 4 Democrats voted in favor of it, and that to me is just absolutely wild. Like, are they even paying attention to what's going on? I know they're gonna revert back to but it's just to prevent drunk driving. I'm sorry, but if you give the ability for anybody to shut your car off for any reason, that means the manufacturer is going to be able to shut it off. And that means the government's going to be able to call that manufacturer and be like, hey, this car, needs to get shut down. And besides that, like when do we get punished before we've ever been like adjudicated in front of a court, right? Like
this is what AI is going to do. It's going to be predictive modeling for people, or even just punishing people for speech that's unfavorable to whoever's in power, or whatever you want to point to. It's going to be and when money comes in digitally, it's going to be the same exact set of restrictions and protocols. We're headed towards what I call the digital dystopian future.
Yeah, it's wild. Now I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit of this clip with Massey because he puts it in a pretty decent way, pretty neutral way, to kind of give everybody an understanding of like what we're talking about here. Let me go ahead and just play this. This was on the floor.
Kentucky. Mr. Chair, I rise in support of our amendment. This is co-sponsored by Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania and Mr. Roy from Texas. And I regret that we have to offer this amendment. What I'm going to describe will probably sound like a bad science fiction movie, but that's what's written into law. Right now in law, that's going to be implemented it says for 2026 and beyond. Now, the reality is the technology doesn't exist, but that doesn't keep legislators from imagining things that they would like to do to infringe on civil liberties. But there is a law that states that every vehicle manufactured is going to have a kill switch in it. The car itself will monitor your driving. And if the car thinks that you're not doing a good job driving, it will disable itself.
Crazy.
So the car dashboard becomes your judge, your
nuts.
jury, and your executioner. Imagine this. We got a snowstorm coming. A mom takes her kids out. They're going to the grocery store. It's snowing. They're trying to get some groceries before the big storm hits. She swerves for a pothole. The neighbor's pet gets in the way, swerves for that. A first responder goes by. She pulls over. Her car says, "You got one more swerve, and then we're going to ground you." There it is. The next thing she has to avoid, an icy patch in the road. The car has adjudicated her as unsuitable for driving. It disables the vehicle, and there she's stranded. My question is, how do you appeal your sentence once your car,
great question,
the technology in your car has judged you to be incapable of driving? Once it's disabled you and your children at the side of the road, how do you appeal that? Do you press a button on the dashboard? Do you start talking to an AI? What if it really was somebody who was drunk? Are you really going to send a police car after this? Disabled vehicle? Do we have the resources to do that? There's going to be... Yeah,
I mean, and this is, he goes on a little bit longer, but you get the gist of it. It's wild to me, but here's the thing. If a, quote unquote kill switch exists in a vehicle, somebody has access to that and they'll be able to do it remotely. That's going to happen. And if the manufacturer can do it, that means the government will eventually have access to it as well. And Democrats looking at what Donald Trump has been doing, violating rights left and right, now he's arguing that ICE can enter your home with an administrative warrant, which is absolutely bonkers, fucking, fuck the Fourth Amendment, apparently. And so they're watching this and they're like, yeah, it's still a great idea. Let's give the federal government another thing that they can do to fuck you over the next time a tyrant gets into office. I don't get it. Absolutely.
Anyway, you Americans are just unbelievable. It's unbelievable what you guys do over there.
It's nuts. Now, Feezy, since you came in... Feezy, since you came in for this, I'd like to hear from you.
So, and I do apologize because I'm very ignorant on a lot of the politics and the big terms and stuff like that. I'm not a very political person, but stuff like this catches my eye because it's just, why are we bringing up stuff that doesn't matter, and it's controlling our freedom, right? Like, that's the way I look at it. As someone that's had a lot of people die sorry for the language, from car crashes dealing with intoxication, I see the good in it, but it's taking away your freedom. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like,
especially like driving
liberal. Did you say you knew me?
no, I just recognized the name. But to me, it's like taking a flamethrower.
I'm still alive, liberal. What's up?
Yeah, no, good to see you. Anyway, it's like taking a fucking flamethrower to an anthill, right? It's like,
right.
I'm sorry, but if somebody has been busted doing DUI, they have breathalyzer, like, you know, the key things
put
that do.
those in.
So, and this is if you know, because right now the government's like, we don't trust you as a person to be able to drive. We don't trust you. We've got to install something to make sure that you're not doing it. And I'm sorry, but the false positives of that will be absolutely insane. They will be insane.
So
and you'll have you'll be driving down the highway. You know, be 6-7 cars down the road. What happened? I don't know. Fucking car just shut off. I mean, damn. Look at Windows 11.
Right.
Blue screen of death. Anybody? Still happening?
Yeah.
You don't think
every day?
Like, come on.
Well, I mean, I can see. I mean, once again, you got to acclimate this 25 years from now. You know, when this thing can read your eyes, it can read your body temperature, it can read if you're swaying in the road. It can, if you didn't make a payment on a car, that's another thing. You know, how many people are chasing cars they don't make payments on? They'll shut it down and pick it up.
Well, that's a little different. Because if you're like,
because then they don't own the car.
Correct. Like if you're leasing the car, it's not technically yours.
I think that's what we're going to, is a place where we don't own these cars. And they're given to us in some fashion. And
that's a good point. And I think that's what this all, you know, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy.
It's every futuristic movie you've ever seen is going to happen.
And see, that's where I'm thankful I'm kind of a poor soul. You know, I don't have much money, so I got old, cheap cars, you know. So they can't really
it's the same with AI medical.
Like, what's
that would let you know if you're sick?
Why are there all these muscle cars on the road nowadays? It's because Democrats wanted to fuck your car up. I just don't look. You know, we're watching what this government is willing to do. And I don't think giving them more abilities to fuck you over is the greatest idea. But maybe that's just me. I don't know.
I find it's so stupid because we have real fucking problems going on in this world. For fuck's sake, we got the South getting hit by a blizzard right now. And if they put these things in the car, well, them motherfuckers never drive in the snow. What if they're swerving around, slip around, do a spin out? Oh, their car shuts off and it's minus 50 out? Come on. Come on now.
Yeah, and let's see, 13,000 people unalived in alcohol-related crashes. 13,000 in a country of 330 million. It's arguably not that many. I'm not sure that it requires
less than 0.5%, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure that like lends itself to needing the government knows best. I mean, come on. Chip, did you have any thoughts? Because let me go back to this, because they can already, and it's already a problem, hack into your car and steer the car. They can break the fucking car. We've seen Israel do this. Israeli hackers went in. They called themselves white hat. So we're the good guys. We're just testing to make sure it works. No, you bitch. You were testing to see if you could unalive somebody in their car, and now you know that you can, and that's probably what they're going to do. So
which is insane, but impressive, but still insane.
Right. Let's not add to the problems here by making even more fucking technology that's going to screw you over at some point. But Chip, thoughts?
Yeah, you stole the words I was going to say. So I actually have one of the vehicles. I have a GM vehicle, and it's among 5 or 6 major manufacturers where you can hack into the computer. I've tried to disable it, by the way. It's very difficult to do. It voids your car's warranty if you disable it. So
that's ridiculous.
And it also messes up some of your in-dash electronic monitoring of your car, disables Apple Play, and all these different things. So they make it impossible or very costly to try to block that. But yeah, this is a complete violation of freedoms. But that's the direction we're headed in, and this is the normal path for late stage capitalism, authoritarianism, and I just say expect more of it. I think we're going to find ourselves, like I said, the introduction of digital currency. This is the real big issue. I think that we're not talking enough about, and that is our system, as we know. I mean, gold hit $4,984 yesterday, and silver hit 103.50.
Wow.
That's where we are. So the United States dollar is just being decimated, just left and right. And so all countries are running for the exits, trying to de-dollarize. They're going to stop buying our treasuries. They're going to dump our treasuries. We're going to have to offer higher yields, which just exacerbates the problem. Our debt goes from 38 trillion to 46 trillion to 80 trillion in the next 5 years. We're in a really, really vulnerable spot, which is why the United States is starting to flex its military. It's the only thing we really have left to try to bully people around to slow the inevitable. So that's the thing. So they're going to switch us over to a digital currency as a reset. I guarantee it. And once that's in place, we are cooked.
Yeah, no,
well, you're right. We're crashing the dollar on purpose. I think we're going to a UBI because AI is a different game. It's like the space race. It's an AI race. You wonder why my president is talking about land grabs all over the Western, hemisphere, because I think China realizes as well, this is a rare elemental grab right now because we could have 1 billion drones show up to our doorstep and we've got to be ready now. It's a different game, and that comes in cultivation as well. That comes in every single thing. When Trump says he's bringing manufacturing back to America, he doesn't mean he's going to put Americans in those factories. No American's going to really do that.
It's going to be robots and AI.
It's going to be fucking robots. So we're going to crash the dollar, digitize money so we can monitor it, and UBI shit at some point to where we just police each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll have to UBI, even take all nefarious intent out of it, and I think that's what you have to do anyway, because robots are going to be able to do your job, 10 times, fucking 20 times faster than yours.
Labor. Yeah, we're going to crash it. Yeah.
Yeah, because even Andrew Yang was talking about how they will have, it's essentially trains of trucks, trucks that would haul goods across country, running down the highway. They'd be within centimeters of each other to basically draft off of the truck in front of it to reduce.
Oh my God.
To reduce. It is amazing. But again, that'll all be automated. And I mean, that's just right around the corner.
And listen, I went to Wendy's the other day and ordered from an AI menu, and I'm switching it around and changing
what the
things.
fuck?
This thing is it's nailing it every time. It's changing my order. It's responding to me. And I tell you, they're going to start with places like that. Like, I know we all go to fast food, and we're like, I don't trust these fucking people back there. They hate me, and they're making my food.
A robot will never spit on your burger. Okay,
exactly.
It's never gonna. I mean, unless they add that functionality. That's a feature that you can pay $5 extra a month for. Yeah. Do you want your robot to spit on food? That's another feature.
You mentioned the country there earlier. I don't want to say the name, but
fucking Israel. That's the country.
Well, I do want to mention Venezuela. We don't give a shit about the oil. I mean, it's hard to frack anyways, and we could have took it 20 years ago. There is something there they have called coltan, which is essential to us building these ships, because only Nigeria is the only country that has that as well.
Is that coltan? Is that a mineral?
Or something? It's an important element for building our certain chips. Yeah. Only two countries have to look that up.
I've never heard of that before.
Either. Yeah, I just found that out.
Now, Butch, you wanted to jump in there? Butch?
With all your background noise.
I'm sorry, what did you say there, Lib?
Yeah, you were... Holy God, sir. You got a lot of background noise. If you want
to... Is that you, Butch?
Is that better?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I opened the door. A friend of mine just pulled up. But anyways... you mentioned that country, like I say, I forget what year it is, and it's the computer chip that's in all the cars, even in like Tokyo, whatever.
Right.
But if your car is going down the road and they have an app over there in that country, and all they need to do is like go into the Department of Transportation in the United States, unless the car is, they couldn't bring it up if it ain't registered, but of course it's going to be generally. They can shut your car off. They could do that like 10 years ago.
Yeah, OnStar could do that.
Yeah, I'm just saying they can shut your car off, but I mean, they could do it way before, Big eye. They got the control, man.
Well, it's going to be a destination control too. Our countries are becoming so divided. It's going to be like you can't drive into this certain, area. I think we're going to divide hardcore. Yeah.
Yeah. You mentioned that name too much right now. They send you like a little white screen, and you get like a timeout for 10 minutes. We seen it last night.
Yeah.
Well, they can kiss
Chip,
my ass.
Chip, I wanted to ask you, what year of GMs are able to do that? I mean, obviously they could do that with any car with a simple EMP, to have a computer system. But what GM years? Because I do own a Chevy. It's sitting out in the driveway, and that's just insane. I've never even heard that before.
Who was that a question to?
That was to Chip. He was talking about the GM cars being able to get shut off, and I was just wondering what years and stuff, because I do own a GM, and I've never heard of that. I'm from small town Missouri, so I don't get out much. I stay on the farm.
You're living the better life.
Yeah,
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. It's peaceful out here.
The key year is 2002. That's what I believe, what I remember, because I heard about this in 2010, 2009.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
I mean, I know there's only
one
13,000 deaths, but I wonder how many people default on payments of these vehicles, and don't do it. I don't know. I wonder. I mean, it's control, and it's, it might be a good thing in the end. I don't know.
Well,
I guess
any kind of control is not good.
And I watched it, and I was like, what is this government doing? We got real problems out here. Why are we worried about an automatic breathalyzer system hooked up to your car?
Right. I mean, and that's one thing where, it's at the beginning of the stage, but even that I would be opposed to, because it's fuck the government, doesn't trust us to do anything. Just like that police officer who's like, well, my constituents have been complaining about ICE, detaining them for weeks, even though they're U.S. citizens. He's like, but now they're doing it to the cops, and I know the cops know the difference between right and wrong and understand their rights. So then it became an issue. It's like this government thinks we're all too stupid to be able to live our own lives. They want to live them for us, and I'm sick of that. Fuck off.
Yeah, what happened to liberty? What happened to freedom? That's why I loved my country. I still do love this country with all my heart. I will never move away from this country. I love it, I love where I'm at. But the way this government is taking us, it's just making the Americans miserable, it seems like. And it's the breathalyzers in the car for someone that's caught an OWI or a DUI or DWI, whatever state calls it what, that's one thing, but having the government have the ability to shut it off just because, I slid around a corner on accident, that's just stupid. That's stupid.
I don't know. I remember one time I did see that device in a girl's car, and I was like, what is that? She's like, I had 4 DUIs, and now I was like, how many did you have? It's amazing how many times we let these people get behind the wheel when they deal with that. I've stopped several vehicles with the police myself in speed chases with them, with people driving out of control. I myself has had to follow them, contact police, and wait until they located them. It gets crazy out there, man. One time I was chasing a woman in a van. She had her babies in the back. She was doing 100 miles an hour through the city. I'm chasing her with the police trying to catch up. Driving like NASCAR.
It's insane.
Yeah. Well, I just mean that's what all these laws are for. I think it's for the extreme things when shit gets out of control and they can keep a better hand on it, without having such a strong reach. It'll stop 13,000 deaths, and it'll control anyone who doesn't make a payment. And if you go against the government, they could shut it down and make your ass walk.
I'm not in favor of that.
That's what I mean. I see all the goods, and then I see the extreme bad. What could happen at some point.
Well, the road to whatever it's always paved. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, as they say. Yeah. But at this point, I just have to believe that they just use those things that they're trying to fix as an excuse to give themselves more power. That's how little I trust them, though. But maybe that's
it's a power grab. There's no denying that.
Yeah, my cynicism is at play here, maybe. Because I have a bias against the government.
We're a sinister nation.
I mean, historically.
And if you guys didn't know, if you guys haven't heard of like Casey's Pizza, gas station pizza here in the Midwest.
Casey's Pizza is fucking amazing, y'all.
Hey, God bless you. God bless you.
The best pizza you'll ever eat. You got to get the beef pizza though.
From a gas station?
Yes.
Yes.
The hamburger pizza.
Yes.
The beef pizza.
Poor people.
Oh no,
But
it
and the
reminds
reason
me
I
of the
bring
old
that up-
school pizza.
Do you guys have a
so
Wawa
good.
out there? Do you guys have Wawa?
I don't have a Wawa.
No, not up here north. Not up here
Man, let me
north.
tell you, Wawa is like a restaurant in a gas station. These people are making incredible food.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Casey's has ridiculously delicious pizza.
And-
It's
Yes,
wild.
and the reason I bring that up is because up here in northern Missouri, we have a lot of Casey's, right? A lot of people have those breathalyzers in their cars. If you go to Casey's in the morning before work, stop, grab a breakfast pizza, you go out, try to start your car and take that breathalyzer, you will fail because of the yeast in that crust. That is, yeah.
Wow.
Yep. So it will send false positives to that,
See,
which can really put a damper on your car, you know, and so.
and look, you know, we could get down in the weeds of like this and what it's for and why it's bad or whatever. But to me, the point is just the government taking something that it shouldn't have, like some form of control or whatever it is. Because we're watching,
overreach.
like right now, you know, Donald Trump is instructing and training at least his administration, training new ICE agents that they're allowed to enter your home with an administrative warrant. And that level of
we have
overreach,
passed a law in Missouri.
when somebody
You know
is,
what I mean?
Yeah, well, good luck in court with that. Yeah, good luck in court with that.
Right.
You know,
No, I get
when
what you're saying, absolutely.
Why he shot a federal agent. Yeah, it was masked and
yeah,
walked
you
into
could.
his
You're going to
fucking,
prison.
broke down his door and started like screaming and flashbanging. Of course he started shooting. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
it's just that level of control, you know, that overreach that we're seeing. And then you don't then look at these things where we don't have to give you this authority over us, and we shouldn't. But here we are, despite the overreach.
You know, I'm going to be in favor of this regime that we're under right now, because out of all the presidents, you know, Republican and Democrat, you know, they all talked about fixing immigration. You know, they'll kick a bunch out, but then they'll just let a bunch right back in another fashion, because we know that's how our country lives, is by using these people to do the hard shit. And now we're in the conversation of AI, where they will not have jobs anymore. We will not need their services anymore. The game is changing. And you know, I've heard things like, oh, they're going door to door and kicking them down. Never seen any videos of that shit. I say this, if my, you know, ICE enforcement custom agencies have good theory that this person, you know, they have facial recognition, they've looked it up, and they've seen them go in and out of a house, that if they need to, you know, they need to do what they got to do, they got to do it, because this is forever now. We're not letting them back in under these styles of administrations. Deportations, immigration's changing majorly because we're not letting them back in, that we're not playing the game anymore underneath this administration.
Let me ask you, Taco, do you think that I should be allowed to enter the home of a U.S. citizen, or anybody for that matter, with only an administrative warrant?
No, you need a judicial is what I thought, but
You do, but I'm asking
Right.
Taco, like, how do you feel about that?
I'm gonna feel always in majority. If majority, and it better be a high majority, like an 80-20, that if we're busting down doors, we better have some good intelligence that there's a lot of problems in that house.
Well, that
Because
wasn't my
Trump
question.
knows that we're being watched. He knows he can't do mass deportation like every president, or he's really going to look like Schmittler. So he has to do this completely different style of one by one.
That wasn't my question, though.
I know.
Yeah, my question was, are you in favor of ICE being able to break down your door over with an administrative warrant, in which, by the way, only supervisory ICE agents can sign? They sign their own administrative warrants. So it's not like it's a judge of any kind. Their boss can literally
Here's my
sign
dead
a
honest
warrant.
answer. Out of all the problems I feel undocumented immigrants have caused this nation, I'm ready to take some bullshit on my freedoms for a little bit to finally get rid of the problem. So I'm for it.
Okay,
And that's just one vote. That's
Then let
one
me
vote
just
for
tell
it.
you this. Let me just tell you this, and I won't mince any words. Because you want to destroy the United States Constitution, I'd have to then look at you as a traitor and enemy of this country. And when Democrats take over, if that were to happen, or even a libertarian, I would say that every enemy of this country must be sought after. Right?
I got you, and you might have merit there, but we
There
believe
is merit
you've let
there.
in. We believe you've let
Because
in a
that
true
is
enemy
what's
of this
called a
country.
domestic enemy. That's what you're
Well,
called.
we believe we've let in a foreign
Sir,
enemy.
if you believe that the U.S. government should be allowed to break into your home without a warrant, I'm sorry, there's nothing more that we have to discuss.
Well, you said there was a warrant. There was some sort of
No.
federal
That
warrant.
is
What'd you
not a
call it?
warrant. That is an
you call it?
administrative piece of paper that ICE themselves sign. Most administrative warrants are not signed by an immigration
by
judge.
Okay.
Most administrative warrants are not signed by an immigration judge, and an immigration judge is not an Article 3 judge. This is not going through the process. This is the government telling itself.
You're right. We're superseding the
in.
process.
It's the equivalent of me getting on my computer right now, printing out a piece of paper to go raid my neighbor's house.
You know, we put a lot of trust into our top bleed. So if they want to supersede a certain jurisdiction of government to federally protect our nation, I think they have superseding allowance.
It's the Constitution that you're, quote, superseding.
I
Taco.
agree.
And you're okay with
Not
that.
denying that. No, I'm not okay. But like I said, we're just trying to get rid of the problem. And we don't want to go gangster style where we just have thousands of people lined up on the street and we're just pulling the right ones. That would be the other way because they live in their houses, they live in their cars, they live in these workspaces. It's a tough place to get them. All of these places have laws protecting them. Everything protects them, and they snuck in here.
They snuck in here. Most of them actually came over on visas and overstayed them. And in fact, the person, remember the 5-year-old bait story, you know, left is saying that they used the child as bait and the right is saying that the father abandoned the child. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm sure it happens a lot, yeah.
Well, that guy actually was doing his asylum hearings. So he was actually here with permission,
listen, Trump is a
yet
chess player.
yet they're rounding them up anyway.
Yeah, Trump
so
is a
you're
chess player.
talking
You
no.
well,
You are attributing all of them having snuck over here, yet Donald Trump is going and rounding up people that are here legally with permission.
No, they're past their visas trying to run to court.
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
That's not in every case. You're lumping everybody into a certain.
No, why do you think
instances.
you saw us attacking courtrooms? Because Trump set it up that way. He's had conversations with these people. He said, look, we're going to put pressure on these people. And then when they hit the courtrooms, because they're way past their fucking visas, way past them, and no one ever went after them, we're going to hit them at the courtrooms. And I thought it was fucking genius.
Think of the irony behind what you're saying. It's like, oh, they're here without permission, so we're going to go to the courtroom where they go to their hearings, and we're going to pick them up after they go to their court hearing.
Yeah, because
which
they're
means
here
they're
years past.
They're not hiding
years past their visas.
You don't know that, bro. Some of these people go to these hearings for years because they have to go in for checkups and shit.
Right. I'm saying the people who don't check up, who don't play that shit. Let me tell you a scenario. Give me 10 seconds.
Okay, wait. Somebody who isn't checking up won't be at a courtroom.
You're right. They'll just hang out in our country.
Right, but
and then when we put pressure on them, they'll try to run to the court to fix their paperwork because all of a sudden they realize shit's getting real now. But let me tell you a quick story. I just spoke with my buddy on the phone. He's Cuban. He has a cousin who I don't like, and we were just talking about immigration. And he said she just failed her green card, test. And I said, "Holy shit, dude!" I was like, "What's going to happen?" I said, "What happened to her?" He said, "Nothing." I said, "What do you mean?" I was like, "They hung up the phone and they said you're illegal now." He goes, "Yeah." I go, "They don't go get her anything?" He said, "No." I said, "Oh, that's not cool." I mean, we have so many loopholes in our system where it's like, we hope you go back. We hope you do the right thing.
Then vote to change it. But don't. No, you're breaking the law. You're not changing the law, sir.
You know, I would, once again, I love the conversation of majority. Once you saw all those people running to the courtroom all of a sudden and us hitting everyone, majority of them, how many do you think were at least a year past their visas?
Sir, many of those people had been going to their court hearings as normal for years. What you're saying is
the
not
ones we grabbed,
true.
The ones we grabbed were
they're grabbing
illegal.
them all. They're grabbing them all. And in fact, a judge, let me pull something up real quick. A judge just yesterday told Donald Trump that they cannot change their immigration status as retribution, because what Donald Trump is doing is he's picking people up who have permission to be here, and then after they arrest them, then they're revoking their visas. So they're not picking people. That's what he's doing. It's what he's been doing this whole time. Now, not in every case, but he is doing it because it's not about immigration or illegal immigration. It's about people of color, Taco. Why do you think they just had this slave mural removed in Philadelphia? Did you see that?
We just don't want to teach white kids that, white man bad anymore.
You don't want to teach kids history of this country.
Yeah, we don't want little kids to feel like
okay, so why did you
people.
complain about Democrats in favor of removing statues, which I also didn't agree with either? Why did you have issues with that? Because the talking point then
that tells a good story.
No. The good story of the Confederate who was fighting to keep slavery is a good story.
Robert E. Lee, you mean?
There was many statues, and they were all of the ones that they were talking about were Confederates. That you guys are like, that's part of American history, and you're like, we have to keep them, which I technically agree. Like, somebody erected the fucking statue, fucking leave the statue there or move it somewhere else in a fucking museum or something. But you're memorializing and celebrating people who were traitors of this nation, in fact, in order to protect slavery. And then all of a sudden, when he's wanting to remove these memorials that talk about the slavery that did happen, the very thing that you guys were like, that's part of American history. Now, all of a sudden, you don't want that history out there. So which is it, Taco?
It could be a little bias. One side wants to paint one narrative, the other side wants to paint their own. If you want to go ahead and say that we were, slavery was bad, or you could say that we were the only country that realized slavery was bad and tried to fucking end it, other than any other country.
We didn't
end it. Whoa.
Into history.
We went to war over it. White people lost their lives.
The U.S. was not the first country to get rid of slavery. What are you talking about?
Absolutely not. I'm Sicilian Italian. We were enslaved for a majority of our start.
And what year
we're now
was
a free country in Italy.
To get rid of a massive slave trade? America. Germany was still doing it. Africa was still doing it during those years. Now I'll have to look up the numbers, but
America was probably the biggest purveyor of the slave trade at that time.
I do believe we were number one. If not, it was Africans enslaving Italians. It's somewhere in there. There was a lot of slavery.
It was everywhere.
It really was.
It was the Starbucks of the world. It's what you did.
The way we did it was so inhumane and awful.
What?
We're
the first ones to recognize the inhumane. We got here. We already noticed there was a bunch of black people.
That is not true.
And they were being controlled by Indian tribes. That's called the Trail of Tears. You can look that up. They were treating those black slaves so bad. We had
That's actually not true.
Go to war. I read the stories
that's
about the
not true.
Tears,
that's you're talking about the freedmen, and what you don't realize about the slaves when it came to indigenous tribes is that they would often allow them to marry in the tribe, and they would become part of the tribe at some point.
I promise you.
No, it's true.
Violent. It was violent back then.
Right. Okay. So you have a problem with what the indigenous people did, but you're like, when the white people owned slaves, it was fine. They taught them skills. Is that what you're going to hit me with? Did they teach some skills?
Stuck them in cotton fields at 130
this guy,
degrees.
Taco,
wait a second.
Now I remember.
We came here to build something different.
Yeah,
we said,
okay.
hey, we're going to come here and build the craziest country ever, where we allow religions and different people to come here. Unlike any place, we're running from a monarchy. Well, first of all, we didn't go to Africa. What a strange thing to say, that as we're running from a monarchy, we took a left and just tried to run over to Africa. Jews were migrating here. They brought them here. We bought them from them. from ships. So once again, how many do you think we brought over? A lot of white people were in the fucking farmlands trying to build this thing called America. And
no, they weren't.
So is the movies?
How would you say that? No, they weren't.
Movies very inaccurate then, because
if white people were building this country up, they wouldn't have had slaves or needed them.
I promise you, a lot of us were in the farms doing just the same work as all of them.
Right.
This wasn't some slave-built country. We brought some.
You mean
over.
people had
we also
jobs?
Busted our ass.
So we had jobs, and we were paid for those jobs. You were paid for those jobs, Taco. You didn't get whipped. You didn't get beaten. You didn't have your babies fed to alligators. You didn't have your hair shaved off and turned into furniture. You didn't have your skin fucking filleted off and turned into fucking lampshades and shit. You didn't have any of that stuff. What are you talking about? Oh, we were so mistreated back in the day. No wonder why you're okay with this shit right here when they remove the history of this country, because you don't want to have to acknowledge the fact that your ancestors treated other people like shit. Now, I can't tell at this point if you're not wanting to acknowledge that because you want it to repeat, or if you just don't want to feel bad.
Like that.
You would never tell your child history, Taco?
I wouldn't teach him that you're a bad boy because your ancestors did.
Nobody is teaching them that, Taco.
Yes, you are. That's exactly
nobody. Show me the curriculum. Show me. No. You made a claim.
They had classes.
Listen, I want you to show me curriculum from a fucking school that says that white kids have to feel bad.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that right now. But if you don't remember the Biden administration had that shit in school? They were teaching that white man was bad?
Prove it.
Oh, man, if you don't...
Prove it, Taco. You made a claim. Now prove that shit.
All right. I will.
Okay. Yeah, show me the actual curriculum of where they're trying to get kids to think that white people were bad.
We're having this great general debate that you just totally deny that shit ever happened, and now I got to pull up some curriculums and shit. It's okay. If you want to deny that it ever happened, that's cool.
I don't know every curriculum across the United States.
No.
If you can show me evidence
the
from
Biden
a school
administration pushing that's a simple question.
Pushing
what? Remember them wanting that in schools, and it was all over the news, and there was a big debate about it. No, okay, cool.
Didn't happen.
Give me a second.
Nobody wants white children to feel bad. Biden didn't want white children. Biden, a white man, did not want to make white children feel bad. It's called history, Taco. The fact that you and your children feel bad for slavery actually says more about you and maybe your racism than it does anybody else. If you feel bad for what your ancestors did, that's probably because you still want that to happen. That's the only thing I can figure.
Let's take a look here. The controversy over the 1619 Project, such as the Heritage Foundation, argued that the Department of Education under the Biden encouraged using the New York Times 1619 Project to reframe the country's history of slavery, which they viewed as inserting divisive anti-white narratives into school. Suck a dick.
No. I asked you for the curriculum. Hold on. I asked you for the curriculum. I don't want to hear a fucking propaganda piece from a very biased source. No. You told me what somebody said. Doing. Listen, Taco, you just used as proof something somebody else said about what they felt that Biden was doing. You didn't prove to me anything. You just said, oh, look, somebody else said it too. And now I'm repeating that same talking point.
Under Biden encouraged using the New York Times 1619 Project to reframe the country's history of slavery. The Biden administration did that.
Proof. That is a statement from a biased right-wing. You said Heritage Foundation. Who'd you say wrote that? The Heritage Foundation?
Yeah.
That's a very biased source there, Taco. You can't use that as proof that Biden did anything. What the fuck? Come on. If that's your level of proof, like, no wonder we're up here, like, talking about the fact that you're okay
Democratic Party
with...
dies.
by protecting our rights is where
I'm
the
showing
Democratic
you that
Party
the Biden
dies.
administration did try to push this. and
Taco
you're like,
just said that the Democratic Party dies as a result of us trying to protect our fucking rights and history. Okay. If that's what kills this country, then, I mean, I guess that kind of tracks with the history of this country.
Like I said at the beginning when I first joined this, I'm not political by any means. I like to steer away from it just because I feel like they're all pretty stupid in their own ways, but that's just, possibly my ignorance. But there's a right way to do the right things and there's a wrong way to do the right things. And right now we're currently doing the fucking wrong thing to do the right thing. You know what I mean? It's very, very, very wrong what they're doing. I'm seeing all these videos on the internet and it's breaking my heart that I'm watching some little kid get thrown in the dirt at a young age because they look brown, It's just breaking my heart that all this is going on and a lot of people are just turning a blind eye. It's like, come on now. This happened in the 40s or the late 30s, early 40s. Like, why are we letting history repeat itself at this point? Like, it's stupid. We need to change history. We need to make changes here.
The only sense I can make of wanting to remove any mention of what actually happened in this country is that they want it to be repeated within the next 20 years.
Right. And
after a generation, just didn't learn about it. I don't know.
Exactly. It's just.
I mean, because think about it. They're going after people of color, including off-duty officers.
Including the Native Americans as well. These are the ones that are really starting to piss me off because those are our founders of this country. They built this land and taught us how to live off this land. We wouldn't have hunters here.
Yeah, it's I don't know.
I do
it's
apologize
crazy.
to my kids. I'm trying to stay muted when they're yelling.
That's okay. Let me bring in the new people. Tracy, I think you'd be next. I think Tracy, you came in before Kara. Forgive me, I just clicked a button. Tracy, go ahead. Did you want to weigh in? And it looks like I didn't drop Taco for the record. He took off.
Just quickly. We don't live anywhere near Minnesota. We live in a small town in Georgia, but half of my family is from Puerto Rico. And what we're doing in our family is we're not going anywhere alone. Everyone, even our kids, have to carry passports. Like, we shouldn't have to live like that. None of us should have to live like that. And, I think it's people like Taco need to wake up.
Yeah,
They don't believe anything until it happens to them.
And even if it does, I have a feeling Taco would be like, no, I'm glad you're doing this. But it'll never happen to him. I'm sure Taco's a white guy. Maybe it will. I don't know. That I just, that's wild. I can't tell though if Taco is like serious, because that's pretty out there shit.
I feel like
I mean, that's pretty out there shit. Like arguing that you don't need to have a warrant to go in because immigrants have caused so many problems in this country. Like, what? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's the bigger point.
Well, I'm going to drop down, but thank you so much.
Yeah,
and
thank you,
I hope
Tracy.
you guys have a great day.
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. Chip?
When Kara goes, I'll go after Kara. Since
Okay, yeah, Kara, by all means, jump in there.
Chip can go ahead. I was just ready to drag Taco, and he ran because he's a vagine. So go ahead, Chip.
All right, good enough. Thank you. I didn't want to drag him personally, but I wanted to talk about his point of view because I think a lot of people share his point of view. I think what I wanted to emphasize to him is that the incredibly dangerous thing to do is to say, well, we have this magnificent principled document called the U.S. Constitution. The oath that we swear, I was in the military, people who are in the police forces, government, you have to swear an oath to protect and defend said Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And of course, we have a court system that adjudicates some of the question marks around the document, whether certain actions are or are not considered, quote, constitutional. The courts have been very clear about domicile protections, and there are very few exceptions that allow anyone to enter your home without a warrant. And one of them is impending danger. So if you think that someone's about to be, red rummed, then that's a reason that the police can technically justify breaking down your door. As soon as you start making drastic exceptions to standard, accepted case history regarding these, these boundaries that we've set up, it's very dangerous, because if subsequent, just from Taco's point of view, let's just say he thinks it's justified because of the benefits garnered from the violations versus the harm of violating. But the question comes down to, where does that lead us? Because if the subsequent administration comes to power and they decide that anybody who liked a post talking about January, the thing that happened in D.C. back in 2020, that they're allowed to break down your door and arrest you. I'm assuming that somebody would think that's outrageous, but that may be the new government justification, that we need to protect the republic from, whatever you want to call it. Again, I defend the constitutional rights of the homeowner in all cases, regardless of who's in power, because it's the principle. And if we allow exceptions like that, and listen, this is the great thing. If you want to change the law of the land, which they're talking about the law being immigration law, if you want to be able to change the law permitting your forces to do things that are against the law, then go do that. Get a constitutional amendment passed, which requires 2/3 of the House and the Senate and the president's signature, or 3/4 of the state houses. And once you've changed the law, then it will give you the right to do the thing you want to do. Until then, if you're enforcing said laws for immigrants, you must abide by said laws for citizens and other people in the country. There's no in between there.
Yeah, I mean, well said, Chip. It is pretty crazy, and what I found really interesting is that we started the conversation off talking about government overreach, for which Taco actually agreed, and he didn't really like the kill switch as a result of that. But then he turns right around and he's willing to give the government the go ahead to violate the Fourth Amendment because there's it'll help us get rid of immigrants that he thinks are problematic. So it's, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And, you give that power to the president or to an administration to be able to do it. That sets precedent. And that means from there forward, every other administration will be able to do that and say, well, yeah, but look what Trump did. Just like they're doing now with Obama. Well, look, Obama put kids in cages. Obama went in and
that's
deported
where I say,
all
that's
these
where I
people.
say there's the right way to do the right thing and the wrong way to do the right thing. And Obama did the right thing the right way. That's what people don't realize. Well, to an extent, but you know
not
what I mean.
every instance. But yeah, it was the exception rather than the rule. What we're dealing with is Trump took Obama's exceptions and made it the rule.
Right, and it's just, I don't know how anybody can get behind it, because while I do believe that there should be some type of immigration laws and way to get into a foreign to you country, like if I go to China, if I want to go live in China, there's got to be some type of boundary so they make sure they're not letting in some dickhead, but the fact that they're going around busting doors, pulling over cars, dragging them out of the cars, this is unconstitutional. This is inhumane. It's the equivalent of taking my dog and dragging him by his tail and body slamming him outside. It's
Don't
abuse.
do that.
No, absolutely not.
And Republicans would freak out if they ever saw that, I'm sure. But you did that to a human, they'd be like, "Oh, were they here illegally?"
Yeah, that's just so fucking stupid, man. God.
Yeah. Now, Kara,
I'm sorry if I'm getting mad and sounding mad, boys, but
I get it. This is a crazy time. But Kara, did you want to say something, or were you just here to take Taco out the back and swat him a few times?
Treat him like old Yeller. Take him out back like old Yeller.
Don't be bringing old Yeller into this, sir.
Maddie.
My bad.
I invited Maddie. That's why I was going to Kara.
I'm at work. Sorry.
All right. You're fine, Kara. Anyway, Maddie, you made a great point in the comment to what I was saying. Obama gave Tom Homan, an award.
Yeah, Presidential Medal of Freedom. Yeah.
The same guy now that's doing what what we're seeing. So yeah, and that goes back to the point to where if Trump does this shit, the next president, the next asshole that wants to do this stuff is going to point to Donald Trump and be like, "Yeah, well, look what Trump was doing," which is what they're doing now with Obama. But what about Obama?
Yeah, you've had me up here before, Lib, and I've stated to you many times that when it comes to immigration, both sides have kicked the can down the road on this for decades, and they wanted this to be a political football. I'll see to that. I think anyone can see that being a rational statement. That is a freaking rational statement. But when you have someone, like Obama, that has Holman was where you call it quote unquote borders are, that he was doing the same thing that he was doing for Trump. Nothing's changed.
Right.
It's still a political football. That's
The
what
bottom
this
line
is,
is
100%.
right. The bottom line is when the American people finally fucking wake up to realize, hey, these guys are all together because they are. It's just the way it's being handled. But I'm just saying, the people that are holding the reins on both parties, that they're the same people.
Absolutely.
And you think there's a good guy and a bad guy? Wrong. If you're a really good guy, you're not there long. They take you out.
Exactly right.
I mean, look, but the fact of the matter is, though, we have Trump as the president and his administration. They have all branches of government. And so, like, we can go back and look and review what Obama did, but that doesn't make what Obama did right. Some of the things, because Obama it wasn't as egregious as what we're seeing now, right? And he was far more efficient at it anyway.
Right.
Which, to me, just speaks to, cruelty is the point. To send a message to people or whatever. So, I don't really... yes, I acknowledge that Obama did these things, and Democrats did protest it at the time. They protested so much, in fact, that towards the end of his terms, he stopped doing it. He stopped doing many of the things that he had done originally. And I think he did that because he thought that Republicans would, come after him. And maybe if he threw him a bone by being hard on immigration, that was one less thing that he had to, fight against. It wasn't a talking point that they'd be able to use. I think that's why he did it. Okay. But then when his base was like, what the fuck are you doing? Because they were out there protesting. He finally, stopped that shit. Or at least, calmed it down.
What was the bill? It may have been you that told me this, Lib. What was the bill that, I can't get the number off the top of my head. You probably know it before I do, brother. That Trump blocked the 300 judges to make illegal immigration speedier to be processed, and he blocked that bill, correct?
You talking about the Langford bill?
No. It was the specialized bill that it was a standalone bill, I believe. That gave power to 300 more judges that only did illegal immigration cases, and he blocked that.
I don't remember specifically a bill. Does anybody remember?
It may not have been on.
Let me see if I can't look it up.
I'm 100% sure about the information. I just don't know the name of it. I don't know the number of the bill.
They granted 300
No,
judges.
Trump blocked it.
Immigrant judges speedier that Trump blocked. All right, let's see if we can't figure it out, because I feel like I remember something about that. But I do know that in the
Langford, now that I'm thinking about it, it may have been Langford.
Yeah, because I know in the Langford bill they did have judges.
I'm sorry.
It was okay.
I'm looking at it here. It was that, yeah.
And he did call them up and be like, guys, don't vote on this. It's
he said don't vote for it.
Right. Yeah, they came out and said that he told them not to. So
and
it's the football. Right.
I voted for Trump, and I'll call him out every single time. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, and because it's but that shows a lack of he doesn't really care about it, right? It's a means to an end. There's some other goal, and that is one of the things that is going to get him to that goal, not illegal immigration. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's base raging.
Agreed.
It's to get your base fired up and, oh my God, look at what these illegals are doing. I mean, I got to say, man, I've lived in all neighborhoods. I've lived among black people, I've lived among Hispanic people, and I've lived among white people. And I got to say, black people and Hispanic people, I've never had any problems. I didn't have Karen neighbors. When I lived among white people, they fucking, every time you turn around, you got to pick up the brush in your backyard. You got to shit getting stolen out of your front yard and stuff. That's been my experience. Now, I realize that's anecdotal, but you know what I mean? So I only make that point because I don't see illegal people, illegal aliens, what have you, as as big a problem as, Republicans make it out.
You're 100% right about that, Langford Bill. I'm looking at the language right here. You were
okay,
right.
yeah. Yeah, I thought so because I didn't remember a standalone bill, but yeah, I mean it speaks to a lack of
that really pissed me off. That could have helped so much.
Right, Liv. Like I say, who would think that a person would say, "Yeah, I'm okay that they're going to be able to use administrative power," because Ovino, he could basically say, "Okay, you're my administrator." So this guy below him now, he has authority to tell them, "Yep, I'm the administrator. Go ahead, you can go in the house." This guy, Taco, is okay with that because he says to be safe. So this guy's living in fear every day of his life because he's buying into it. So these are the people they can bring on to their side and get away with what they're doing. It's people like him. So he'll be the guy standing next to you in the camp saying, I didn't know this could happen. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Breaking news if you want to know.
Have you seen the video yet, Liberal?
What video?
News if you want to know, there's another
Glam doll, Ice just pew-pewed somebody on the ground in Minnesota in front of Glam Doll Donuts.
Yeah.
Search up Glam Doll Donuts pew-pewing.
Like it just happened?
This morning, apparently.
It happened this morning. He was wrestled to the ground by 6-7 ICE agents, and then while he was down on the ground getting the shit beat out of him, they pew-pewed him.
Yeah.
They're going to say, "Oh, I meant to tase him." There was this lady, what was her, like Porter, and this was in like Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, which is a like suburb of Minneapolis. She shot a guy, Deshaun, I think his name was, and claimed that she had, it was an accident.
Yeah, I remember that. She claimed that she was trying to grab the taser.
The taser, yep. Oh, yeah, here we go. I got the video. Here we go. I don't know how brutal this is or isn't, so we'll just figure out together. This guy says they're doing too much.
You don't see a lot. You just see it. Basically, you see them like beating the shit out of him, and then he collapses on the ground.
This is.
So when you go in other countries, this is what they're seeing, and they're asking.
I mean, look at this.
That was the shooting.
So, okay, so if you notice, this guy started running. He may have had a gun on him. Let's see.
Well, that was his first mistake. If he had one on him, he should have pulled it out and just said, "Fuck it," and started.
Yeah. They're throwing haymakers when he was on the ground, though, too.
Yeah, what the fuck? Okay, so let's.
Uppercut throwing while he was on the ground.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything in his hand.
What the fuck?
And wow, look at that. Did you see? They kept shooting him. Watch this shit. Oh my God.
Oh shit. What the fuck?
So this motherfucker right here pauses. He stops shooting and then just starts shooting again.
They killed him? Did they fucking kill that guy? Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Holy shit.
Not again. Are you fucking kidding me?
Can you run that back again, Lib?
It's going to be another incident where it's just going to be pure speculation because we don't really have any other video footage. So DHS is going to come out and say something like he was armed or something crazy, which is why these motherfuckers need to start wearing body cams.
Yeah. He was on the ground,
they
said he kept on pewing him.
Yeah, they did this. Here, let me back it up here, because there's something that happens that causes one of them to start running the other way, you can see him. And I don't know if it's a gun or not, but let's be honest, you have a Second Amendment right to have a gun on you.
Yeah.
So them just seeing a gun on you is not enough to get shot. And when you see him stand up, it doesn't appear that he has anything in his hands. But again, I'm just seeing this for the first time. So see,
Cindy's saying there's other videos out now.
Right about here, you'll see that guy do you see that guy just turned around? This dude here, he turned around and he starts running away. You see that? Mm-hmm. So something happened.
Oh shit! What the fuck? They killed me.
Did you see that? Yeah, no. So watch. You can see this guy pause.
What the fuck?
He paused and then started shooting again. And I think the other officer pulled out his gun and started shooting also.
Did he run because of the first shot?
I don't think so.
Was it before or after?
I think he started running just before. But it's kind of a melee there. Let's see. See, nope, he ran before the first shot.
Right. Yep.
Yep. And I don't know why.
Oh, he does run before the first shot.
Yeah. And so if there are other videos, let me go through and look. I mean, this isn't okay. I mean, they're just gunning people down for, even if he had a gun on him. This is America, bitch.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He has a right to carry.
Right. I just... And give it about, I don't know, give it about an hour and Pam Bondi's going to be out there and they'll have their narrative.
And you know me, I'm conservative. I'm for 2A, but 2A is 2A for everybody.
Right. This comment section is...
Yeah, they will say, they noticed he had a thing and he was reaching for it. He got his hand on it and we acted. We acted to protect ourselves. It doesn't matter, and you can see that, you can watch it with your eyes, see that it's not that, but there will be people like Taco that will believe it. And even if he sees it with his own eyes,
making a website.
He'll believe what he's told.
Sorry, go ahead, Butch. There's another video.
No, I'm saying this Taco will be one that can watch a video, see what he sees, be told he sees something different, he'll believe what he's told that he has seen. This is the problem.
Right.
These people don't live in reality.
Yeah,
their minds twisted.
There's another video. Let's play this here. Doesn't look like the greatest vantage point ever. Just comply. But don't tread on me. But just comply.
That's a terrible angle if this is where.
Yeah. Like, bro, you had one job. Is that a fucking tear gas canister or just a can? Did you see this motherfucker clapping?
God damn.
Look at this motherfucker clapping. Holy shit. This guy couldn't run to save his life and he's over there clapping this little bitch. Look at this shit. Watch him.
Oh my God, he's clapping.
These are sick, psychopathic fucks. That's what I'm saying about the guy that Jonathan Ross. I
can't deny that either. He was clapping.
These people enjoy being cruel to other people. That's it. And that's who they're hiring. And they want those people. I'm telling you, fucking, the serial killers enjoy that shit. That's why I say you look up Jonathan Ross, and I have a feeling that there's some bodies buried there, because the way that he executed Renee Good without any emotion whatsoever. I mean, this guy showed none the whole time, and then walks real slowly over to her car, looks at it, and then walks back, shoots her, and says "fucking bitch" without like any emotion, no adrenaline pumping, nothing. That's psychotic behavior. And then this dude over here clapping. What is wrong with this country?
All right, I gotta run. Take it easy, man.
Soup, forgive me, I didn't get to you, but I appreciate you being up here.
No, that's all I was doing.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Like, holy shit, man. Yeah, and I'll read through this. Let's see. We're working to confirm additional details, the city said in a statement posted to social media on X. City of Minneapolis, we're aware of reports of another shooting involving federal law enforcement in the area of 26 West and Nicollet Avenue. Working to confirm additional details, so they don't even know. City of Minneapolis has confirmed as of 10 a.m., a crowd of more than 100 bystanders had gathered. Governor Tim Walz also shared an update on social media saying he just spoke with the White House after another horrific shooting. Minnesota has had it, the governor wrote. This is sickening. You ain't going to do anything, Tim Walz. The president must end this operation, pull the thousands of violent, untrained. They've got to start arresting these people. The state has to, because the people are about to start taking care of that problem. And we all know what that looks like.
I mean, I agree with that too, Lib. There should 6 months to be this. You know, that's what is that what the threshold is? 6 months, right? And to be hired for ICE, correct?
Yes. I think it's 47 days. I think they reduced it to 47 days training.
Think about this: state patrol or specialized, law enforcement is up to a year and a half. So I mean, that's way under. And you're teaching pew control and all that stuff, plus psychological stuff. I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to say this a lot of times because I'm conservative, but it is what it is, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's no. It's like I did that video yesterday. Whenever they're training new ICE agents that you can with an administrative warrant enter somebody's house, and my point was, yeah, good luck with that, dumbass. Like, I suggest that you not do that.
Oh wow, it is 47 days. Jules was right.
Yeah, it's like I'm break into somebody's house and you're not trained in doing this, you're going to get killed. And I'd say rightly so if you don't have a warrant. Again, look up U.S. v. Bad Elk. The Supreme Court ruled that you have a right to resist unlawful arrest. That's what the Supreme Court ruled. Up to and apparently including unaliving the officer, because that's what happened in that case. So, I mean,
hey, I gotta bounce. I'm at work. You can drop me. I'm just gonna stay here.
Thank you, Kara. I appreciate it. We'll see ya. And for the record, if you're on the panel, you can drop yourself at any point. You don't need me to drop you. It doesn't. Jen Angel, yeah, we were just playing those videos. One of the videos, by the way, Angel, shows an officer clapping right after the shooting happens.
That was crazy.
I mean, what do you do? What's left, right, Maddie?
No matter what side you're on. I mean, you say stress or whatever, but you don't do that. I mean, you just don't do that. That's not acceptable. You're a professional agent, man.
I mean, with these guys, it's fucking Meal Team 6 here. I mean, I showed one video. This guy's like chasing this jogger down the sidewalk, and I guess hits the sidewalk, and this dude just fucking. I mean, this dude he's like, he was like, it took him forever to fall, but he eventually fell. It was funny. I I don't even know what to say about this shit anymore because you've got the federal government in a state accosting citizens, and it's always people of color, sadly, unless somebody who is white is getting in the way, and they're just going around mistreating people. And now they're just, this is what, 2 people in a week?
What was it? Six or seven Democrats voted to continue funding ICE, right? Yesterday?
Yep. 7.
7 of them?
7 Democrats voted to fund ICE. $1.2 trillion.
How much?
$1.2 trillion was the total package. And it'll be that they're keeping the ICE funding at $10 billion a year. Yep. And so again, like, Democrats, what are you doing? That's why, my title is, are Democrats in office not seeing what we're seeing? You've got them voting to give, the ability for somebody to shut your car off if the AI believes that you're driving intoxicated, which means the government will inevitably get that power too. I mean, we've seen how they do Apple, and I don't know, guys. Like, what?
I mean, you can tell me if you believe this statement or not, Olivia. I mean, you're on the left and I'm on the right, but I mean, is this happening to push something, brother? Are they trying to? I'm not going to say anything crazy, but I think you can read between the lines of what I'm trying to say. I mean, is that what's going on here? I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah. Well, what was the statement?
No, I was saying, are they trying to push something here? Spark something or whatever? This is crazy, bro.
Yeah, I think that they are. I think because think about it. If you have the Insurrection Act invoked come midterms, he's absolutely going to put those soldiers, U.S. military, not just National Guard, but he'll use them too, U.S. military at the polling places in certain states, and it'll be blue states. And they'll start detaining people of color. You must be an illegal and you're voting. And so you don't even have to meddle with it at all. All you have to do is detain somebody for 24 hours and then they can't vote. That's my read of it. Like, well, we got to protect our voting rights because the Democrats in Congress won't do it. And you get rid of enough people of color, that'll tilt the voting in your favor. That's,
I mean, the reason why I say that is because it seems like the optics are so polarizing. With this, you always see the cameras, when they're busting down doors, something like that. I mean, like I said, I agree with what they're doing if they're illegal, but I'm starting to see some other things that with the 47 days to be trained to be out there doing this, and then this dude clapping. That's unacceptable, man. And any rational person should be able to say that. Doesn't matter what side you're on.
Yep. Yeah, no, I think that is the purpose, is to provoke people to, especially Democrats, because then you really can call them terrorists, because he's been calling us terrorists this whole time, and if Democrats, especially somebody of color, because now you're starting to see, Black Panthers come out armed to the motherfucking teeth, to protect their neighborhoods. You got these white doofuses now that, like, I seen this video, this goober looking motherfucker ain't ever touched a gun in his life. I was like, I went out and got me an AR-15. I'm like, bro, if you don't, you need to learn how to use that bitch before you go out there toting it around like an idiot. You got untrained people shooting at untrained people. Yeah, I think that's the goal. Navy veteran, yeah, we're talking about that currently. And thank you to everybody who's bringing this up, because it's fucking wild, man. Lewis, did you see the video?
Brother. I did.
What the fuck?
It's fucking sad.
Did you see the guy clapping?
Yeah. Yeah, like they cheered it on. Like, this is what they want. There's a reason why they dress in camo, and the National Guard has to wear literally the yellow neon vests to distinguish themselves from these like Gestapo. Like, that's what it is. Like, they don't want to be associated with them. And there's a reason why they chose Minneapolis to be the first target, because they knew that the police force couldn't really do shit to them. When they start going to bigger cities like New York City, who has like a police force of 75,000 police, I'm curious what's going to happen, because I live in New York City, right? So I have a feeling my mayor is going to say, here, NYPD, this is what you're going to do. You're going to follow ICE because we have the manpower to do it. And if they do anything illegal, you arrest them on site. And I think that's what's going to end up happening, because now they're starting to go into Pennsylvania, and they're starting to go into Maine. Yep. And New York.
Catch of the day, these fucking idiots.
Yeah, and I think they're going to find out real quick, you know. And I'm very worried what Matt was saying, where we're going to get to a point where it's enough is enough. Well, because you're going to.
What do you think of this idea? The city police can start having civilian deputies or something, the sheriffs of counties or whatever, and then give them some basic training, because you're only getting 47 days as an ICE agent. Maybe you could do 30 for a citizen, a community member, fucking watchdog that now has the authority to arrest ICE agents, and then it becomes illegal.
Fair. Why not? Eye for an eye. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, because there would be way more of them than there is ever of ICE. I'd sign up for that shit in a heartbeat.
You know, I was on a live with this, listening to Oslo, and I know you know who Oslo is, Lib, and he brought up a great point about the 2A debate. You know, if you're for 2A, you're for 2A. You know, it just doesn't go one way. If you're for 2A, it goes both ways, and that's what people got to know when it comes to this point. It's not just conservatives that are for 2A, it's the liberals too.
Well, the whole point of the Bill of Rights is to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government. I mean, the first 10 amendments, that's literally what they state.
Right.
Protections against our government in case they get too wild.
Right.
And I think they're pushing that like week by week, and we're seeing just horrible things happening on our streets. Like, and the thing that's driving me nuts is there doesn't seem to be a plan at all, whether it's domestic or foreign. And we're looking at an administration that is messing with the world, and the world is now turning against us. And we see that with trade deals and our spy networks and just like NATO and everything. But yet you're also causing issues at home. So what is your end game plan? Like it doesn't make any sense. Like, you cannot control two fronts. That we cannot be spread that thin. You know what I mean? No nation can do that. Handle a domestic dispute the way we're going, and also handle foreign affairs the way we're going. Like, it makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, it's chaos. That's all it is, Artemis. It's chaos. It has no end game. I think personally, the reason that the Taco Trump decided to backtrack on Greenland was because his Joint Chiefs of Staffs told him to fuck off and said, "Nah, we're not doing that," and he had no real plan for it. It's just insane.
Well, if you think about it, all of these things lend itself to one outcome, and that outcome is the destruction of America as we know it.
Yep.
And that may very well be the goal that Trump has in mind. Because, and I'm telling you, I think that Donald Trump is a Russian fucking plant. I know, Maddie, you may disagree, but
brother, you know me. We've had great debates, Lib. I mean, and I'll push back on you just on anything that I feel wholeheartedly about, and I will.
Yeah.
But with this one, 2 + 2 is still 4, right?
Right.
I mean, it's still 4. And Luce is right. What's the end goal here? What is the plan? Because It's chaos.
That to me, right? That to me, I mean, that could be the goal, is to just destroy America while claiming, oh, I was just going after immigration, or oh, I was just Monroe Doctrine, or I was just doing these things. When actually the end goal is to just destroy America and remove us as the world power. And, maybe that's not the worst idea, because we've abused our ability, our position in the world. We have been. And, but if this is the way we're going to go down, fuck that shit.
I pray we're both wrong, brother.
I hope so, but I can't really see any other logical explanation for it. Like right now, the motherfucker's gonna cut off aid to any country that has any kind of DEI program. Like, bitch, then you better cut off Israel. They got all kinds of DEI programs. What the fuck are you talking about? They allow abortions, they allow all this trans surgeries, all this shit, and yet you're gonna cut off funding for every other country, but just not Israel? The fuck out of here with that. Did you guys see that? The DEI thing is going to cut like $30 billion in foreign aid or what? Like,
you know what was hilarious to me? So we saw that Trump decided to take America out of the WHO, and then California was like, well, you know what? Screw you, Trump. We're going to join them.
That's funny.
Like, isn't that funny? Like, and literally,
fourth largest economy in the world.
Yeah, right. We're seeing revolt even on a political scale. Unfortunately, I think, as your prompt has said, Democrats in office not seeing what we're seeing. I don't think they do. I don't think they are in touch with Americans at all. I saw a quote, and I was trying to look it up. Maybe someone else could see it. But Hakeem Jeffries had said, from the quote, "It's time for America to have another black president. I may run in 2028." And to me, when I saw that quote, it showed how ignorant he was and how much he's hated in the Democratic Party, like Jeffries.
It's fucking delusional. That is delusional.
Exactly. And for him to say something like that, that tells me that they are literally only going on polls and just like the backdoor deals and whatever. They're not actually reaching out to the people, because if he had known, we hate him. I'm in New York. We hate him. We cannot wait to vote him out. Him, Schumer, Booker, obviously Booker's in Jersey, but whatever. We hate these people. That was Hakeem Jeffries, Jules, that said that. Did it? Okay, danger. Because I was trying to find like an actual source to say that, and everything I saw was like kind of sketchy, but a lot of it did come up. So that's where I was asking if anyone knew anything about it.
Are you talking about the quote from Hakeem? Hakeem? Fucking, but it's like, well, I'm black. Does that mean I get to be president too? Like, come on, bro. Like, yeah, if you can hope change the shit out of this, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Hey, Lib, brother, I got to run real quick, man. I appreciate you having me up here, as always.
Thanks, Maddie. Yeah, always I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll catch you later.
Later.
So, so Palestine, I thought about that too, but okay, so I watched an interview with Ro Khanna and Ryan, I can't remember his last name. It was recently. It was like last week, and Elizabeth Warren. And one of the things they had said, and with Ro Khanna, because he's the district that represents the billionaires in California, was that it was about taxation, and he said that I don't understand why billionaires don't want to be taxed, because the alternative is much worse, and it was clear as day there, like. These people, these billionaires and the people that are, leading our government with the oligarchy don't understand that eventually we won't forget who they are. We will not forget who Elon Musk is. And if shit gets down, they're going to be some of the first people we go after, because the same thing happened in the French Revolution.
Talking about billionaires?
Oh, yeah. Billionaires,
they have to be. Yeah. They're the only ones that have anything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They have everything. So, I mean, listen, motherfuckers, you guys buying up all that land, you get 100,000 people that show up on your land and take it from you. You guys have been pushing might makes right this whole fucking time. You think that we have, the right to take over Greenland. How about we just come and take your shit, Bill Gates?
Yep.
We're coming to Idaho, bitch.
And it makes no sense to me that you could be taxed a little bit more to help society and you would be viewed positively, yet you fight against it so much. We remember that. And when things go down, you're not safe. And I hope they don't go down. I really don't, because it's going to be disastrous for every person. We're going to suffer a lot.
Yeah, I mean, and just even if you confiscate all of the wealth of them, I mean, it still doesn't fix everything, because this has been going on for so damn long. And a lot of that money has shifted outside of the country anyway, but still, you got to do something. You got to do something. It's like Chip was talking about earlier, the price of gold's fucking almost $5,000.
Yep.
The dollar is, it's going the way of the dodo bird. And I don't know, and it's almost like they're playing both sides. Like Republicans will claim that they're against this globalism, and then, we see Donald Trump is, kind of pushing for it, in my opinion, with this cryptocurrency crap that he's doing going around the world. Oh, thank you for the donuts, guys. Oh shit, I only put 10 up there. I meant to do 100, but 10 will work. Thank you. Damn, now I forgot what I was saying. Well, Butch, did you want to jump in on that? I mean, I just, what do you think the goal is overall here? Like all the crazy shit we're seeing with them just gunning people down in the streets, fucking clapping about it. Butch? I think Butch he's gone.
Well, it's I think the issue we have, if we look at, was it Renee Good, right? That was her name. Yeah. When I look at that situation, I've always had the stance that obviously there's the social justice to it, right? You may view that situation differently than I do, right? My biggest issue with that is that our government came out within a half hour and said, we're not going to do an investigation. She was a domestic terrorist, and that was the end of that. And to me, that is a problem. And usually when I join the enemy territory, in the sense that I'll join a very right-wing group, and I bring that up, nobody has an answer for that. A lot of people agree that, there probably should be an investigation of some sort. We can all disagree and agree on certain things, but there should be an investigation. There was a shooting, just like there was in this one, where the guy's clapping, and there should be an investigation because we have a justice system here. And if we're going to say that our justice system means nothing, which honestly, that's what Trump has been doing for the last year, that is a major problem. That's fascism. That's no longer a democracy. That's no longer checks and balances. We are just going to rely on one person to say it all. And you know what? I blame Congress. They have not pushed back on this at all. None of them.
Nope.
Right. I say this quote all the time. The Republicans' thought and prayers are the Democrats will write a strongly worded letter. Right? That's good. What it is. Right?
It really is.
What it is.
And then, it's almost like they trust this process is going to fix itself. They don't realize just how in the shit we are. I don't think they, I really don't think they get it. Because just, thank you, Bobby B. I appreciate that. Thank you. Because, for example, that legislation that they just fucking voted for to not, remove funds for that, car kill switch. You guys are watching what Donald Trump is doing. Why are you giving them and ceding more power and control, potentially more power and control to this executive? Somebody's eventually going to use it, so stop doing that. They need to rein the executive in. They have to.
Yeah. Well, I say this. There is one positive to Trump's regime, is that he showed how weak our system actually is. And he has shown that the courts, they can issue all they want, but they actually have no power to enforce it because it all relies on him. And,
right?
Look at the Epstein files with Massey and Ro Khanna, right? And they literally passed a universal law. Everybody in Congress voted for this except for one House Republican. That was it. And Pam Bondi and Trump are saying, yeah, F you. We're not going to follow it. That's it. We're done. What are you going to do about it?
Right. No, I was just about to bring that up. That interview with, I don't remember what his name was. He was like, well, what was the enforcement mechanism behind it? So what are you going to do? What can you do? They said you have to do this thing, but then they didn't say what would happen if you didn't do this thing.
Right.
And so, and Democrats voted for that. Also, did nobody suggest that we put in mechanisms in place? Do you impeach over that? I mean,
it's law. I mean, that's the thing. It's literally the law now. You have to release it. And I don't think Massey and Ro Khanna expected it to go this bad, because they are. I mean, I respect them both for what they're doing on this issue, and they're trying to come up with. Like, they tried to use the courts to like be like a quote unquote independent adjudicator, right? And Trump and Pam Bondi came out last week and said, "Yeah, we're not going to listen to him. You can appoint whoever you want. We're not going to listen to them." And that showed a weakness in our system as a whole. I think we need to, whoever is going to be elected next, we need to enforce checks and balances as a whole. And try to prevent this from ever happening again, because it showed weakness.
It was based on the honor system.
Yes, exactly.
Really. And when you have somebody that has no honor, like Donald Trump, don't give a fuck. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, bitch? Put up or shut up. Because any attacks on the guy you're a terrorist. Any attacks on the administration, you're a terrorist. Any, legislation, now you can't even get it passed. So and to anybody that look, I'm very critical of the Democratic Party because I do expect better from them. I expect nothing less from these maggots. There's no changing them. So you've got to hold your own to a higher fucking standard than what they're doing. The only people that you're going to change really without them changing themselves is going to be Democrats. And maybe that's even true for Democrats. That they're not going to change until they change themselves. Just, out of the blue.
I mean, you did see, in fairness, you did see some rebellion in the Republican Party, right? Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, she resigned. We saw a lot of resignations from the Republican Party.
On their own.
On their own,
and that's
right.
what I'm saying.
Massey,
you're not going to convince them. So, me me saying, "Oh, you Republicans need to do this." They're going to unless they do it themselves. It's the base trying to hold its own accountable. Maggots aren't going to hold their people accountable. We have to hold our people accountable, and that's why you may find me complaining more about Democrats because I expect more from them.
Well. And you know what, liberal? You're absolutely right. My biggest fight against Democrats, I'm a left-leaning person, is the Republicans have a message to stand behind. What is the Democratic message?
We have no leader. We have no leader.
Exactly. Yeah. There is nothing to stand behind. There's nobody that's taking the role. Schumer is a joke. Jeffries is a joke. There's nobody. AOC's trying, right? She seems to be actually trying. But she's not in the position to do it.
Right.
And there's no strong, their message is, oh, Trump is bad, Democrats good. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear what our plans are as a party. There's a reason why they have an 18% approval rating amongst Democrats. They're so weak, and I don't know if it's necessarily by design, they want to be like that and they pretend to have these ideologies and don't follow through with them.
Right. I don't know, man, but it's been that way forever. Now, it is a point of pride for me that I exist in a party that is not a hive cult mind, because Republicans my whole life have generally been that way. They'll always just follow the leader. They're a bunch of sheep, whereas the Democratic Party is full of thinking people that have their own thoughts and be like, yeah, I'll push back on that a little bit. Now, there are some cultists, type in the Democratic Party. There are, but largely speaking, it's
I call them
libtards. Yeah, no. So it's Satan got another person unalived in Minnesota. What country? Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, hell, I'm going to keep refreshing to see if we get any new information about that, because right now it's, we see what we see, but I don't understand the context of what was happening. Of course, they're going to make it up. This government. For example, like, the father abandoned the child. There's no evidence of that. Remember the 5-year-old? There's no evidence that father abandoned that child. There's none. I looked and looked. I couldn't find it. This is just what they are characterizing it as. So, when they do come out with information about this shooting, I'm not going to believe it anyway, because they lie through their goddamn teeth all the time. Just for example, the Minnesota people that they're like, an operation whatever that we're doing in Minnesota, we got all of these people. Well, it turns out at least 2 of them were actually transferred to them from fucking prison in Minnesota to ICE agents. Yet they put it out there as if they had arrested these people. And the implication is we got them out in the wild, out in the public. But in fact, no, they, and while they were arguing that the prison systems weren't working with them, because they just lied. They're full of shit. So, unless I get some outside source, Pam Blondie's going to get out there and be like, well, this is what happened. Let me tell you. It's all horse shit. I don't know, man. We're living in the fucking Twilight Zone, Lewis.
And let me tell you, Liberal, I've been following that Portland story, the shooting of the 2 people in the car after, and the media has not talked about it. Nobody's talking about it. I saw a lot of questions. Like, I want to know why ICE decided to shoot the passenger who wasn't driving the vehicle if they were concerned that the driver was trying to run them over. Why do you feel the need to shoot the passenger? Why did the driver have to drive 3.5 miles and then call 911 themselves to save themselves? Why was ICE gone? But they don't want to talk about that.
And they shot him at a hospital parking lot, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So what were they doing at the hospital?
Right. So, okay, so if your case is that the driver was trying to run you over, okay, fair enough. But why did you leave? Why didn't you call for EMS? Why didn't you, after you shot them? Why did you shoot the passenger? What was the passenger doing? Like there was so many questions on that, and they kind of just swept it under the rug. Like there was nothing there.
Now, I believe Democrats had tried to add $20 million, I think it was, to this $1.2 trillion budget to force body cams on the ICE agents, and that got voted down by Republicans. They have to have body cams. We have got to find a way to get body cams on these fuckers that's publicly available that you can FOIA. Because, and I only say that because of what you're talking about right there. It's their word against the person that they shot, who, in some instances are illegal. So, what do you do?
Well, here's my problem. Is being illegal an automatic unalive sentence? No. That doesn't... Right. So, we have a court system, and when we have ICE going into the courts for people who are trying to do it the right way and then arresting them and deporting them or putting them in detention centers who are trying to do it the right way. Like, these people have claimed asylum or they're green card holders, and they're trying to do it, and you're going in there and arresting them. Like, you're teaching a message to the rest of the illegal immigrants, like, I'm not going to court. Because if I go to court,
that corrections officer, yesterday, the black corrections officer, was essentially a legal immigrant. Loser, you've got background noise, so I muted you. Was a legal immigrant, and yet they were treating this man like shit, and then tried to claim he was, that the sheriffs, had hired an illegal or whatever. No, if you're an illegal immigrant, you know, that doesn't mean that we get to treat you like shit.
Exactly.
I mean,
this whole situation has always disturbed me from the beginning, because whenever we look at like federal law enforcement and local law enforcement, they usually work together, right? Like if the FBI comes in, they'll do like a joint sting operation or whatever, because each one knows their jurisdiction. ICE came in, and the local like police department had very little information. They don't support them. There's no joint effort to get rid of them, because ICE doesn't care. And they've gotten memos, right? They just released a memo about like knocking door to door, right? Like the whistleblower. Like, what was it, yesterday? 2 days ago?
With the ICE, with the administrative warrants, like what fucking, this is not my country.
Exactly.
Let me out of the car. I'm done. Stop kidnapping me.
Yep.
They're essentially kidnapping me because they're taking me into a country I didn't belong to and I don't want to be a part of.
Exactly. And if you worked with local law enforcement, you wouldn't trample on the rights of American citizens. How many American citizens' rights have been trampled to get the quote unquote 1 or 2% of violent criminals of immigrant? You know,
but they crossed the border illegally, and therefore we have to.
Right.
These people are nuts. Now, real quick, Lewis, you and I have been going back and forth for a minute, which is great. I've appreciated the conversation, but we do have loser number 4. What's up, loser? Did you mean to come up here? I did mute you, so if you're wanting to speak, you'll have to unmute. Loser, lehu, zeher.
He's better than number 3, but not quite as good as number 5.
Who does number 2 work for? Yeah, what's up? Oh, okay. I'll come back to you then. Stephanie, are you there? I see you're teacupped and muted. Did you mean to come up? I don't know what's going on today. I'll just drop Stephanie. I don't think she's paying attention. Anyway, we'll get back to it, Lewis. This, you know, thankfully for me, I am also a citizen of my tribe. And so I've thought about just moving my fucking family onto native land.
That's not even safe either, though. They've been arresting Native Americans.
Well, yeah, they can't come in there in that way. It's a different ball game. It's way different.
Hi there.
What's up, loser? And I hate to say that, but that's your name.
Yeah, no, it's my poking name. I'm watching the news in the UK, and they're reporting the shooting in Minneapolis, and they're trying to say the guy was armed, but no arms were seen, and he was shot at point blank range.
Multiple times. Yeah.
Multiple times.
That motherfucker paused after he shot, he backs up, pauses, and just starts unloading his gun into him. And then one of the motherfuckers is over there clapping.
Do you think they're trying to prove a point in Minneapolis?
Well, I think it's intimidation, but, you know, or to provoke Democrats to start firing on those officers so that Donald Trump can declare an insurrection.
You know, liberal, I don't even think they're all Democrats. I think a lot of them are probably independents.
I mean, that's possible.
Yeah, I think they see the shit that's going on. And because we look at the polls, like, even Republicans are losing face upon the polls, right? Like,
but
they're like, we're now in a net positive against ICE, and that's including Republicans.
But here's the thing. If you oppose anything that Donald Trump wants, he will declare that you are a Democrat and or a terrorist, either way.
Yeah,
so
true.
So I say Democrat, but whoever is dissenting from the tyrant. But I really think that this is to provoke. I imagine they've probably told them, pull out your gun whenever you feel like it's necessary. You know, encouraging them to. It's okay. We got you. We'll give you.
They have absolute immunity.
Yeah,
absolute immunity.
And if you do go to jail, we'll pardon you. Donald Trump's got you. Yep. So where did you see that, loser? Because that was my initial thought. Because at one point and we can pull that video back up again. Matter of fact, let me just do that. At one point, you can see a guy start like walking away or running away before the shot was fired. And so to that, I just assume that means that, he saw a gun or something. But here's the thing. Second Amendment allows people to carry firearms. So just seeing a gun is not reason enough to shoot. And, in that scuffle, somebody, reaching down doesn't necessarily mean they're pulling out their gun. But this is what happens when you get a bunch of untrained cowards that are afraid, because they're really afraid. That's why they have to run around in these fucking packs. But let's watch it again.
Pushing people,
So fucking gross, man. And right, it's coming up. That guy starts to take off. So right there, this guy with the little hoodie here turns around. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Can you see my mouse, Lewis?
I can, yeah. It's on the left side.
Okay, yeah. So he starts to, and see, he starts going, and then there's a shot.
Oh, shit. What the fuck? They killed my...
And there's a pause.
What the fuck? What the shit? What the fuck? They killed my... Oh shit! What the fuck?
And see right here, you can see his like waistband. I need to download this video so I can put it into Premiere. Let me try to do that actually, because then I can copy video address. Then I can slow it down and like frame by frame it, and I can zoom in and shit. So we can try and figure out if we see a gun or something in his hand, or you know what I mean?
Loser, I assume by your accent, are you from Great Britain somewhere?
Yeah, I'm from the UK, yeah.
Okay, so how is the news reporting it there? Because I've seen so many clips of like South Korea reporting on this as well, and it is not the same way our media reports this at all. I'm actually curious how they report it in the UK.
Well, they're saying that the man was apparently armed and that shots were fired and some were from point blank range. And they're saying that a lot of these ICE agents are untrained.
They doing too much.
So they are saying in your news that he was armed. Like they're saying that as a fact, or they're saying that they're alleging that he's armed?
No, that's what allegedly he was armed.
Okay.
I'm not saying it for a fact.
Gotcha. Let me...
The part that bothers me is if he's armed, which he has every right to be, and he's being shot point blank, that kind of tells me he's not pointing his weapon at them, because if somebody's pointing a weapon at you, you don't come into point blank range. Right? Like that's like knife battles, right? Like if you have a knife and then another guy has a knife, yeah, you get close to each other, but not with guns. Like that doesn't make any sense to me.
In the struggle, they might have just seen the weapon on him.
That's what I mean.
And then shot him.
They saw it and then they shot him and used that as justification. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
They probably, somebody threw a fucking gun down on the ground and it's just, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me either.
Yeah, right.
Anything's possible what's going on at the moment in your country.
Yeah, Pam Bondi is like, well, we know there was a gun because the ICE officer handed it to him. It was in his hands.
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
I'm being facetious, obviously, but holy shit, I don't put anything past these fuckers.
Listen, when Kristi Noem calls a U.S. citizen domestic terrorist within 30 minutes of the shooting, there's nothing I would put past this administration to try to spin it. And remember, liberal, when what was it? CNN showed Trump the actual footage. He goes, "Oh, I didn't see this before. That looks bad." Remember, he was like, "Oh yeah, that looks kind of bad." And then the next day, somebody talked to him because he was like, "No, he's a domestic terrorist." But when he first saw it, that you could see it. He was like, "Oh yeah, I haven't seen this before. Like that looks really bad with Renee Good." Like that was. I think I don't think Trump knows what's going on. I think he's being told what's going on. I truly think he's in dementia. I really do. I don't know if he survives a year.
They're just using him. He's the carnival barker. That's what he's the guy that stands out in front of the carnival. He doesn't know what's going on inside. He just knows he wants you to come inside. So he's like, oh, everybody come and line up for a ball. That's what he is. Right. He's the hype man.
Did you see his speech at the WEF? Did you see his speech?
I didn't see all of it, no.
Okay, I watched about an hour and I had to shut it off because I was becoming dumber and I was driving.
Yeah, it's hard to listen to this man.
Yeah. The way he rambled, there was no cohesion to anything he said. He called Greenland Iceland like
multiple times. Yeah.
Right. He said, "Oh well, NATO has never been there for us," completely ignoring Afghanistan and Iraq and all that.
And the loss of life.
Backlash. Right.
Yeah.
And then he got mad at Carney, even though Carney never mentioned him ever in his speech. He was just talking about the way we're gonna have to do things. It just seemed like he you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of when he was in the meeting with all the oil executives, right, in the White House. And he got the note from the Cuban. What the hell is his name? His
Mark Cuban?
Rubio.
Oh, Rubio.
Thank you. Yeah, when he got the note from Rubio, and the first thing he did was, I got a note from Rubio. Let me read it. And then he read it, and he goes, let's go to Exxon. Like he was trying to keep him on point, and Trump didn't get that at all. And then what he do right after that, he got up, turned around, and started talking about like the West Wing. And it had nothing to do with anything with the meeting. Like he just, to me, I feel like he had a stroke sometime over the summer, and it just messed with him. And he has not been the same ever since. He has no cohesion. He has no plan. He's just kind of acting day by day and whatever's being brought up.
And that's why he's always reverting back to all of the old Trump hits. Oh, the election, I won by a landslide, this and that. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. This ship may be 51st dates with Trump. He remembers everything before a certain date, but anything after, he has to get notes passed to him by Mark Rubio every morning. He wakes up and, what's going on? You know what I mean?
What a great reference. What a great reference.
I mean,
51st dates.
I fucking love that movie. I love that movie.
That's a great.
Sorry, did you hear he's put 100% tariffs on Canada again?
On who?
On Canada.
Oh,
again.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't think Canada cares anymore. I think they've moved on. Like, they've realized the U.S. is unstable.
No, that's what I mean. I'm trying to say how unstable he is.
Yeah,
He's very petty. He's so petty, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. Unfortunately, he's our leader, and because Congress goes whatever he says, it becomes the U.S. is unstable.
Well, let's do that.
Yeah, right. And I've heard reports that Germany is now in talks with China as well.
As well, they should be. They can't trust this country anymore. I mean, and it's so bad now, I think, that even... Because they all know how our country operates, and in another 3 years, another president could be here, right? But I don't think they're even willing to just continue to entertain this country because, in another 3 years, maybe you switch gears, but then 4 more years down the road, you could have Trump 2.0 again. Yeah. So, why would you continue putting your eggs in that fucking crazy volatile basket?
Yep.
I
don't blame
you.
Liberal?
When you start talking about China, like I say, shaping, like I say, the bottom line is, now you got the UK. They got to go to the guy that they robbed. You know what I mean? They robbed them from all them years after World War II. Prior to that, when they tried to conquer him, China, he knows his history. So what I'm saying is, all the people that fucked over China are now going to him with hat in hand. Because China has just consistently kept building.
They got shit that they can aim in the sky. I mean, I'm just saying. And they can hit a button, and whatever's in that section of sky is going to fall out just like the juice is gone. They have that, and they know that.
I don't think China uses that option. For me, like when I look at China, I think they're more economic.
China is like they say, is like if you go there and you see what it's all about, you know you've been lied to by everybody in the UK, England. They all fucked over this country. They stole everything and moved it with the guy, their guy moved to Taiwan. If you go to Taiwan right now, a friend of mine went over to Taiwan, he come back, he goes, holy fuck. It's like going back to the United States. It's fucking like the capital, Taipei. It's like, it's just disintegrating because there's like 60% of the people, they're living from paycheck to paycheck. It's like they're going to want to come back. The majority of the people want to go back to China. Why would you want to deal with a fucking country that's failing? United States. It's what? I mean, it's like it ain't rocket scientists. Who do you want to go with? A country that's flourishing and using all kinds of infrastructure that's going to use tons of chips that's going to make you prosperous? Or do you want to go to a country that's stealing all the money from the people by feeding the war machine? Them days are over. Them days are over.
Well, keep in mind, Butch, in the United States, 60% of us live paycheck to paycheck as well.
Right. I understand.
And I've been to China. I've been to Shanghai and I've been to Hong Kong.
When was the last time you were there?
2 years ago. So
okay, you know then.
Yeah. So I've never viewed China as a military. They're not like the U.S. where we use our military to bargain, right? Like they have invested a lot of money into like Africa, and they're trying to invest into Europe and whatever. And we see, and the problem that we're having now is we just saw the great $1 trillion deal between Canada, our neighbor, and China a couple days ago. Right. Like, and even Carney said, I didn't want to go this route, but I had no choice. And so when you have no choice, you have to think what is good for your country. Like,
but I'm saying when he went to China, he went there and like behind closed doors, he came there. He had to say to Sheikh, I'm sorry that we participated and we fucked your country them years ago and we did what we did. There was 35 million plus fucking people that were off. The highest in World War II was China. What they did to China was a crime.
Right, correct. Yeah, China and Russia, right. They had the highest casualties. Yep, you're right.
But I say, but they, in our history books, it's fucking Russia. No, it was Japan, Germany, it was the UK. They all went in there to get their peace. Why? That's why they had the strong navy.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're talking about here exactly. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying. He had to have his hat in hand because if somebody robs you, you don't forget that.
Who?
Canada.
Hat in hand to, okay.
Beijing, like I say.
Okay.
Right. He's the one that they had to give forgiveness. He would have had to ask for my forgiveness if he robbed me. Somebody come in and rob, like I say, and I just went status quo, and I didn't go aggressively to try to take him out or do what I want to do. But then down the road, because I was patient, when you go behind closed doors and you come to me, it's going to be like, yeah, here's what I want you to answer me. And you have to degrade yourself to ask for forgiveness. And that's what they all need to do, because China was fucked by these fucking Zionists, and that's what they are. They're all that fucking way. And that ain't going to happen in China. It's not. There's nothing bigger than the party. Nothing. And I'm just going like, if you read the history.
All right, we get it. You love China, Butch. You talk about China every time you come up here. I get it. You love China.
I'm just excited. It ain't love.
You love China. It's fine.
I like the government. I like the way it operates, and it should operate like that here. So I surrendered to China.
Well, I don't know that it should fully operate the way China operates, because like they don't have access to Google, they don't have access to YouTube. They are very restricted in what they can see. Their apps are very restricted. They have a social credit score. I don't personally, as an individual, I don't really care for that. Economically speaking, Sure, they're greater, but they are very limited in what they can do. They don't have as many freedoms as we do. Is it a trade-off? I guess. I don't know, but it's,
Hey, Lib, you know what? I'm glad that you brought this up because I've always wanted to ask, what's the difference between a social credit score and our credit score system?
Social credit score has to do with your behavior in society. The other has to do with whether or not you pay back your bills on time, how much credit available you have to you, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure. So wouldn't you argue that our credit score is how you behave with money, and theirs is more like behavioral? Okay. So
I'm pretty sure they also have a credit type score.
Sure. Yeah, you're right.
That may be built into their into their social credit score, but
So the reason I bring it up is because there's one thing that I think China does that we always fight against is the CCTV, right? Like, we're all being spied on as it is now. It's just behind the scenes. The difference is CCTV gives a perception that you're being spied on, so people commit less crimes because you feel like you're always being spied on. Whereas we in America, we know we're being spied on, but because we don't see it, like the CIA knows what we're doing right now. If they wanted to, they could actually record this and do whatever. But yet they put it in their face. And there's a difference between perception and knowing, right? Like, if you feel like you're always being spied on, you tend to commit less crimes. And listen, I'm not a big fan of China either. I think they have a lot of problems. I think they've done great things, and I think they've done really terrible things. Just like our country, right? Like, just our country has done the same thing, right? Like, we've done really good things and really terrible things. I've always, I guess, from your perspective, I'd like to know the differences between is it okay to have CCTV? Like, if we decided in America, we're going to record everything around the country for our safety.
We do record everything around the fucking country.
Right, but it's not perceived. That's what I mean. Like, there's a difference between feeling safe and actually being safe.
Well, they don't realize but we are.
There's a couple of competing things here where you have private companies that will put up cameras, right, on their property. And then the government can go in there with warrants and get that stuff if they need it. To me, that's fine. If it's a private company, private business, private land, you put up however many cameras you want to. But when the government starts putting cameras up to monitor people and uses AI face tracking technology and/or scanning your license plates and shit, or drives around just scanning everybody's license plate, I have a problem with that because it's
they do it openly. They do it openly.
Right.
But what I'm saying. Let me say this to you.
Well,
the bottom line is when Thomas and me, we left, we were down in Shenzhen. We came, he left his laptop on a ledge because he had to fuck around with his shoe anyways. And he did, and he got it, and we walked out, we left. We got back to the flat, and it was he goes, fuck, I left my laptop. I go, oh, yeah. It's well, I got to call that. I go, let's just go back. We went back, and it was sitting right on the ledge, right out with public, with people sitting at the tables, people walking by. But it was sitting there because no one is going to steal it because it's not theirs. That's the difference. It's the culture. These people are not like the people here.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. Okay. The question was about surveillance and
surveillance on the government.
So to me, if a private company wants to do it, that's one thing. But when the government starts doing it, that's totally different. And see, now we're working with private organizations. For example, in Mississippi, they've got these fucking license plate readers that will then run your tag for insurance purposes. And so this private company, this private company has come up with this thing, and this company that some of these municipalities are using, it's operated by one fucking guy, one dude. The owner is also the guy that answers the goddamn phone when you call. It's weird. Anyway, but they're getting these multi-million-dollar contracts with these cities. And so what they do is anytime the AI gets a hit, they send it over to a cop. This cop is paid commission for every signature he writes on the ticket, because the private company can't issue a ticket. The cop has to issue the ticket. So they send it over. It's, pre-written or whatever with the information. And then the cop will sign it and he'll get his commission checks. That is fucked up beyond imagination, because what happens is they use only like Mississippi's database. Well, when I first got here, the insurance that I had was still from a previous state. Yet whenever whenever it runs the fucking license plate, it determines you don't have insurance. And so it sent my wife a ticket even though I was driving the vehicle. Right? So she gets the ticket even though I'm driving the vehicle and we have insurance. So I had to fucking, it's like $350. They wanted me to just pay that organization. I could go to a website run by that private company. Not the city, the private company. And then you pay that private company money, and that's what it's all about. Like, that's where the U.S. is. This is a transactional shit. It's not even about national security. It's fucked up. So that's how we operate, and I don't like it.
So, Lib, I can assume that you're also against, like, the privatization of prisons?
Yes.
In the same way?
There should not be a private prison, nor should any person...
There should not be a profit motive to it. Yep.
Right, nor should any person be forced to, coerced, or anything to work. If they want to sit there on their ass throughout their entire prison sentence, that should be their right. And and if you are going to pay them, you should have to pay them a fucking minimum wage at the very least. And you shouldn't be taking, because now they'll send prisoners to McDonald's and then take 40% of their check for transportation and laundry.
Yeah. So quote unquote transportation and laundry. Right. Yeah. Even though they had to do laundry anyways. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I agree with you, Lib. I think there are certain things that we take advantage of, like the I guess the prison complex, right? Like that should not be privatized, because we are not encouraging paying a debt to society. We are encouraging people to stay in prison, right? Like that's right.
There should be no incentive to fill beds for a prison, because then greedy people will be like, well, we need more people in here. So can you make something else illegal so that we can make more criminals, please?
Exactly.
It's and that's now I want to play
CCTV.
I've got the video. I've got my Premiere Pro going, and I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything here, but let's try, because now I can slow it down. Let's see here.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's frame by frame. That's good.
Now I'm trying to see if we can see a pew pew on his person, or so forgive me. This This may not be the most riveting, entertaining shit, but...
So I see 4 ICE officers on one guy right now, and a 5th that's kind of off to the side. Is that what you see?
1, 2, 3, 4, yes, 5.
And then 1 off to the side, right? Like,
yeah.
So he's on the ground at this point.
Yep.
By 2 officers, it looks like right now.
3, I think. I think there's another one on the other side.
Oh, there's a 3rd. Yeah, you're right. There's 3. It's 3 on 1 right now.
And see, the motherfuckers are blocking, so you can't really see shit. And then here comes the guy that ends up running away.
Yeah. See, the problem is, too, like, you have that one guy in jeans and a gray jacket. That's an ICE officer.
Right.
Yeah, there's, like, it's hard to tell, because they're not wearing, like, a uniform. Like, it's
all right, let's see.
So right now we have 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so there's 4. Nothing there. I mean, look how tight this guy's pants are, right?
Yep.
Let me see if I can zoom in even more. You can see his waistline. There is nothing from here to here. And when it gets the back shot of him, because I think it shows his back a little bit, there's nothing there. So let's see where the point that this guy pulls out his firearm. Let's see. Because it's this guy here, I think, that shoots. All right. The hell was that? Okay, so see, you can see his back. Yeah, you can see his back, and there's no gun here. So the only place that a gun might have been would have been over here, because even if he had something in his ankle, he wouldn't have been able to get to it. Okay. All right, let's see.
Now, keep in mind, he could have a weapon on him, but it doesn't mean he's going to draw it. Like,
right. And just the ICE agent seeing the weapon, if there is one. I don't think that there is one, but just seeing it is not enough to shoot.
Right. And especially if he's running away.
Now, what they might claim is he grabbed for my gun. Okay, so we can see his gun right here, and he's starting to reach for it. You see right here. There he goes. He's got his gun now.
Yep.
He's got the gun. Now let's watch this bitch. And at this point, okay, he's still with his face on the ground, y'all. With his face on the ground, squatted in like a Frogger, in like a Frogger position.
I still see no weapon.
And this little cocksucker, he's about to put his gun up this dude's ass.
And count how many ICE agents. 1, 2, 3, 4 that we can see in the front.
Yeah,
plus
1,
the fifth
2,
on the
3,
side.
4, and then this guy. Yeah. Okay, so at this point, he doesn't even. So this guy is already running after this guy starts pulling out his service weapon.
You're right.
Damn,
he grabbed the weapon before he even started running. Yeah.
Okay, no, I can't really see. I wish I could clean that up. I wish I could do like Criminal Minds where they enhance image, and then it like
3Ds it and you go on the top. Yeah.
All right, let's see. So this is I can't really. Well, it looks like he still has his gun on him, in his holster. Do you see that? Or maybe that's a shadow.
Yeah. Can you go back a little bit? Yeah.
Okay, so
there he is in the white shirt, right? That's the guy. The suspect on the ground.
Right. This is the guy on the ground. But look, he's got. Yeah. I don't think he pulls it out here. Or maybe he does, and it just looks like it's still there. Yeah, he had to have. Okay, yeah, I think that's a shadow. So this is missing the gun. Let's watch it again. Let's go back. Let's see what it looks like before. Okay, yeah. So there's a gun there.
He definitely grabs it right there. That's where he grabs it.
He's got it.
And it gets covered by that guy's leg. That's what ends up happening. So the guy, the ICE officer in the jeans covers it. And then we still see the suspect on his knees in the white shirt.
Right. Now he starts to get up right here, if you notice that. So he was in a Frogger position, but this guy took one of his arms off of him to grab his gun. And now that guy's standing up. Oh, and I think I heard the shot right there. Yeah, I think they fired.
So the guy's still on his knees on the ground and they fired. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you literally have 5 agents on him. He's on his knees and you fired. And look at what the guy in the front. The guy in the front starts walking away because he heard the shot and he didn't want to deal with it.
Okay, so let's watch this guy in the jeans. Okay, now let's play. I'm going to play it so we can see. Actually, let me get rid of this big view so I can look at the audio. I'm going to try to find where the first shot was at. I think it's I think it's right here.
Right there. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah.
Okay, so let me go. Yeah, right there. It's very quiet, though. All right, so right here, and he had already taken it. That guy was kind of standing up.
Yep, you can hear it.
And
Boom.
now, look, you can see his other arm here start to come around.
Oh, shit.
And he was done. I'm trying to see if somebody else had their pistol out.
That red. Do you see that red person in the background?
Oh, she's recording.
She's recording. I bet you that's going to come out.
We need that. We need that video. I bet they arrested that woman.
Apparently, she's being arrested.
Oh yeah, I imagine. Yeah, I imagine they would have because they're going to try to get that footage.
Yep. I mean, she's right there. Yeah, she's right there.
And then watch this. Look how long. Watch how long he walks back without firing. And now watch. This guy's still on the ground, and then he starts firing.
Yeah. He's on the ground. Look, his toes up and everything. Like, what threat is that guy? Like, I mean.
But his Second Amendment can't be used to protect his First Amendment. So we just watched, while that guy was still face down, that ICE agent had grabbed that gun.
Yep.
We saw it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a reason why all the ICE agents all left at the same time. Because they all knew.
Let's look it up and see if we have any more information about this. I don't think we will have much. ICE agent shot a man in Minneapolis. Senator born in Tim Walz called on. Just spoke with the White House. Okay, that's not news. Or that's not new, I should say. This is the third shooting incident in Minneapolis. Took place just blocks from where Renee Good was killed. Wow, look at this. I'm gonna show this.
Rara is saying they detained the lady in red, the one who was recording on the other side.
Yeah, no, I imagine they probably did. They want that recording. Yeah. That's the only reason why they would have detained her, is to steal that recording. Another angle where you can hear shots really well. Now, I may have already shown that, and let me pull it up here real quick. Because there was one where it was like the guy was in the car.
Hey, remember this guy?
I don't remember that guy. Let's see here. Messages. Oh, I'll have to do message requests probably. And okay, here we go. Another angle. For some reason, it's not showing any videos shared with me, and it says this message type isn't supported. Hold on, I'll have to get it from my phone. Motherfucker. For some reason, the browser version of TikTok doesn't... the messages there don't work like they do on the phone. So I'm going to... Hopefully I can copy that over, though. Let's see. And let me click. There we go. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, that's the one that I had already played, I believe. Yep. Yeah, I've got it right here. So let me pull that up, too. I should probably download it, actually. Where the hell did I put that? I got so much shit open right now, y'all. I mean, this is, look, it's going to keep happening, and somebody's going to kill an ICE officer. It's going to happen. They're just going to probably walk up to them and just put a gun right up underneath their chin and pull the trigger. So, I mean, if ICE agents are that racist and they hate people of color that much, that they'll put their own lives at risk for nothing.
Well, wasn't there a report like 2 weeks ago that there was a memo leak that most ICE agents said they didn't even want to go to Minneapolis and they had to find volunteers for it?
Yeah, like I've heard that, which means the ones that are there, wanted to be there because they're fucking psychopaths.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I need to download this one too. Let's see, copy video URL. It won't let me. I don't, what else do you say about it? It's fucking tragic. We'll hear more information about it. We already knew this was coming. This isn't going to be the last shooting by ICE. They're going to kill more people. Yeah. Democrats are going to be like, well, go vote. Go vote. You got to go vote.
Yeah, exactly. Just based on what you did, we can determine that the guy was on his knees, and then there was 5 agents around him. The guy drew his gun, and then he was on his back, and then he shot. We can hear the shot after he was on his back, and we can see the toes up. So, again, social justice versus let's have an investigation and actually figure this out. And I have a feeling our administration is going to say, yeah, there was no investigation. We're going to just call them a domestic terrorist, and that's it. Like that's the end of the story. That's my biggest problem. Let there be an investigation, because every shooting, whether it's local or state officers that do it, there's an investigation. We decide, like we the people decide if there was a justification for the shooting or not. And the fact that they're not allowing that sits really wrong for me.
Yeah, now, Ann, I saw that picture. Do we know that that's the guy? I've got a picture here. Let me put it up here if it'll come into focus. It's trying to find my face. This appears to be, I don't know if that's supposed to be the guy or not. Prior to the shooting, I assume that appears to be the same place. So
the guy with a beard, I see
yes,
a beard on him.
Appears to be a protester, and he's got a cell phone in his hand. There said he had 2 magazines. You mean the ICE agent had 2 magazines, or the protester had 2 magazines? And the guy that's standing in front of him in that picture, I don't think is the guy that shot him, although damn it, I closed down Premiere Pro. Let me open it back up.
It says on the UK TV a 51-year-old man was shot and killed in Minnesota.
Yeah, the guy in that picture doesn't look 51 to me, but, some people age well. That's crazy. All right, time for the Insurrection Act is trending on Twitter, by the way. So let me get this straight. These fucking, radical, sycophantic fucks on X are like, you got to do the Insurrection Act after you shot a protester.
That makes sense. We all know X is riddled by bots, right? Like we've already proven that. So the one thing that I take solace in, Lib, is even with the Insurrection Act, there has never been a time that our voting has been delayed or canceled completely.
Right.
Even
but if you have military members outside of polling places, you don't need to cancel it. You can just detain everybody. Right here is allegedly an image of a pew-pew that they found on the person. But again, Second Amendment says you can have a pew-pew, bitch. So
wait, what was that pew-pew? I don't recognize it at all.
It looks like it kind of looks. Yeah, that's not a Glock.
It looks like a dart gun.
It's
that's what, right?
Yeah, I don't know what kind it is.
What's on the top?
I think that's an extra magazine.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here. I'm going to see if I can't pull up some more images here. Okay. Minneapolis shooting, protesters are putting, garbage cans and plastic chairs. How dare these people do that? Oh, shit. Look at this. It's going down, y'all.
Running after some of the protesters.
He's walking away from the scene. We will keep monitoring.
Seems like trying to effect an arrest. And you see there, they've tackled someone into the ground.
Let's see what else we got.
Thanks for doing nothing to help anyone.
Nothing here. We can X that out.
Lethal weapons, but
hey, Lib, can you reset that thing?
Yeah, so the police
again when they were all chasing them. Like,
what about it?
So, like in the beginning when they started chasing and tackling, like, all the protesters seemed to be off the road and like not interfering with them. From what I saw, they just started chasing some guy.
Well, this protester right here just threw something, and of course, you can't throw snowballs. But there's for the record, guys, there is a general strike that's happening. Businesses are shutting down. People aren't going to work. People aren't buying shit. And, I'd say if you catch somebody out there buying shit, keep tab of who the scabs are. Okay. The general strike is at this point, you have to.
Union talk. I like that. Yeah.
You have to. But this, I guess, is why they're calling for the Insurrection Act, because, it's funny. Protesters show up. Federal officers show up there in mass to, get them to stop? I don't ever understand that. If the federal agents were to just walk away and go somewhere else, none of that would be looking like that. And then if you go outside, right, if you go outside of the areas where this is happening, I bet Minneapolis still looks like, it's business as usual.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, absolutely right.
And I wonder how much of this is just designed to rage bait us into doing shit elsewhere.
Okay, so let me ask you. So let's say tomorrow Donald Trump decides to do the Insurrection Act. What's the difference? What does that mean? Military law?
That means military can be police. They can detain and arrest you as police would. Yep.
Yeah.
Kind of martial law, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's part it's part of it. I mean, martial law describes a series of things, but that's, that even goes to courts, and, when the courts are ineffective, martial law essentially is, where the government is having to take over the functions of government that aren't working. But in this case, our courts are still operational, so.
Yeah, that's what I understood. The courts are still operational. We saw that in kind of LA.
Here, but it's
right.
Yeah, and I think they tried to I think they're trying to
amendment, right?
They're trying to saturate the courts to the point of, where they aren't as functional anymore.
Yes.
So that Trump can be like, the courts aren't working. We're going to fix it. I tell you what's wild, though, is only having 60 people in here while we're talking about this. That's wild to me. So I don't know. Share this out, guys. That doesn't.
Sure. I got you.
I'm trying to. Anti-ICE leftists have stormed the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport, infuriating travelers. Let's look at this here. Let's pull this up. This is fucking crazy. Oh, Chip is back. Let's see.
Chip, how you doing, brother? I saw you at 3 a.m. on somebody else's live.
Yeah, look at that though. Holy shit, that's a lot of fucking people in one spot.
Yeah, that's a general protest. And by the way, Lib, I have not seen a MSM, a major news network, talk about this at all. They've been ignoring this.
This should be top news over for like the next couple days, like the general strike.
But
right?
you know they you know, I don't know that they will. Here we go. Here's another video of the fucking chaos ensuing right now. Unfortunately, some of this is cut off. Let me have to redo that, but
that's what John Bobbitt said.
Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. This is like, you remember when COVID, you'd go out during COVID and like, it's like nobody out, nobody driving around. Like Friday morning when everybody's supposed to go to work and there's like no cars on the road. We're seeing that dystopia now, I think. Anyway, Chip, welcome back. I assume you have seen the shooting.
I caught little glimpses of it while you were showing it. I didn't see the details you went over, but either way, it's just more part and parcel. I did want to let you know why you only have 57 people in here.
Why?
Because TikTok recently took a major pivot, and they're now obviously it's owned by the Ellisons now, and they're drastically downcycling all content across multiple platforms, but especially this one. So you're not making it to the For You page for anybody.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't. I only say that because I've seen other creators, Democratic creators who are not suffering, low numbers. But then again, I'm very, very opposed to the iCountry.
That's the thing. That's what's getting you in trouble is the number of mentions of that name throughout your history. So they're filtering for that now big time. Same thing on X, by the way. People that have been on X for the last couple of years with massive reach, like hundreds of thousands of followers, I'm not seeing their content come across my feed at all. I have to go search for their page.
Yeah, it's somebody the other day said they couldn't even share my live. It wouldn't let them share it. So,
they've decided to completely clamp down on this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, I guess. There's not much we can do about that aside from somebody's going to have to come up with new platform. I'm not a programmer. I don't, I wouldn't even know the first thing about it, but somebody's going to have to.
Upscrolled. Have you heard of Upscrolled? That's a new one that's come out. It's, still in its infancy, but a lot of people are pushing that one because it's not controlled by who. At least I don't think it is. But it talks to a bigger problem that why is it that, a minute, tiny fraction of our population, even among that small subset, those who play the game, why are they able to consolidate and control this much power and wealth in our country?
I don't know. Ziotalk, hey, it's good to see you. Look at this picture, though. Like, this is crazy. Is this here in the U.S.? They're trying to say it is, but I'm trying to. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is because this, L.A. Is this Minneapolis? Surely not.
Don't call me Shirley.
It's going good. I mean, it's going okay, I guess. Just trying to get through some of this shit. I'm trying to find more like videos because that lady. Oh shit. Okay, so this is happening at the scene. This is the scene of where the shooting happened. Let me show you what this looks like. This is what America is now, folks. I mean, look at this shit. What the fuck? Tiananmen Square, y'all. And see, look, MAGA will look at that and they'll say, well, you have to get out of the way, right? And so if you get run over, you're violating law, and there's no, but they don't understand the context of it. Like they just killed somebody. Of course, people are pissed.
Well, my context is why are our local government using military grade vehicles? That does not look like a military grade vehicle.
Well, that started under Bill Clinton, I believe, is when they started working with the federal government to send them all of their old shit. But I think this is ICE here. This is a federal, but yeah, I mean, the local police got to do something. The local police have to do something. Jonathan, you can come up. I don't see your request. Oh, shit, I got a bunch of people requesting. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't get a notification that anybody was trying to get up.
You're good. You're good. I just wanted to say, to answer Chip's question about why somebody's allowed to consolidate so much wealth and power in this country, it's because we live in a corrupt corporatist system where the government is owned by corporations and billionaires. Larry Ellison also owns the 6th largest island in Hawaii. I don't know if anybody knows that. He owns an entire island in the state of Hawaii.
That's fucking nuts, y'all. Now, Bunny, please let me know if that was on purpose or not. Bunny accidentally comes up here all the time. Oh, I think it was an accident. Anyway, yeah, Jonathan, go ahead and finish. I'm gonna step out for a second, so y'all go ahead and chat.
Well,
but
billionaires like Larry Ellison can easily consolidate control over the economy because we don't have any antitrust regulations in this country that are actually adequate at ensuring fair competition and ownership. In addition, he also can borrow against his assets and just continuously accumulate more and more and more assets to become richer and richer and richer, and the system just keeps perpetuating itself. And you can bet that Larry Ellison is also a big donor to people in Congress and also people who are running for office at the state, the local, and the federal level. So the system just keeps re-perpetuating in itself, and it never stops. No one ever does anything about it. It's a corrupt, crony, corporatist system. You should come up, Ziotalk, by the way, but that's my answer.
No, I agree with you. I was posing it more rhetorically. I think you hit the nail on the head. The other part I would add to it, and again, this is not to be mean-spirited, it's just observational. And it's not bigoted, because there are plenty of nice people that aren't in this part of the subset. But this group of people, like 65% of the billionaires in the United States, come from a group of people that make up less than 2.4% of our population. That is very uncanny.
And just like in the 1860s, plantation owners were 1% of the population, but they controlled literally every branch of government at the state, the local, and the federal level. So we're dealing with a 21st century oligarchy, just like the Civil War was a battle against oligarchy back in the day, and political oligarchy. It's the same here too.
Yeah, and historically, and this I didn't know this until I delved into it. But historically, this has happened over and over again. Randy Fine, the congressman from Florida, said this publicly. Didn't fill in the second part of the sentence, but he said, our people, meaning he wears small headgear, he said, our people have been kicked out of every place we've ever lived for absolutely no fault of our own. And if you go back historically and listen to the historical context within which the expulsions took place, it's always the same thing thematically, not exactly the same circumstances, but basically it comes down to things like infiltration, subversion, influence peddling. And I'm not saying that every person who comes from this lineage matriarchally or religiously behaves this way, but I am saying that the predominant repetitive behavior comes from those among this group. It's cut from that cloth that then plays itself out the same way, which then leads to inevitable backlash when it negatively impacts society, most notably from compound interest, which is called usury, which transfers wealth from a large number of people who struggle to the small who control the financial system. And we're seeing more and more of that right now. And it's happening on a global scale. And then they're consolidating power using things like the U.S. military, the U.S. political system, and all of its other
the mass surveillance state, right? All these companies that are partnering with U.S. law enforcement.
By the way, it's for people that are saying, "Oh, this is." It's not just those people; it's those who also think and act and behave from the same cloth.
That's right.
That are similarly aligned ideologically, even though they're not from the tribe. They're lauded for being supporters of tribal behavior, and therefore they're welcome as allies.
I mean, childbearing hips Elon Musk is South African, and I mean he still is subservient to that system. So
yeah,
crazy.
Sickening.
I have a feeling Abdul has something to say about that. Abdul?
Hey, liberal, you remember me?
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah.
All right.
That's why I figured you'd have something to say about it. Well, we're talking about the pew-pewing generally, but they brought up the reasons that my numbers are so shat right now, despite the craziness going on, which is that, Israel controls this shit, and Israel now is shadow banning effectively accounts that aren't friendly to Israel.
Yeah, I mean that's possible. I think what happens is a lot of lives are popular at first, and then people start networking with each other because they meet new people on a live that's like got like over 100 people or over 500 people, and then inevitably, it's naturally it divides up into different lives. People start their own thing, and so the original live that was popular is gonna come down. It's just a cycle. It's not a conspiracy in my opinion.
Yeah, I go for last week, every day last week, I had over 150 people watching. At one point, I had almost 400 watching. So you think they split since last week?
Yeah, it happens. People, they start networking, they start adding friends, then they start going to their lives. Because the thing with TikTok is you can only be on one live at a time, which I think
that's actually not true.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had a guy that was on a Zio live while he was on this live at the same time. Yeah.
You mean on the panel or
fake,
like in the chat?
a fake Democrat, as I should say. It's a Democrat that's actually a fucking Zio. Yeah.
Depends how many accounts you have.
No,
well,
when
it's
you mean
the
you
same
can be on
account.
more than one live at a time, do you mean on the panel or in the chat?
No, on the panel. Yeah, Zio was there. Zio, you saw it. Am I lying?
He was on both panels, and it was not just he. He had several people in this live on the panel, and they were on another panel.
Yeah, matter of fact, I could test it right now. I could go on somebody's live. Let me find one. I'll go join it. Let's see, Ethan Baum.
I want to say to you, the reason why I'm up here, because I thought, they're following me. I've been posting. I've not been going on any American lives. I've been posting. They've taken down 10 of my postings and been giving me strike after strike. So this is going to be taken away because I'm not going to give up on being relentless against those horrible people, those demonic subhuman creatures. I'm not going to do it. Now that it's fully transferred over, people are saying that multiple lives are being shadow bananaed, because if you are not for those people and for the administration, they're going to fuck your shit up. They also have new ways where you cannot make money. They're not promising you anything. If you get 20 million views, you're not promised not one single penny. So that's changing. The monetization is changing. So you guys, we're just basically screwed.
No, it's shekels. You forgot to say shekels.
Shekels. Thank you, Ray Day.
I'm not going to come back and try to fight this shit.
Shekels.
People that own it now, because we're fucked. So they've gotten it. They've taken it over like BB Milkowski said that they need to get control of it, and they did.
It's a weapon of war to them. Yeah.
Yep.
That's what he called TikTok, a weapon of war.
Just like infants and babies are weapons of war to them. And for you, Sky, Jonathan, I know that you have a hard time. I know you were pushing back on, but they run and control everything. Media, banking. I know that sounds like it's anti-Semitic, but we can give you proof. Behind every CE fucking O, there is Zionism. We have done the research, Lib and I, and they are always hiding their identity or very closely connected through their state of that hideous demonic.
It is kind of crazy. Yeah, the representation in leadership of corporations, especially in like entertainment and news and music, it's pretty wild. You throw a stone and you're going to fucking hit somebody with a hat.
Yep.
I mean, I don't have anything against people of religion or of any ethnicity, but it's something that I think is worth pointing out. Just like you were talking about, plantation owners having a higher representation. There's a reason for that. And hell, now I'm looking at this. This is unrelated really to that, but civil war breaks out in Minneapolis. Leftists storm ICE and Border Patrol agents rally for armed thug killed in self-defense. Pure chaos.
Who reported that? What website is that from?
It's a
is that a Fox News headline?
It's a USASupreme.com. Probably Greg Bovina or whatever the fuck his name is. He probably had somebody like.
Here's my question, family. With what's happening here,
crazy.
We have 400 to 500 million pews. You mean to tell me not one group decided to go out and introduce some of those to ICE? Not one group. Nobody has decided that they're going to go. Not one in all these cities, not one of these 400 to 500 million pews have found their way in unaliving any one of those people. Something is not right here. We know the Proud Boys, the Boogaloos, the J6, we know they're all ICE agents now. And we know that the local police and they're all involved in this shit. What are the people going to do? We're supposed to have our arms for a tyrannical government. How come that hasn't kicked in?
Yeah, I wonder if the reason for that is either people are afraid to be unalived or they're waiting for somebody else to do something so that they don't feel like they're doing it alone. You know what I mean? Like where the phenomena is where somebody hears somebody screaming and they're like, well, there's a bunch of people down there and somebody else will deal with it. And everybody else is also thinking the same thing where, well, somebody else is going to, handle that situation. And so then nobody does because everybody's thinking the same thing.
Or maybe all of the pews are in the hands of people who enjoy this. Maybe liberals need to stop all that whining and complaining and trying to wait for 2026 and get your goddamn asses to those stores and start arming yourselves, because this is not going to end well with you bringing bubblegum to a pew fight.
Yeah, it's true. Amen. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's let me show an example though. Lonnie shared this video with me yesterday. Damn it, I hope I can find it. It's this guy, he's like, I've never been in favor of pews, but I went out and I got me an AR-15, but this goober fucking Gomer Pyle looking dude, and I'm like, we're all fucked. If this is the guy willing to come out and get a pew, we're all fucking gonna die, guys. Like,
why is it always the people that are armed in this country always look like they're on the Arkansas sex offender registry? That's my question. Why are all the German fascists were so well dressed and they had such an aesthetic. Like, get it, girl, you get it, Germans, right? And then it's like our fascists always look like they're the manager of the Burger King at fucking Gary, Indiana.
That's exactly what this dude looked like too. I mean, I've got to find this video. It's so fucking funny.
They just pew today. Wasn't in front of a Dunkin' Donuts or some.
It was
some donut shop. Yeah,
it was a donut shop. Yeah. It's like you're gonna go protest at a donut shop. You know the cops are gonna show up. What are you doing, bro?
I was gonna say breaking news: law enforcement hangs out outside a donut shop. Fork found in kitchen. Right? Yeah.
Oh God! Wait, but somebody in your comments said a third person was just unalived. I don't know if you can confirm that.
I did see an alleged shooting in a map that I had up earlier. So that may be true. Let me check my Discord real quick. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Also,
buddy.
I know, obviously, hi. I know, obviously, the pew-pewings are awful, but let's not forget that they're also taking children. There was that 5-year-old. He was wearing his cute little bunny hat and his little Spider-Man backpack, and he's being detained with his father and taken to one of the worst detention centers where we've already got people complaining because their infants have diarrhea because they only have tap water to use with formula.
Oh my God.
People are literally losing pounds because they're not getting enough water or food there. And we're taking children there now.
Well,
Like similar.
but they're enemies, Bunny. They're terrorists in it. Those 5-year-olds are very dangerous. Their bottles could have laced milk in it. They're terrorists, and this is going to continue to happen.
Well,
they could be wearing the
and they go boom boom in diaper, okay?
Right.
They go boom boom in diaper.
And their lunchbox. Yeah.
Like, I know we're making jokes about it, but my heart is broken.
But stop breaking this,
them.
Bunny. What do we do? We need to stop having broken hearts and having ourselves get real vicious and
fucking rage.
Yes, rage.
So I'm raging.
Rage. Some of us are going
controlled rage, though. I mean, that's important.
Controlled rage, but we need Luigi's, and we need people also who are going to do things in the legislature. That's fine, but we need to let them know we're not going to tolerate this shit. And most importantly, don't forget, these are not deputies. I mean, they've been deputized, but these are thugs that were just let out of jail. These are the Proud Boys and all the other racist pieces of shit. This is who's doing this.
I disagree. I think ICE is doing a professional job, and it's a necessity at this time because just the amount of neglect from previous administrations in dealing with the problem of the illegals. So drastic times call for desperate measures.
It's Maverick, I'll let you handle this one.
You said necessity. Necessity, why? What have illegals done to you personally?
Where are you located, Abdul?
And please tell me what laws a 5-year-old on his way home from fucking preschool could have possibly broken. I'll wait.
No, the family is illegal, so they're going to be deported. And
he was not.
They weren't. Abdul, I think your information is incorrect because the father was not illegal. The father actually was going to court hearings and was here with permission under asylum claims. That he was in the process.
Following the legal process.
That's correct. So he wasn't illegal. Let's get that straight.
He's not a citizen. Appointments.
It doesn't matter. You can be in this country and not be a citizen and have permission and be here legally.
You look like
welcome to America, bitch.
You just look like you crawled out of Genie's bottle. Where the fuck are you from, Abdul?
I'm from the 51st state.
He's in the bottle. Somebody needs to rub Abdul's sides.
Abdul, I think you're playing in our faces because you can't possibly walk around looking like that, like you're from like the 7th century, and come up here and fucking play in our faces.
Well, that's your opinion.
Well, no. First of all, you're wearing a turban, which means Shiite. So
he's from the Ottoman Empire. That's where he's from.
No. I think he's one of those guys that makes $7,000 off of every video from the Zionists. That's what I think he is. Yeah, I think that's what he is. He's
what have I said that's so controversial?
Oh, hold on real quick. Okay. Yeah, they got you. Thank you, Zio. Zio, it was always a pleasure. It's good to see you. Good to see you again.
Love you, Zio.
Yeah, they got her. I knew that wouldn't last long. I'm surprised she was able to stay as long as she did. But yeah, it's been a while since I've seen her on my panel, so it's great.
So first of all, Abdul said he's from the 51st state. You're not even part of America, so your opinion means shit to us.
The 51st state will be part of America.
Well,
it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit what will be. You're not part of it, so go fuck yourself.
Abdul, there is no 51st state, so you're telling us that you don't exist?
Exactly.
Well, not at the moment, but I'm pretty sure it's going to happen.
Well, has somebody ever tried to rub your sides?
What do you mean?
To get wishes?
Oh, look, I'm a Muslim. This is how I'm a traditional conservative type Muslim.
No, you're a Shiite.
You've seen me before.
Shiites wear turbans. Muslims
no, I'm not a
do
Shia. I'm a Sunni Muslim.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you would understand that you're not part of America because you're saying 51st state. You're not part of America. So I don't give a shit what you have to say. Like, I love Muslims.
I've seen plenty of Canadians and other British people and other people from other countries come on liberals. live and discuss with him.
Yes,
Sure,
that's true.
But they didn't. Did they say they're the 51st state? Liberal?
So they all have to have the same. We have to have the same perspective to be here. Like, come on.
No,
I don't think that.
No, look. Abdul is welcome on the panel. I would have dropped him if he wasn't. He was up here last time, and I poke at the outfit, and I apologize. I probably shouldn't do that. But the last time you were here, you weren't wearing that, and it just is funny to me because it is kind of genie-esque. So I apologize.
You remember what we were discussing last time?
Yeah, that's why I knew that you would disagree with the things that we were saying. I remember the conversation. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So
I think ICE is doing a great job. That's all.
Okay, so I'm not going to denigrate or insult anybody. So I hear a lot of that point of view, by the way. I'm glad you had a chance to get on here and share it because we need to hear from people who think differently. Here's one of my responses. Sure. I have very mixed feelings about this. I'm an American, born and raised. It's fair that if a previous administration had a more lax policy that didn't enforce the law, that somebody who wants to decide to do it differently can make that choice if that's the predominant majority vote in that administration. That's our system. However, having said that, the way in which one goes about enforcing the law makes a difference. So we have the Constitution. I don't want to assume that you have an intimate knowledge of that. Are you aware of what our constitutional protections are according to interactions with law enforcement?
Yeah, I read the Bill of Rights, and I know about the Fifth Amendment and some other amendments.
Okay, well, that's great.
There's 27 of them, brother.
In your view, if you had to kind of size it up, what has ICE been doing that's within or abiding by that, and what are some things they've done to transgress those things? If you're aware.
First of all, as far as I know, the constitutional protections apply to American citizens.
Nope.
Incorrect.
You're wrong. Yeah.
You're wrong.
Already wrong.
No?
Yeah.
False.
So our forefathers, by the way, they distinguished between the difference between a citizen and a person on land.
That's
correct. And they did it on purpose. Like our Fifth Amendment is for people on the land. A person who can run for president, the second clause, was a citizen. There's a very big difference.
Can I finish the inquiry?
Yes, sorry, Chip, please.
Because there's a reason I do it this way, because I don't want to, stomp on somebody. So in terms of that, yeah, they're right. So we have due process. It's an important part of our system. So if you're accused of something, there's a procedure, whether it's being detainment, arrest, imprisonment, courts. It's all delineated by law. And so the question is, if enforcing immigration law is the standard that people are emphasizing, which I think is fair, then obviously following the law according to due process and constitutionally protected rights has to be included in adherence to said law. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would definitely agree.
Okay, so I think the grievance that many people have is some people disagree with the policy, fair enough, and they may protest that. But under our system, and this has been decided by the Supreme Court, and they have to interpret some of this stuff, that, for example, if I want to go outside and stand on a public area, not on someone's private property, not a business, not a resident, but I'm on a sidewalk or near a street or street corner, as long as I'm not physically interfering with a law enforcement officer, if I'm simply observing, filming, maybe even saying things they don't like, you're a fascist or what other name calling, that is all constitutionally protected behavior. If I'm in a vehicle and I want to observe what the officers are doing and I follow them at a reasonably safe distance and I don't interfere with their operations yet again, the officers do not have a right to stop their vehicle on the road, come back, knock on my door, threaten to break my window, threaten to arrest me, threaten to whatever else. That's not legal. That's against the law. And they're routinely doing those things. And I think that's the problem that many of us have, myself included. I have no problem. Listen, if you want to enforce the law, and it's a headache when people oppose your mission. I get that. But it's not the kind of thing that you can then decide you're going to take the law into your own hands, because it's a nuisance. Because anybody who does that, we could all say that. I don't like the fact that my neighbor's cutting the lawn at 7 a.m. I'm going to go kill the guy. It just doesn't work that way.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I have heard reports that some of these protesters are actually obstructing the law enforcement operations, in which case they themselves are committing a crime and should be arrested.
Well, fair enough. But again, getting back to police use of force, fair enough. If an ICE agent in the course of performing their duties, deems that there's a legal transgression, they do have a right under the law to interact with that person, detain them, and even arrest them if necessary. I think the challenge, again, comes down to how you approach it. So in Renee Good's case, let's just say you think she was obstructing by having her vehicle in her neighborhood on the street, and that's, quote, obstructing. Well, how you encounter that civilian and deal with that can be done in a non-escalatory fashion or an escalatory fashion. I think anybody who's a reasonable person would say that by the officer rapidly coming up to her door, trying to rip her handle to get her out of the car and screaming at her at the top of his lungs was not less escalatory, it was more escalatory. Would you agree with that?
I agree that they botched that thing, and
I'll just give you one. That's an example. That's just one example of many, many instances.
But at the same time, I want to say that Renee Good was not an angel either. Like, she was at fault as well.
I'm not claiming she was, and so if she did violate the law, she has every right under due process with
to
not
defend
excessive
herself.
Force.
How did she violate the law? That's my question. What did she do that was illegal?
Let's just say the ICE could make an argument in court that she was obstructing because her vehicle was physically in a space where ICE was moving through. Whether she was blocking them or not, that's a different story. But they could make the argument. That's plausible to a judge. What you can't do, though, is go up to somebody in the moment, scream at them at the top of your lungs. That's not professional law enforcement behavior. The problem is, it seems to the outsider looking in, is that in all of these instances, whether it's legal or not, ICE tends to use excessive force and escalatory tactics, including non-lethal and lethal force in places where it's not necessary. They bypass basic constitutional rights and civil liberties, and they use excessive force and even deadly force in cases where it's not warranted.
Yeah, and they put themselves in harm's way so that they have an excuse to shoot somebody.
They're unnecessarily escalating encounters with civilians in cases where it's not legal or not warranted. That's the point.
My question is, when these, could I ask a question? When these incidents happen, sorry, I did not mean to interrupt anybody.
No, you're fine.
When these incidents happen, why is it that the crowd that claims "don't tread on me," big government sucks, right? The crowd that claims that they're skeptical of a tyrannical government will twist themselves into pretzels trying to justify the actions of state violence, right? Why do they try to justify the actions of the agents of the state? Why are they such police apologists, the so-called big government sucks crowd? That's my question. Do they really care?
That's easy, Jonathan. That's very easy. Is because this big government now that they supposedly hate is carrying out the hateful rhetoric that they live their lives by. They don't like brown people. They don't want brown people in their neighborhoods. They don't want them buying houses next door to them. They want white people. So when these people, this big government that they supposedly claim to dislike, they only like big government when it's progressive and it's welcoming and it's inclusive. When it's white and only white and white supremacists, they love it because that's what they want. That's the country they want to live in.
I never want to hear a right-winger ever complain about big government ever fucking again.
This
is big government. This is big government in its worst form.
They're like, give me that tread mark, please, baby. Oh, I want the tread mark.
It's not even
tread
that,
all over me.
But we have a government that won't even investigate the situation. So, like I said before with you, liberal, like there is social justice. Like Chip and I could disagree on this. Obviously, we both agree on it, but we could disagree on it. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what Chip and I say because we have a judicial system that will figure it out. And our government, our federal government said within 30 minutes, we're not investigating it. She was a domestic terrorist. And that's it. That's it. That's all you need to know.
Yeah,
and that's because
they want to be able to kill us with impunity.
Right.
Just whatever he wants, he gets. That's it. Now, real quick, guys, let me show the moments leading up to the shooting of that man today. Let's watch this. So this is the guy standing there, and thank you, Raw Raw. Shout out to Raw Raw for sending this to the Discord. Let me unmute. That's him standing there. He's, I guess, in the road. God forbid. It'll come back around. You'll be able to see him, and then they push him down. So this apparently was right before he was shot. You can't stand in the road now. If you are, jaywalking, apparently you can be unalived.
Here's the thing, though, Tim, and I don't know where to even look it up, and I have to be honest that I don't have the wherewithal to do it. ICE, immigration and customs enforcement are not law enforcement. They are only judicially given permission to operate in immigration instances. So if I'm filming them and they feel threatened, which is such a pussy move, but go for it if you're afraid of somebody filming you. But they are not authorized to do that. Their job is immigration and customs enforcement. If that's not what they're doing, they are not law enforcement, and they are not protected as law enforcement are from qualified immunity because they're not law enforcement. If you are not a part of an ICE investigation, they should have no interactions with you. And I think when and if this country ever comes back to a lawful situation,
I don't think
you're
we will.
talking about hundreds of thousands of people getting arrested for these actions.
Yep. Now, real quick, let me show you this. This is crazy. So I'm going to bring up the larger video when the guy first comes over. But the guy that we saw, remember I talked about the guy that turned around and ran away right before the shots? Watch his right hand. Watch what he's doing. He has a gun in his hand right there. So does he pull it from behind this guy, from his back? I don't know what, but he's got a gun right there in his hand. Right there.
I'm waiting to see the point of view from the lady in pink.
And then see, look, right there. He's got a gun in his hand. Now, that appears to be... Now, if he had disarmed this man, why are they shooting him? Because keep in mind, that guy ran away before the shots were fired. We already established this. And so if, in fact, he pulled this from this guy's, waistband, that means he was fully disarmed. There you go.
Absolutely.
That's called an execution.
Yep.
You can't have a gun. Remember all the right-wingers like, oh, my God, you better take it from my cold, dead hands. Well, apparently they'll take it before you while you're still breathing, and then they'll kill you. That's what this government is doing.
Jonathan, from on top of him, there were about 5 agents, but there were more than that around him. That's what we counted. So, and for someone to sit here and say, oh, ICE was in their jurisdiction, listen, I'll tell you what, hot take. I'm not against ICE. I think we should protect our borders. But when our borders start constricting themselves and start going into our cities against American citizens to justify that they want to go after the quote unquote violent, foreigners, that's not right. Like, I don't care. Like, you work with local law enforcement, you get the judicial warrants, and you go after the people that are actually criminals. You don't tackle people randomly in the street on the ground and shoot them in the face or shoot them, 8 to 10 times? That's what we counted? Like, that's not what you do. And if you're at that point, you're a Gestapo. I don't see you any different. You're a racist Gestapo.
Okay, so here we go. Let me pull this up. So this is the longer clip. This guy walks over. He does not have, and it's this guy with the, half masturbator trench coat here. He has nothing in his hands. You can see. Now watch. Something's going to fall out. It appears, and that guy reaches down and grabs it. Let me zoom in here. So he reaches down and grabs, what is that, a leg maybe? All right, let's watch his hand here. Okay, yeah, it looks like he's grabbing his foot. And forgive me, I'm just trying to figure this out here. It looks like he grabs at his waistband. I'm trying to see if this guy reaches up to his own waistband. Remember, because what I said is that it's possible that they threw a fucking gun in there, one of their own guns, to say it was his. Now, right here,
Then we're going to see that pink woman. The woman in the pink coat is going to have the video that's going to answer your questions.
Yes, and apparently they arrested her. And forgive me, I had to reposition this. So yeah, that video may never come out. I didn't realize it was cut off for you guys. Sorry. Let's see here. Let me move this back up. All right, let's see. And he's,
by the way, Luigi,
he's got his hand on the waistband, and it's been there for some time. That's interesting. What is that, a knife? Let's see. Let's try to zoom in on this here. What the fuck is that? Does that look like a gun to y'all? I can't really tell.
It does. When he goes... Oh, that... No.
No, I don't think so. I think...
Wait, right? The
No.
weight, he's got to be holding part of it.
He's holding something for sure.
Oh, right there. So if you stop right there, liberal, if you look, zoom in, it looks like a gun,
Yeah,
right?
it's a gun.
Yeah, that's a gun.
That's a gun.
Look at it, right there.
Okay,
right there,
yeah.
that's a gun. That's a gun. Yep.
All right, well, let's see.
The guy in gray shot him and then walked away.
And
That's what happened.
here's the thing that's going to come up now, because see part of the thing that we have is we have a cultural difference between conservatives and liberals. But the liberals, like myself, I'll tell you what, when my father passed away, I sold his guns because I didn't want guns in the house with my daughter. And I just said to my daughter, I said, I think it's time to buy a gun. Because when liberals start arming themselves against the tyrannical government, and I say that with air quotes, because that's not why we have a Second Amendment, but that's why conservatives think we have a Second Amendment. But if you're going to tell me that my whole life, that we have a Second Amendment, so we could stand up against a tyrannical government. And now we have a tyrannical government, and liberals like myself are starting to arm themselves. Now they have every reason to be afraid because we're done. You have pushed us to the limit where we are done. I am a pacifist who is actively looking to buy a weapon.
Right. I mean, what else? What fucking other options do you have? But see, Here's the thing. We saw this guy before, and we looked at his waistband. There's nothing in that guy's waistband. So where did he get this? Right here?
My issue
it looks
is-
like right there. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right here may be where he pulled it out, but okay.
So my question would be, why is he the only one walking away after the shot? And it's because he did the shot and he walked away, assuming that the guy was dead.
No, I don't know. He didn't shoot. The other guy shot because he starts running away before the shot. And because we played that earlier, and I'll play it again just so everybody. Let me zoom in here on the
Wait,
audio.
the guy in gray? The one
Yes,
the guy right there with jeans?
Correct. The guy in the gray ran away before the first shot was fired. Let me go to that part. Hold
Because
on.
they have to secure the weapon, whether it was his or not. They have to secure it. He's got the gun. He's walking away.
See, here we haven't heard the gunshot yet.
Okay.
It's about to come.
Right. It's right
And
at the
there
same
it was.
time.
Yep.
Yeah.
So watch. He starts to run away. Right there was the shot.
Okay, well, can we zoom in right there, Lib? Like right when the shot happens, does he shoot off as he's walking away, or is it just?
No, it's right here is the shot. Right here's the shot.
Okay.
Yeah, he never shot.
Luis, were you thinking that he shot the gun to make it look like it was discharged?
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Because we see the weapon in his hand.
That. Let's see.
Did he shoot that at the street?
I mean, that's possible. I don't know. I don't think he did, but.
No, but you know who's going to know? Who's going to know is that lady in red. That lady in red has the exact angle we need.
Well, they already stole her.
Right
they
there.
already kidnapped her.
Right.
They've got to. And then notice that, like, there was a huge delay.
And then they shot him twice more.
And then, and then this guy already has his gun out. You can see right here. He's already got his gun out. He's already shot this man. And then he waits. And then starts shooting again.
Yeah. And you know what? Like Jewel said, we just have conjuncture. We don't really know what happened until later. What we do have is a history.
We know what we see. We know what we see.
Right. We have a history of what ICE has done and the tyranny that they've done to the
I wanted.
communities.
So that first video that you showed, that showed like where they were pushing him out of the street. It looked like he was videoing something.
He
so
was.
I'm wondering what he was videoing that they didn't want him to share.
Well, let's. I mean, we can, and let's watch. This is the one you're talking about, I think. So let's watch.
Can you zoom in?
I haven't downloaded this and put it in my Premiere yet, so I can't zoom in. No.
Okay. See, what we need is before that. Like, what were they doing before this?
Yeah, I don't know what it does.
You can see that he's got his cell phone out and it's aimed right there. Right there. You can see his cell phone is pointed out. And I mean, the guy looks like a security guard or something, but I don't know. He looks like some kind of trained militant.
All right.
He looks pretty clean cut to me. Like, is this an agitator?
We're all agitators, didn't you know?
Yeah, well, no, they're all terrorists.
Oh, that's right. We're terrorists now. We used to be agitated.
I just, this shit is wild, y'all. And for the record, these are the liberals that are arming themselves. Let's review this. This is the guy I was talking about earlier.
I love him. This is
pretty liberal person.
This is fucking funny.
But when I saw videos of ICE jumping out of unmarked vehicles and nabbing people off the street, that's when I actually bought my first AR-15. So I'm pretty new to this, but the Second Amendment's for all of us. And now I'm seeing videos of Black Panthers out in Minneapolis, chasing down ICE and other police and stuff. I think that's what it's all about. We're facing tyranny right now, and I want to be prepared for if that stuff comes to my neighborhood.
What have you sort of thought about it? I've seen the same videos you're talking about. I've seen some of the stuff in person that you're kind of talking about. I've seen some people on the right wing take issue when the left arms up.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, the amendments to the Constitution are for everybody. We're all American. We all have those rights, and we should all be using.
The Second Amendment is bisexual. It goes both ways.
It goes both ways. It's for everybody, and
That's right.
I'm becoming one of them. Because you know what? If ICE Barbie says that they can come in your house without a warrant, then hit my front door with a battering ram one time, and shotgun shells are coming back at you, and that's it.
Yeah, because what the fuck else are you supposed to do? Like at that point, it's like, well,
comply.
I just comply.
You're supposed to comply.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you my wrist and be like, take me in, and I trust that this judge that you're gonna take me to is gonna do the right thing. Okay.
I mean, I have students in my classroom who are gone because their parent was deported and the whole family is gone now. Because why? Because people who are complying and doing things the right way, and that's the part that the people that are afraid of brown people. I mean, I just want to say, like, listen, let me hold your hand and look at me and understand that in less than 10 years, white is going to be a minority, and you're just going to have to embrace the horror of it, my friend. You're just going to have to deal with it.
You know what?
Why do you, what the fuck?
I think that upsets them, but the fact of the matter is that, if you notice, white women like to go to tanning salons because they want to look that way. And apparently, I mean, they also like men of color, because when you look at it, women of color are less likely to get with, a white man than a white woman is to get with a man of color. So it's not people of color's fault that the women like them.
They're not afraid of brown people, Zio. They're afraid of being a minority.
That's it.
With brown people being the majority.
There's a great interview.
Well, I do think
Jon
they
Stewart.
are. I think that makes them nervous, anybody of color. I do think that they think that, oh, God, this, I think there's some fear.
Yeah, so liberal. There's a great interview with Trevor Noah and Jon Stewart, and in that interview they talk about like race war, and something that was brought up was that the white people, like me, right? We were taught that we have always had the advantage. So when we are not the advantage, there's shame on us because you were always taught you were the advantage to every other color. And we are getting to a point where that advantage is no longer existing, right? Like we're getting to a point where there's equality, and equality scares white people. And I found that so fascinating that they were talking about it. Just because it's kind of true. Like I was kind of raised like, hey, you know what? Like no matter what, like can always make it in America versus some of my best friends are African American, and they were never raised that way. I'm done. I'm landing the plane. You can pass that.
All right. Let me get now, Freddie. You wanted to say something?
Yeah. Have you seen the news, guys?
Which one?
The new
the shooting
of a protester. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we've been covering it. I've played it in slow-mo. We've gone over it for a couple of hours now. Crazy shit.
It's heartbreaking. It's maddening. I served in the military after 9/11, and I can't believe that American streets are turning into Baghdad.
I mean, that's really what's happening here. And we're the enemy.
There has to be an economic blackout. I mean, don't pay taxes, don't go to work, don't spend money, grind the nation to a halt.
I'm really considering doing that. I'm really considering telling my payroll clerk to give me all my federal taxes and just put it in a savings account. And I'll pay my taxes, but I'll pay my taxes on April 15th. Thank you very much. You won't get to use my money until I pay it to you.
Can I say something?
Well, I've got another video. I think this one's different. Let's watch this real quick.
Okay.
I think this just came out. So let's take a look here. I don't know. I haven't watched it yet. I'm just strolling through Twitter here. Now, I want to show something. They've got both of his hands out in front of him.
Yeah.
Look, those are his hands.
Yeah. He wasn't a threat.
No.
I have a friend on the ground, and he said the ICE agents, they must be giving them some medication because they're so aggressive and so hyped up. Some are even frothing at the mouth.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. That's what Schindler did.
Yeah, he gave them methamphetamine.
Yeah. This seems to be the case here. And he interviewed one of the ICE agents for his podcast. And the ICE agent said, this is just like Call of Duty. Isn't this cool? We get to shoot people.
Wow.
Terrifying.
Well, there's another video of a motherfucker right after the shooting. He's clapping. The ICE agent is clapping as they shoot this person. These are psychopathic pieces of shit, just like Jonathan Ross. The fact that guy was able to shoot a woman in the face and in the chest and in the arm and say fucking bitch, and then just real calmly walk over, meander over to her car and look at it. It's like, yep, I killed that bitch. And then turns around and walks away as calm as could be without any adrenaline dump whatsoever. That's called a psycho. That's a psychopath.
And he left the scene.
Yep.
Completely.
He's like, I'm going to go play Xbox. Let's do Call of Duty tonight, huh? I just lived the first-person shooter.
No, Liv. He went to the hospital because he was severely injured.
He had internally.
Yeah, he probably was. He was probably fucking himself that night with something he shouldn't have been, and accidentally bust something up in there. It's like, I'll blame it on Renee.
Yep.
I mean,
you were a veteran. Let's not forget that a internal bleeding is literally just a bruise as well.
That's true. That's true.
So, Walsh is going to have to act.
From him throwing himself on the hood, he could have accidentally bruised his ego a little bit.
Jesus.
No, she bruised his ego by not being afraid of him. She wasn't afraid of him. And that's what outraged him. You know, they say that men are afraid that women are going to make fun of them, and women are afraid that men are going to kill them.
Absolutely. And that's what she did. She said, listen, I'm not even mad at you, dude. And that made him mad because they were making her move, and she wasn't even, they want women especially, but they want liberals to be afraid of them. They like it. They feed off of it. They want you to be afraid. And when you're not afraid, it enrages them.
Well, the incels that are sitting in their mom's basements playing Call of Duty, they hate women. They blame minorities for taking their women. They blame lesbians for taking their women. They just have, I don't know, they really want to kill women.
Well, they're not.
Here's the clapper.
Can I make a hot take?
Sure.
So, a hot take on that. He was being agitated by the partner. And I think in his mind, how do you hurt someone ultimately, like, beyond repair is by hurting their partner.
Well, that makes sense, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I can't imagine what her partner feels like after that, because I'm sure she's blaming herself for that.
Oh, undoubtedly.
Yeah.
Because I mean, she was a lot more aggressive than Renee was, obviously, but it's not her fault that man's a fucking psycho. But he's a fucking psycho, and just like this guy here, this is the clapper. Watch him. He starts clapping. You see that shit? He's fucking clapping. Look at woo! This is fun. Oh, look! Oh, we got another one. Got another Democrat.
And Lib, let's not forget, like, how many videos do we have ICE officers saying, well, did you not see what happened with Renee?
Right.
Like, why are you pushing this? Did you not learn your lesson? Did you not learn your lesson? Like, that's the mentality that's going through ICE right now, whether it's through memos or just them talking to each other. That's what's going on. Their mentality is, oh, you didn't learn your lesson, so we're going to keep pushing it until you learn your lesson. Right?
And
like,
somebody said the pink jacket lady's footage is out, but I don't know where.
Oh,
really?
Shit.
Okay.
Let's see.
That's why if
I
you're
think
ever
I've got her.
recording any of these people, you have to be recording them.
Yeah, here
and
we
then
go.
uploading your stuff to a cloud
Immediately.
periodically. Like pause,
Yep.
upload, and then and start over again and upload, because if they take your phone, that's it, it's gone. But if it's in the cloud, then it's there.
All right, I think
On
this
X.
is it. It's 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Let's watch. And that's him. So he's waving traffic through, it appears.
Him being the guy who died?
Yes. and he's in the middle of the road.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
So he's trying to help that person that was shoved down.
He did
And
not
there it
have a
is.
gun on him.
All right, well, we can see from here. I'm going to download this so that we can zoom
download
in.
it so we can zoom it in.
Yeah. All right. So give me a second.
God.
I'm
That
going to
poor
download
woman.
this, and we're going to...
All of these. It's just awful all the way around. I can't.
These motherfuckers, man, it's just straight up murder. He's trying to help that woman. I mean, from what I can see, because she got shoved down, and this ICE agent's like, you can't help these Democrats, you terrorist. And then just start engaging and beating the crowd. He was impeding. I'm waiting for East LA to tell me that. He's impeding. He was standing in the road.
Impeding traffic, yeah.
No, I'll tell you something right now that when that happens as a result of criminal activity, nobody's there to take pictures, nobody's there to photograph, nobody's there to turn it over to the media. Okay, when it happens, I've seen summary executions in the street. They weren't prosecuted by policemen; they were prosecuted by gang members. I've seen literally ruthless executions. I've seen attacks with implements. I've seen beatings. I've seen subjugations. I've seen the things where people get involved who are righteous and they come to the aid of private citizens who are being attacked. Old people like me, as a matter of fact, who are being attacked by young people who are thugs, okay? The incidence of thuggery resulting in violence far outweighs the very few minimal incidents of police activities that has gone too far. So why don't we put things in perspective before we overreact and incite people to conclusions that are unjustified at this point in our history?
Oh, okay. The police only do bad things sometimes, guys. And why are you upset about that?
I'm sorry.
East LA
I can't see what
says-
his whole name is. His name is
East LA Bakery, yeah. They only do it a couple of times.
There's a big difference between
East,
a
the problem-
local PD that is highly trained in academy versus ICE agents who have literally had their training degraded down to, what was it, 12 weeks?
45 days.
Yeah, exactly.
45 days to match
45 days.
45
Exactly.
president.
From 6 months to 45 days. And we're seeing that now. We're
I
seeing
mean, here's the thing, East LA. I can tell you with absolute certainty that for all of my 60 years, I have been a pacifist. I think that fighting is wrong. When people say, well, I got in a fight, if I punched him in the mouth. Like, what the fuck did you hope to accomplish by doing that, you dumbass? And I'm here to tell you that I'm buying a gun because you want to come in my house? Bring it. I'll drop you where you stand. And that's where we are now. They have radicalized
That's right.
the liberals, and so I can tell you it takes almost exactly 12 months to radicalize an ultra liberal pacifist to be violent, because I'm right here.
Now,
Right here.
East LA, I want you to watch this. All right, you see this woman standing here where a car is parked, so not even in the roadway. I want you to watch what this ICE agent does to her. Let me zoom in for you so you can see real good. You see that? Whose fault was that?
Yeah.
East LA, whose fault is that? Who was wrong?
I think that from what I see there, that agent utilized excessive force.
Okay.
However, but let me qualify it by saying this: that whenever
There's no
a felon,
qualifications.
whenever a criminal pushes a woman down like that, usually they don't stop with a push. They usually
They didn't stop. Whoa. They didn't stop.
took a life, brother.
They
They
just
took a life.
No. They didn't stop because somebody that
They didn't
came
take that-
in to
did they
help
take that
her
woman's life?
out. No.
Did
Somebody
they take
that
that woman's life?
listen, East LA. Somebody that went to help her get up was killed. That's what happened.
No, sir. First of all, we
Yes,
cannot
yes,
establish
sir.
that this soon.
Well, we can watch the
No,
video.
We can watch
sir.
the video. You watch it on the video. Watch it again,
Yeah, the
East
video.
LA. Don't let
Okay,
your
she's
brain
being
get in the way of your eyes, okay?
She's being
right
pushed.
there.
Okay.
And he goes to help her up, and look what this ICE agent does. Do you
He's
see
being
that?
pepper sprayed.
Did you see that, East LA? Are you telling me that that's not what happened?
That's
what I just
not-
said happened?
First of all, that's
He
not
went
why
over
she was
there.
unalived.
He went over there.
Okay, let's watch it.
He went over there to help this woman. Bro, if you're blind, watching it again isn't going to help you. Are you blind?
Well, keep rolling. No,
He's
keep going.
being
Keep
pepper
going.
sprayed too.
Listen.
Keep going.
She gets pushed. This
gets
is the
pushed.
guy that gets killed. This guy right here. Watch. He puts his hand up in front of that guy. He gets pepper sprayed. He goes over there, tries to help her up. They continue to pepper spray after they had already done overreach. He's got a hold of her. Now they're pulling him off, East LA. Are your eyes different than mine?
No. I see what I see.
And you're seeing what I'm
you just
seeing.
see what you
And
want to
then
see, or you
within
don't see the truth.
and let me
I don't
unmute.
know.
Let me unmute because I'll show you how fucking quickly they killed this man. After that. While he's pepper sprayed, by the way, in the eyes.
It's probably time for it's time that ICE gets lynched. I'm telling you right now, these crowds need to overwhelm these people and literally take them out
The kind of
right
talk that
now.
you just- the
Don't
kind
let
of
them
talk
leave
that-
the site. You take them and you drag them through the streets.
Yeah, that is incitement, my friend. You are authorizing
No.
madness.
East LA. East LA. Do you know what incitement? Whoa. Hold on. East LA. What is
Way out of
incitement?
line. Way out
Is
of line.
Donald Trump sending in masked fucking people to go in
why they're
and
masked?
kill Americans?
It's a Gestapo.
That
Do you
is
know why they're
incitement,
masked?
East LA.
Do you know why they're masked?
Because
sir?
they're
Do you know why they're
coward little pussy ass bitches. That's why.
First of all, you cannot dox
That's right.
federal agents because
They're
federal
fucking federal
agents.
workers. That's right. They're
Exactly.
public
They
workers.
work for us.
They
You
work
cannot
for the
dox
government.
them because they
Yeah.
work for us.
There
So
is
East
no
LA, that whole
excuse.
argument, oh, you're going to dox them? Fuck you, because they're federal agents.
Yeah.
FBI.
You guys are classic
local PD,
examples of the problem.
you can
here.
look them up.
Yes, Jessica.
Yeah,
this
you guys
is
are classic
this
examples
is.
of the
They come for
problem
me,
here.
East.
Yes.
Let's go.
I'm
Come
sorry.
on.
Hold on,
I'm
guys.
sorry.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. Yes, this is the pink coat ladies video. Yes.
Hey, East, I got to ask you a question. Are you one of those people that believes the Second Amendment is so that the citizens can stand up to a tyrannical government? Do you believe that?
I believe the main attribute of the Second Amendment is for private citizens to defend themselves against criminal activity.
Okay, this is
These
criminal
are criminals.
activity.
This is
They
criminal
just
activity.
They just murdered a man in the street.
Oh,
we watched
guest-
them murder a man
Hold
in
on.
the street. That's a
Hold
criminal
on.
activity.
Hold on. A guest violation warning. A guest in your live has violated our violent behaviors and criminal activities. That's probably that guy that was where Jonathan is at because he said, the L word to ICE agents. So I think they already removed him though. Yeah, we can't say stuff like that on TikTok. This is criminal behavior, East LA. These are criminals doing criminal shit. They have no authority of law. They have no authority of the Constitution. In fact, the Constitution restricts them from doing what they're doing. Now Trump has told these people that they can go into your home without a fucking judicial warrant. And you're like, well, there was this person of color
Well,
once that
I'm telling
raped
you.
a woman. Raped a woman one time here 3 years ago.
Well, just keep in mind, this is the person that supports the mass murder of Palestinians. He supports the rights of the IDF to go in and terrorize
That's
and murder
true.
and injure people in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. So it's being
false
consistent, at
accusation,
least.
Chris.
Well, these people, this is the IDF. We have our own Gestapo now. We have our own terrorist organization that
You know what I
operates on
advocate?
the express purposes of a criminal president, a
No,
rapist president.
this is a person, Mr. Barnes. This is a person who has literally said that the HCOST was in fact a a Zionist conspiracy to facilitate the existence of Israel. Mr. Barnes over here has literally lied and said that the number of people that were unalived in the HCOS constitutes some, what is it, 250,000? That the numbers are falsified.
I never gave an exact number, and you know it.
Well, here's the East LA. Here's the problem with the number.
Sir. You say it's much lower than 6 million.
The problem. Look, we ran the numbers on the show one day, and in order for that number to be the number, entire countries, every fucking person of that origin would have had to have been unalived. The likelihood of that is pretty low. And also, we know for a fact, East LA, that they are estimates. So I don't see why you have a problem with somebody saying that the number is likely low.
The number of people that were Jewish that were living in Europe at the time constituted to about, I think, 8 or 9 million, of which 6 million were unalived.
Nonsense.
Now, I am willing to say that it is based on an estimate, but it is one of the
an estimate.
No, they're all estimates.
No, it is an estimate.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, and there it is, folks. East LA has been awarded $7,000 from Israel. Good job.
But you know what? It doesn't even matter because that's not what we're talking about right now. East LA is not what we're talking about. I don't care what happened 60, 70 years ago. I care about what happened in the video.
I do. This is this is one of the many things that validates the existence of a Jewish state. The fact
Holy
that a group
shit. So
of people
shooting Americans on the street validates a Zionist
No, we were
state.
talking about
Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Okay, hold on.
Interjected Israel. By the way,
hold on. East LA. Let me I'm going to let you continue, but give me a second. I'm going to step away for a second. Please don't jump all over everybody and talk. East LA, wrap up your point, please. Let's land that plane. Let somebody else get in there. I haven't heard from. Well, I guess everybody's been talking. So yeah, but go ahead and land your plane, East LA, please.
Sure. The only reason I am talking about the existence of Israel is because Mr. Barnes brought it up. So I'm merely reacting to what I said. Once again, he is not necessarily a H-cost denier, though I think he kind of is, because if you equate the H-cost to a Zionist conspiracy, then no, you are literally beyond anti-Semitic. You are a Jewish hater.
The bottom line, East LA, is that the United Nations created the state of Israel, and it's time that they uncreated it. Because the bottom line is that
you were supposed to land your plane, and you're going on a tangent.
I did not.
First of all,
I hadn't even.
Mr. Barnes did not bring up Zionism. You did.
Yes, he did. He brought up. He brought up.
You
my
brought
position.
You
he
brought
brought
it
up
up.
my position on. And this is a man. Okay, let me just get one sentence in. Then I'll land my plane by saying this. I will land my plane by saying this, sir. Please allow me to land my plane.
Say it.
Once again, I will finish the statement by landing my plane by saying, Butch, let me finish, please, and then I'll mute.
No, because I know where you're going. You're trying to get the live.
Butch, let him finish. Butch, let him finish. Go ahead.
I'm going to use TikTok-friendly language. When addressing the unalivement of J people, what Mr. Barnes said, in order to quote-unquote be TikTok-friendly, is he called them pizzas in the oven. USOBU.
Okay, so first of all, Barnes.
Okay, Lewis, he made a statement about Chip. I think it's more than good to allow Chip to defend himself.
Okay,
you didn't say that here at all.
He did say. He said Chip said something, and let's let Chip defend himself. The best person to defend himself is Chip.
To summarize what I said earlier related to the current conversation, I said it shouldn't be surprising to see East LA have the view that he has, because he also is supportive of Israel's actions in Gaza, as well as the normal violence meted out on Palestinian civilians in the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and in Gaza. That's talking about behavioral consistency and viewpoint. Now, if you want to get into the bigger details of history, I'm happy to do that. I spent months.
We don't need to talk about it.
I'm just saying my conclusions that I've drawn, and by the way, no one has absolute certainty because it's a very difficult thing to ascertain. However, I can say with relative certainty, because Raul Hilberg, the preeminent scholar who testified under oath in a Canadian court in a trial of Ernst Zundel, he himself said that the number could not have exceeded 5.5. So I know it's less than 6 just because that expert said so, and he's Jewish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an estimate. But here's the thing, guys. I don't really even care to get into it because we're talking about the fact that we've got ICE agents, fucking Gestapo of this administration, murdering people in the streets. And they're going to claim, oh, he had a gun. We see the ICE agent walk away with a firearm in his hand that they're alleging is the gun. I assume that's true. That he's that's the reason that he was shot. Yet he took the gun before the shooting started. And so now we just have Second Amendment rights here. So having a firearm on your person while you then are getting assaulted by the ICE agents, unprovoked, by the way, because we watched that ICE agent walk up to that woman and shove her down. So let's talk about that.
That ICE agents do not have the authority to interact, arrest, or anything with U.S. citizens. Their job is exclusively immigration. So you could call the local police and say, this man is interfering with our ability to do our mission, which is to arrest these undocumented people. But that man's a U.S. citizen. So is the woman in the pink coat.
Thank you, Nadine.
They have no authority to insert themselves into U.S. law enforcement. They are not law enforcement.
Thank you. And that's what I told you before, Level, right? Like when federal agencies involve themselves in state police, they do a joint venture. FBI will join with the sheriffs or the state police or the local police.
Unless it's a sanctuary city.
Right, exactly. And the ICE choose not to do that. And so when it comes to a traffic violation, like impeding traffic, they have no jurisdiction, right? And they could work with local PD and say, hey, this person is, they're violating traffic violations. Go do whatever you have to do. Ticket them, arrest them, get them to move, whatever. They choose not to do that. They are the judge, jury, and executioner. And we have seen that in multiple videos. And that is a problem. That is not how America runs. Exactly. They have no jurisdiction.
They're acting outside of their scope. It's even worse than that, though, guys, because just the other day, a federal judge told them that they can't do that. What they were doing today, I just want to read this to you and remind you guys, this came out just the other day. A U.S. federal judge has issued an order limiting the crowd control tactics that can be used by ICE agents towards peaceful and unobstructed protesters in Minneapolis. And yet we just watched that ICE agent pepper spray that woman after shoving her down and pepper spraying that man while he was over there trying to help. So they've already been told by a judge that they can't do it, and they don't care.
They're getting more afraid because the courts are ruling against them, and people like me, liberals who are protesting and standing on the street, and who were perfectly content to just videotape your illegal actions, are now saying, "Fuck it, I'm going to go get armed. I'm going to Second Amendment myself because you people are dangerous."
And people that have been against that their entire lives, like against the Second Amendment, they're like, you know what? Maybe the Second Amendment made some sense. Like, I'm going to go get when I saw. Yeah.
Well, and I'll just bring this guy back up. Look, these are the people that are arming themselves, and let's just say that's not going to end in the best way. Okay?
No, it's not.
This guy's first weapon was an AR-15. Let that sink in. And he doesn't look like he even knows what the trigger is.
No, he probably doesn't.
He's not going to know what happens if he gets a jam. I mean, these untrained people who, and this is why I've always been in favor of like safety training. Like, you got to know how to use the goddamn thing before you're going to be running out there like pretending like you're going to draw. I mean, it's bad. It's hard enough to draw without, somebody like having a gun on you or whatever. Try doing it under pressure.
Or even knowing the laws, like when you can, like discharge your weapon. Well,
apparently,
show your weapon.
Apparently, if you're in the Walmart parking lot and somebody starts backing up their car and it gets like within a few feet of you, you can shoot them in the face. Apparently,
Right.
Yeah, they were coming right at me, Judge.
Yep. Can I say something, Lib, just doing an assessment of your live, your panel here?
Sure.
Like I say, the video that you showed, even if you were standing there, you would see it with your own eyes. Bunny would see it with her own eyes. The Dean would see it with her old eyes. Chip and Lewis and East, we'd all see the same thing. 6 people, 7 people. We'd all see the same thing. When we would do an assessment, what I will tell you from what I've seen here, you, Lewis, Bunny, the Dean, Chip, would all see the same thing, but East would be able to be altered. He would be able to alter from what he was seeing to what he would be told after the aftermath. That's called, that some people call it cult material. We would call him, we could manipulate him. That's what we would say.
It's pretzeling. He'll be back up here in like 2 days and be like, well, the administration came out and said that he had a nuclear weapon down his pants. Okay? And so they had to unalive him before he pressed the detonator button with the cell phone that was attached to the back. I mean, right. they just make whatever up.
If you call someone a terrorist, that makes it true.
Yeah. Right.
Like I say, you always find a weak link in the party that's saying something, and then you find out, like I say, you sit back and you listen to everybody's input, and it would all come up East. There's our guy. We can manipulate him to think what we want him to think.
Well, I mean, even like he said here in Washington, said it was overreach. And then he said, but. So it's like, even when they see and acknowledge that there's problematic behavior there going on, it's like, yeah, well, this isn't the majority of it.
Right. They always find an excuse to alter whatever they see. They can be altered. He's the weak link. This is what you look for. People they can manipulate.
It makes them feel safe. It makes them feel safe to say the government isn't going to do anything to hurt me. So there must be a reason. There must be. I was raised by people who watched the government sick dogs after people because they wanted to register to vote. That's who raised me. I never heard a cop called anything but a pig my entire life from my parents.
And so Nadine, can you name the 2 biggest states with the most illegal immigrants in them?
No, I can't.
Texas and Florida.
That doesn't surprise me. It doesn't.
Yeah, and we're not doing shit about it. We decided to go north. Right. We decided to go north into the blue cities where the most problematic, if that was their real concern, was Texas and Florida.
And here's the thing about Maine, when they're in Maine now. My mom and sister live in Maine now. They the Somali community in Maine was invited. They were given refuge by the U.S. government. So those people are all documented people in Maine. It's Bangor, Maine.
Yes.
They're going to Maine because Donald Trump is butthurt about Stephen King, making him look like the dumbass that Stephen King does. Stephen King hates Donald Trump.
What they're doing is they're going after Somalis who were invited to the United States by the U.S. government and provided, asylum. And what are you even talking about? It's.
Yeah, but it's a person of color. They can't have that. I've had people come up on my panel and say that, they're trying to replace us and displace us. And we're, hell, let me play this fucking video. I did a response to a guy named, what the fuck is his name? He's been up on my panel before. Nathan Remillard is his name, but he goes Yankee News. That's his name. Fucking Yankee News. Let's watch this clip. This is really why. This is very indicative of why. Let me pull it up real quick. Bam. Here we go. Listen.
Hard for us as white people to come out and say, hey, we want to protect our culture because we do have culture.
Nathan, you've been up on my panel before, so I'm going to... Oh, hey, let me go to the original video. Hold on. I don't want to look at... I don't want to look at myself. I fucking hate that shit. Yankee News.
I like looking at you.
I love when he was talking about white culture, like white culture.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? Wonder Bread.
Why do you think it's so
Wonder bread and mayonnaise. All right, here we go.
hard for us as white people to come out and say, hey, we want to protect our culture because we do have culture, and we're being displaced and we're afraid of the future. So like, why is it so hard for us to say that openly?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you can any other race can say it, right? But the second white people say it, it's you're a Nazi, you're a fascist, white supremacist. And it's just because
I want to ask this lady, is part of white culture paying good money to go to a tanning salon because to look like the very people that you think are replacing you? That's interesting.
of who's running everything. I mean, they want white people to hate themselves, and you're not even allowed to say anti-white racism. They don't allow us to act like that's a real thing, even though a lot of the times that is the most prevalent type of racism.
Like what the fuck?
But it's really an injustice that we're not allowed to talk about it, and I just think we need more people too, and more people to be unashamed of talking about it.
Why do you think it's so hard?
I really wish more people would talk about this so that I know who the fuck to avoid. Please talk about it. Tell me how you're sad about white culture
to look like,
so I could squash you.
She's trying to look like a person of color while complaining about people of color. Lip fillers, cheek fillers, fucking tanning her skin, making her skin darker. Fucking, that's probably not her original hair color, so she's probably dyeing her hair color too. I want to look like you. I want to appropriate everything about you, but I hate you. What?
So, liberal, I'm a Spaniard, and she looks exactly like the kind of person I would call him.
Okay, host, I want to ask you a question.
You know what I mean?
Host, would you in any way dissent against an African American woman who dyed her hair blonde and subsequently said we need to promote black culture? Would you find anything wrong with that?
Why would I?
Okay, so why are you in any way mentioning this so-called white woman advocating for white culture as she has a tan? Aren't they both doing and by the way, why is it not
I'll explain it to you.
For black?
I'll explain it to you. Don't ask me 5 questions in one question and act like it's one question, okay? Let's just stick to one fucking question.
It was going to be 2, but go ahead.
That's fine. No, one question. The black person is not trying to remove the white people. That's a fucking difference. These 2 people, Nathan Remillard, you go look at his shit, and the lady that he's talking about, they love what Donald Trump is doing where he's going after people of color. So these motherfuckers want to look like them, but they don't want to be around them. I'm sorry. What? I don't care if you dye your hair, put lip filler in, and fucking tan your skin. I don't give a shit about that. That has no issue with me. But it's ironic that you're trying to look like the very thing that you fucking hate.
Her name is Ella Maulding. Her name is Ella Maulding, M-A-U-L-D-I-N-G.
And East, I want to tell you that if you want to talk about cultures, like your culture, my culture is not white culture because that's stupid. My culture is Russian. I am a Russian, ethnically Russian, right. Ethnically Irish, ethnically German. There's no American culture.
Yeah.
We
are
an
American culture. Yes, there is an American culture. That's not true.
There isn't. Tell me, explain to me, East LA, what is American culture or white culture?
American culture is a fusion of many cultures that
there you go.
There you go. That's
yes.
All cultures,
overeating.
Sir,
overeating.
Sir, all cultures. Oh my God! All cultures have their origins in other cultures. Let me finish. You guys never. Okay, which it's your life, but I'm just saying you. Kind of.
I didn't interrupt you, God. What are you fucking? Oh, you never let me finish. I didn't say a fucking word, dude.
You did when I was about to say American culture.
No, I didn't. I shook my head. I didn't say a word.
Okay. I apologize. Okay, American culture is a fusion of many cultures that exists in a uniquely American culture. When you go around the world as an American, people, whether you're African American, Mexican American, Swedish American, people know that you're American because you've been influenced by an American culture. There is a unique notation of an American as he speaks, as he expresses himself, and in the things that he says. It is a culture.
Bullshit. Bullshit. And I'll tell you why it's bullshit.
It isn't. Okay.
Bunny.
Well, Bunny hasn't. Hold on, Lewis. Bunny hasn't spoken in a while. You speak a lot. Bunny, did you want to add in?
I just was saying, so based on what he said, American culture is just saying American over and over and over again while talking about culture.
Right. I mean, and he really kind of, East LA, you kind of proved our point, is that American culture is based on a bunch of different cultures. So there is no American culture because it is made up of everybody's culture.
Okay, right. So liberal, I will give him a slight pass because when I went to Barcelona 2 months ago, I said I was American and people looked down on me. But as soon as I said I was from New York, they looked positive on me. They did not view New Yorkers as Americans because of Mamdani. And that's the whole reason why. Because they've used Americans as racist piece of shits. But when I said, hey, I'm from New York City, they're, oh, Mamdani, we love him. Te amo, te amo. That's what they would say. So there's a difference. And the fact that East LA is conglomerating a melting pot of cultures into American culture and not specifying what it is.
Benjamin.
What is American culture? What is American culture? If we're all from different all over the world, I'm from Spanish and I'm from Colombian. My mother is from Colombia. My father is from Spain. Like, what is American culture? What is it to you?
And that's the point, Luis. It's just we are a melting pot of culture.
You can't define it. You can't define it because it's a conglomeration of many cultures, and that's the point. Exactly. And besides that, why are we talking about American culture when what that fucking kid was talking about was white culture? There is no white culture. It's not a thing.
And by the way,
it's racism. White culture is racism.
American culture is not white culture.
Yes, it is.
Exactly. And you know what?
Hold on. I want to respond, Benjamin. Benjamin Lee, truck driver, says, guys, why is he walking around with a pistol and 2 magazines? Because this is America, bitch. Where you have the Second Amendment right to carry a fucking firearm on you. Don't you, Ben? Don't you? I thought we did. So what? You can only carry a firearm as long as you're not looking at an officer? I don't get it. Do we have the right to bear arms or not?
It's the same thing that people have been saying is that I have heard from the right for decades that we have a Second Amendment so we can defend ourselves against a tyrannical government. And that's what people are doing. They are arming themselves against a tyrannical government.
Yep.
Bring it.
Absolutely. This government, if you think that this government is tyrannical,
you don't think it is? They just murdered people on the street in Minnesota.
Out of touch. No, ma'am. If you have a problem with excessive force, okay, then you can have that discussion, okay? But you are literally equating. And by the way, just for the sake of argument and discussion, would you equate the American government with the one that existed in Germany during World War II?
Right now, yes, 100%.
Okay,
look
exactly.
at the. You go. No. You asked me a question. Now you shut your fucking mouth and let me answer it.
You don't need to swear at me and act like a schmatzi. You don't need to swear at me and act like a schmatzi.
Wait. You're going to push back on her correlating 1940s Germany with what's happening now, but you just called her a schnazi because she cursed?
No,
Are you fucking ignorant, sir? Don't fucking shut up with that shit.
Call her one. I said
you said like a schnazi right after you said that.
Acting like one by swearing.
That's so fucking stupid. LA, I'm gonna mute you because that's ignorant as fuck.
You asked me a question. Here is what I'm going to tell you. I would like you to make a T-chart, and I'm a teacher, so I can tell you all the tools to use and graphic organizers. Get you a little T-chart, and I want you to put characteristics of fascism and put 1930s and 40s Germany and list all of the characteristics that government gradually, and it was gradual, it was very gradual. Remember that man was elected. The people voted for him. Why did they vote for him? Because he was going to restore Germany to their greatness of before. Does that sound familiar? It should. And you put the characteristics of fascism in both columns, 1940s Germany and the United States right now. And if you don't see that correlation, then I can't help you, and I'm a teacher. We are falling rapidly into fascism. And if you don't see these people as a Gestapo of this fascist president, then you need to get in the streets and talk to the people.
Can I respond directly regarding
As I
Germany,
said,
first of all?
before you respond, Nadine, exactly what you just said. I told you, in a room of assessment of 7 people, if we sat back and observed, like I say, I observed you 6, nobody say a word. East is the one we could manipulate to benefit us for our narrative. He is, like I say, he doesn't stick with what he sees and believes to be true, because his mind's not strong. It can be manipulated, and he thinks he's clever when he comes off with his, saying that, oh, you're like a Nazi or whatever. You know what I'm saying? This is how they operate.
Well, no, he got upset that she compared us with 1940s Germany, and then right after you said that, East LA, you said that she was like a Schnazi for cursing.
I didn't say that.
That's what you said, man. Okay, you know what? Here's what's going to happen, bitch. You're going to go because I'm not going to deal with that stupid ass shit. You literally just said that to my fucking face, and then when I said you said that, your little bitch ass said I didn't say that. So if you're not going to have a genuine conversation with me, I don't want you on the panel, because right now we're having people shot in the fucking streets, and your little punk ass is, oh wow, sometimes this happens because that's it's a mistake, but it's not a bad thing. You get the fuck out of here with that shit. You come back in a week. Jesus fucking Christ. Get your talking points first. Fuck around. God damn.
You curse like a schmatzi. That's it. That's his direct quote.
You said like a why you don't have to curse at me like a schnazi. Right after he complains that she's comparing us to fucking 1940s Germany. You can't make this up. And then says he didn't say what he just said.
Right. The only difference in his mind was in schmatzi Germany, the scapegoat was the Jews. In 2026, the scapegoat are the Browns. That's the difference. That's the only difference between them.
That's it. That's crazy. And we're now to the level of hypocrisy, guys, where Donald Trump just announced that he's cutting off foreign aid to any country that engages in DEI stuff, but he's not cutting off Israel. Isn't it weird? That's one of the biggest fucking DEI countries out there. Abortion, trans rights, all that fucking shit, and won't cut them off, but he'll cut everybody else off. That's the level of hypocrisy that we deal with these fucking people. I just don't have any patience for it today.
Good for you, Liv.
Well, I don't think he's up here in good faith anyway.
He's a gaslighter. He comes up and, like I say, he talks, and then, like I say, you catch him, and then you confront him, and then he'll deny it, right? As in the same minute, 30 seconds, he's denying what he just said to you, or what he said to Nadine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't normally mind the guy, but look, like now I've got people in the comments are like they shot somebody else in the back. I can't find it, so I'm still looking. Apparently a 37-year-old man. Let's see.
No, that was the guy they took down.
Was it? Okay, because somebody else said that there was a 50-year-old that was shot.
Could be. The 5 ICE agent that was helping the lady. He was 37. He was licensed to carry. He had a carry permit.
Okay. Yeah, and then Benjamin, I'd love to have you come up here because you're talking. Why is he carrying around multiple magazines? Benjamin asks. This is what the fuck are you? You're only allowed to have one magazine. Isn't this the same party that got butthurt over like bump stocks and reduction of the magazine size. And now you're mad because somebody's carrying around 2 magazines. Oh, why might he be having those 2 magazines? Liberals aren't supposed to have guns.
Maybe because there's Gestapo walking around Minneapolis shooting people in the face.
Yeah, maybe. He thought that he'd have to unload 2 clips to protect the people in his community. Maybe. Jesus Christ. Semi-automatic handgun, and besides that, we watched the video of one ICE agent take the gun, and I think that it was planted there. Personally, because I didn't see it in his waistband at any point, but whatever. He takes the gun and then they shoot him. So he wasn't armed. But MAGA's going to say, but they couldn't have known that because they didn't see him grab the gun and take off running.
My whole problem is the guy was on his knees, face to the ground, and then within a split second, he's on his back with his feet hanging up in the air after he was shot.
Crazy.
And we had 5
Execution
agents on top of him. Like what? It just doesn't make sense to me. He was trying to help a woman. That was the whole point. His whole point was he put his back to the agents to help a woman. They tackled him to the ground. They had him on his knees, face to the ground, and then we heard the shots, and then he was face up, and then we saw agents walking away. That's what I'm so. We did that investigation. You know what? Okay, fine. You know what, MAGA? If you want to argue with me, fine. That's fine.
Here we go. Trump is posted.
Okay, good.
Trump
Let's
is
have an
posted.
investigation. That's it. Oh God.
Let's read through this fucking wall of stupid bullshit.
Let's see what the leader of the Gestapo has to say.
He posts this picture. Oh my God, it's so scary. Look, it's one of those things that go bang. This is the gunman's gun, loaded. The gunman. You notice he's fucking referencing this guy as a gunman? Anyway, loaded with 2 additional full magazines and ready to go. What is that all about? Where are the local police? I'm sorry, somebody had a gun in America. Shocker. Why weren't they allowed to protect ICE officers? The mayor and the governor called them off. It is stated that many of these police were not allowed to do their job, that ICE had to protect themselves. Not an easy thing to do. Why does Ilhan Omar have $34 million in her account? And where are the tens of billions of dollars that have been stolen from the once great state of Minnesota? We are there because of massive monetary fraud with billions of dollars missing and illegal criminals that were allowed to infiltrate the state through the Democrats' open border policy. We want the money back, and we want it back now. Those fraudsters who stole the money are going to jail where they belong. This is no different than a really big bank robbery. Much of what you're witnessing is a cover-up for the theft and fraud. The mayor and governor are inciting an insurrection with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. Instead, the sanctimonious political fools should be looking for the billions of dollars that has been stolen from the people of Minnesota and the United States of America. Let our ICE patriots do their job. 12,000 illegal alien criminals, many of them violent, have been arrested and taken out of Minnesota. If they were still there, you would see something far worse than you're witnessing today. That's your fucking president.
Here's the thing. Remember this. That ICE does not do law enforcement. Their job is not law enforcement. So they can't protect themselves. And when the governor and the mayor tell the police to stand down, they are out there with their dicks in the wind. And that probably is scary. But maybe if you didn't murder people and kidnap children and kidnap citizens off the street, then you wouldn't have any reason to be afraid. But the bottom line is that these people are criminals. They are a Gestapo, a secret police from a tyrannical maniac, altered his brain. He's crazy. Let's just call the president crazy because he is.
He's dementia. He's dementia right now.
Yeah, and Nodi, I saw you had a lot to say earlier. You're welcome to come up as opposition. I'd like 3 more of you guys, or 4, if we could. So you're welcome up. I've invited you like 5 times now.
I find it hilarious that the king of fraud is talking about all these fraudsters.
Yeah.
It's like, it's my money and I want it now. He's like J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now. That's what Trump is screaming. Is it my money and I want it now? Fuck this guy. This guy has built so much money out of the American public. It's insane. And he's mad when, somebody else does it, I guess. And let's not forget, guys, that the Somali fraud that he keeps going back to, this fraud, it was perpetuated by a white lady named Amy Bach. And she used the Somali small businesses to perpetuate this shit. I'm not even sure that she, got them, in on it initially, and then word spread from there, obviously. But guess who started that investigation? It was Joe Biden. Joe Biden's Department of Justice started that investigation. And so Donald Trump just latched onto it as it's ending to make up these claims that they've got to go after all these immigrants in Minnesota because of, fraud. Fucking crazy. Democrats investigated it. Democrats did all the work. And then he's turning around and saying Democrats are the fraudsters. Make that make sense.
And they blame the state when it's a federal case. It's
they allow it
insane.
to happen. Now, to be fair, there is evidence to suggest that the state was afraid to be called racists and denied those applications because somebody in the state was like, hey, some of these applications don't make any sense. The numbers just don't add up. And so they made these things, and then they made a political calculation to not immediately do it. And in fact, Amy Bach's fucking company sued the state. And even the court, so as this lawsuit is playing out, they were like, well, we don't want to be called racist, and we're just going to go ahead and approve everything that comes through. And that's what happened. So, Democrats have to stop being afraid of being called racist.
Yeah, you're right.
There's an awful lot of there. Yeah, I know I'm not a racist. I know who I am. Call me anything you want.
Yeah,
go for it. Try to hurt my feelings.
They called me a racist. I had a black lady one time. She's on a panel. She's saying I'm a misogynist because, and then somebody points out to her, is like, well, all of his mods are women. And she's like, well, that's because he wants women to serve him. That's why he has all women mods. He's a misogynist. And I'm like, okay. They'll just make it up. So it really doesn't matter if they call you a racist, because if they're going to call you racist, they'll call you racist. It don't matter.
Tim, there's a lot of things I would call you, but a misogynist isn't one of them.
Or a misogynist. Yeah, it's like, come on. That's the most ridiculous thing ever. So I don't know. Democrats, I think a lot of them are afraid of those, ist and ism words. So we can't be, just don't be a fucking racist. Just, whatever.
You know what? That's a good point, because I feel like our democratic establishment, they fear the idea of prejudice to the point where we create a wall, and then we're not going to deal with that, right? Because it might make us racist, so we're not going to deal with that at all. And I think that's bullshit. I think you should call out what you see. It doesn't matter what race or color or anything you are. If you're committing crimes, you should get charged for those crimes, right? I think we all agree on that. Same thing with immigrants, right? None of us on this panel want illegal immigrants here who are violent criminals, right? None of us want that. So get rid of them. The problem is when you have immigrants here who are trying to do the right thing, and they're going to court, and they are trying to get their asylum or their green card or their 10-year citizenship done, yet they're getting treated as the same as a violent criminal,
That's the problem. Right? Like, am I wrong in that? Like,
you have to forgive me. I was trying to figure out Anna and Nodi's fucking problem. I muted Anodi. If you want to speak, you can come up here. Do be yapping in the comments. So I missed some of that.
That's my problem with it. That's my problem with it for sure.
Why did you mute me?
Ask and you shall receive.
Why? I just
welcome
realized you
aboard.
muted me too. I just sat down. I'm cooking dinner for my kid in her little sleepover situation. And I'm just like, it wasn't like, and by the way, a lot of this like popular or more popular lives like yours, they're like all like real American lives. It's sketchy as fuck for people like me to come up here because someone always ends up threatening us at the end that they're going to fucking call ICE, that this, that. And it's not a fucking comfortable situation for us. Let me give you one example of what happened just a couple of days ago, okay? I was at the car wash, right? By the way, I live in Florida. Okay, and somebody earlier was talking about Florida. ICE is here in Florida, and our governor DeSantis has authorized our police to cooperate and actually assist ICE. This is true. You guys can look this up. I swear I'm not making it up, okay? And by the way, they've been snatching people here for some time now, right? And so I was at the car wash, right? And you know how when you're at the car wash and you can turn your music on and you're vacuuming your car and you're just having a really nice day, right? You're feeling accomplished and shit and you're like, this is looking nice. I was feeling like super nice, right? This was just a couple of days ago. And this old gentleman with an Air Force jacket, right? Because we're near an Air Force base. And I'm thinking that he's likely a retired Air Force gentleman. He comes up to me and he tells me quite rudely to turn my music off because in this country, they don't have to listen to my kind of music. By the way, sir, the kind of music I was listening to was some like house music that had some Arabic tempo from my days of like living in Miami and listening to house music. It wasn't that serious, but all he heard was some like Arabic tempo, and he was so brave that he came up to me and literally him and his wife both pulled up to my car and told me to turn my shit down, right? And I thought to myself, like, my God, like what if they were more aggressive? I could have just lost my life over some like music and like vacuuming my car, right? I'm listening to my neighbors, like my neighbors that are Cuban, they're not leaving their house. And they'll all here, by the way, legally. Every single one of them is here legally. Like the least they have is a green card. But you and I both know
I'm a little confused, though. I'm a little confused because in the comments you had said that, I believe it was Nadine you were referring to. You said that she was delusional, and that it appears to me, and maybe I misread your comments, that you were in favor of Trump.
Oh, I'm not in favor of Trump at all. Of course not. I wish that there was an actual, like, honest democracy here. But if you think that there's anything remaining of democracy here, then you are delusional. You are in full fascism.
Is that what you meant by the delusional comment? What was stated that led you to that? Because I mean, I don't disagree with you.
Nothing, guys. You are not safe, right? You are not safe. You have very little to no rights, right? One of the most dangerous rights that you have right now, is you saw this gentleman today. One of the most dangerous rights you have right now is your Second Amendment, by the way.
One of the most dangerous rights?
I know it's hard to accept.
She's right, Tim. Because it's going to scare them, and then they're just going to start shooting anybody that questions
they will react even more.
You look at somebody cross-eyed, they will assume that you are armed.
Correct.
Yeah, well, I mean, we just saw it there. According to reports, the guy had a license to carry, had a gun on him, and because they saw the gun, and it doesn't appear that he had pulled it out, I don't think his hands were able to grab anything at all, and they shot the motherfucker like, 20,000 times.
Yeah.
While
Did everybody
he's on the
notice
ground.
how Renee Good, they immediately called Renee Good a theist because if she was in a car,
Right.
her car became a weapon and she became a theist?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it was a suicide attack, I'm sure some of them have said. Yeah, so...
Now his Second Amendment is going to become his noose, right?
Maybe,
that's what I'm thinking, right?
Well, we were talking about this earlier, Lewis and I, and I think somebody else, the goal being to provoke people to actually start firing upon agents, because then Donald Trump can be like, the military's coming in, and then they'll become the police. And then that's going to be way worse.
I hear this rhetoric here on TikTok from people. I hear people a lot now mentioning this, and I'm so scared of that rhetoric. I'm so scared. I'm literally scared to be near it.
What rhetoric?
Any kind of rhetoric around the Second Amendment. Like, people are really starting to say it more, increasingly more, right? Guys, you have your Second Amendment. When I go to different posts and their comments, right? I'm like, oh my God, there's so many people talking about it. I'm terrified.
Well, they have to protect themselves, because look, if the only way, as Republicans would say, the only option for a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And at this point, the people that are armed and call themselves federal law enforcement, those are the bad guys. That's my read of it, and I think that's a read of it by a lot of people. And so we're in this moment. So the only way that you can really combat this and to get the ICE agents to feel and think twice is by showing that you have arms. You've got 5 people standing there with AR-15s, and you got a group of 7 or 8 ICE agents. They might not come at you because they don't want to die, right? And maybe that's not a good thing, but that's America. That's America.
You have Bovino, right, leading this, right?
Oh my God, that 5'2" motherfucker! All right.
And the bottom line is, like I say, where does he come from? His father was here from Italy 15 years illegally before he took his citizenship. I'm going back in the day. And then he ended up buying a bar and started to pay taxes that he eluded for 15 years. But anyways, he was a drinker. And he left the place one night, and he got in an accident, and a lady was unalive because of him. And he was charged with manslaughter. He went to prison only for 1 year. And then he got out. His parents got divorced. This is where Bovino comes from. He was, like I say, coming from his father. He believed in his father because he was close with his father. But his father, he would have been arresting his father, I guess, is what he's saying he's going after. But this is what I'm saying. This is the people that Kash Patel, this is the people that Trump look for. They look for these people that they got total control that are unqualified.
Psycho. Well, they want psychopaths there too that have no remorse, they have no feeling or thought. And if, like somebody was saying before, these people are frothing at the mouth, it wouldn't surprise me that he's giving them and pumping them full of stuff, just like Schindler did. I mean, it allowed them to just keep going and going and going and be real aggressive and just keep going. So, that wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Yeah, you're right, Butch. I mean, that's their target audience or their target ICE agent.
That's what I want to ask Anthony. So, Anthony, I can't see your full name. So, if we didn't have people like us who are revolting against this fascist regime, like, you would feel safer? Like you're going into lives and they're talking about Second Amendment. And I would assume that the people that are talking about Second Amendment are mostly like liberals, and they're saying,
actually, and honestly, Lewis, I live in Florida. People in Florida really, really exceptionally love their Second Amendment.
Sure, I agree with you. I think they would, but I would say that. But
Lewis, I don't think that we're the only ones realizing what the host was just saying. Essentially, what he said is that the people here in the United States are at war with their government.
No, we're
getting there. Not using the military. Your government is not using your military against you, right? But they have formed a militia that they will use against you and are.
Well, technically, they have actually deployed the military against U.S. citizens. They have already.
Yeah, I don't know that. I'm sorry, but
yeah, in California and in Portland, I believe, and Chicago,
Minneapolis. I mean.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about where they actually had deployed actual U.S. troops, not just National Guard.
Is this the nightmare of the forefathers? Is this the nightmare of the forefathers?
Yeah, I think it is.
Their greatest nightmare? Is this honestly like? Is this
what it is?
Well,
that it's just proof that the experiment is a failure.
Yeah, thank you,
It
buddy.
didn't have to be, Nadine. It didn't have to be. I swear,
No,
there was
it
a way.
doesn't.
If people had just realized that democracy isn't something you like invent and then you stare at it and enjoy it. It's something you
That's
fucking
right.
work
I'm
on.
actually
Right?
I'm
Something
very
where you
aware
back and
of
work
that.
on
Nadi,
every
do you
day and
know-
difficulty. Right?
Okay.
It could have been, Nadine. We could have helped the world.
Do you know
Yes,
what
we could have. And listen,
the
don't
Bill of
come
Rights
at
are?
me like I'm doing something bad. I'm just telling you the reality is.
I
that
know,
because
but
this
it
is what
could have
I
been,
know.
Nadine.
You what?
So sad.
Nadi,
It's
do you
very
know
sad,
the Bill
but
of
the
Rights?
reality is that if you read, and I studied, and I have degrees in constitutional law, international law, here it is. These people created something that was never created before. And instead of nurturing it and taking care of it, we have allowed, and it is the American people have in fact allowed, by protecting their wallets, and I have no problem telling people that. People vote their wallets. They vote for the economy. That's why this man was elected, because the economy was not rebounding fast enough for people. And people vote their wallets. And we allowed the economy to become the thing that we vote for the most. And I don't give a shit. If you aren't protecting the standards that this country is founded on and the things that we hold dear, then you're just as bad as the rest of them. But now we can safely say, the experiment is a failure. It's over. This is over. We are done.
It's no, I think our goose is cooked, but there's an after part to this, right? And there's a time where, you rebuild because it's what we did before. And you have to.
Yeah, I mean, we're either going to rebuild it and honor the Constitution, or I don't even know what.
Or they'll just
here
successfully take over. Like Israel, for example, could successfully take over and just, suck us dry, and we're just a prune afterward. I mean, who knows? Who knows? But there is something after, right? And because, look, we've been bullying the world for so fucking long now. I mean, what goes around comes around at some fucking point. Right. It couldn't have lasted forever anyway, because we just, we got military bases on top of military bases in other people's countries. We've bullied them. Exactly.
It's because
that's right.
The people in this country are very quick to say, well, we could just turn it into a parking lot, said the people who have never had a bomb explode over their neighborhood.
Right. Yep. Yeah, because we've never been, on U.S. soil aside from Hawaii.
Had a military that is not yours march down your street and knock on your door, then it's very easy to go do that to another country. But if you have experienced it, then maybe you hesitate to do it as quickly. But we are arrogant like you wrote.
So what I want to ask Anati was,
hey, Lewis, let me say this. Right now, this is exactly what they want to do. They're doing everything in their power. They basically have their orders to make it happen. They want to they want to see the response of the military, the army, to be deployed. He's got 1,500 on standby. They want M&L, because if they don't have M&L by November, they're done. So this is their last straw. So they got to make that happen. And this is why you're seeing a panic. This is why you're seeing what you're seeing in Minnesota. But what gave me hope was Newsom over there and the world leaders. I don't know if you watched him after he was denied to speak. He took the podium after Trump had left. And what he said, he basically called it out there. So now, is he sincere? Because we knew Joe was going to is Joe really going to hand the keys over to this criminal? Because he didn't have to do that. And he had means because of the insurrection, why he didn't have to do that. And because of Smith, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, he let it happen. Why would you give your keys to a car thief and tell him to hold your keys till you get back home? You don't do that. And that's telling you that they're involved too. It's just like I say. It's coming down to a head because, like I say, they wanted aggressiveness because, like I say, Trump is not calling the shots. There's people behind him, and they're just pushing the American people and making it a super divide because he can make that happen, and everybody's focusing on him. But like I say, Newsom, for him to do what he did to the world leaders and say what he said, I don't know if you watched it or not. It's about a half hour, 45-minute speech from him. But he is the guy that is a Democrat in this country that he could be the leader, because that's all you need is some leaders with the
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
Oh my! Get the fuck out of here with that shit! Come on, what the fuck, bro? This dude's got Israel shoved so far up his fucking ass. No, no way. No. Let me tell you something else. He had a chance to raise. He had a chance to raise taxes on rich people. He said no. He said not just once. He said that twice. He voted against it twice.
If we would please realize, people, that we are so fighting each other, and the abortion and guns, and this is rich people against poor people, and when we finally figure that out, we'll win.
Yeah.
Right.
Real quick, let me play this clip, because I think this is Bovino responding to this officer being shot. I just came across this. And we can get back to it. Sorry, Butch. Give me just a second.
Early conduct and driving without a valid license. During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
That right there is a fucking lie based on the videos that you can see. This motherfucker's lying through his teeth. Okay, we'll continue.
The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted.
Wow.
Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers.
Oh my God.
The Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots.
Defensive shit. Whoa. Defensive shots. This motherfucker's laying on the ground already shot, and the guy pauses and then pumps like 8 or 9 more bullets into him.
Yep.
And that's defensive. Okay.
Yeah.
Delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene.
Of course he was. He got shot 7 times.
Had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
This Nazi fuck.
About 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement. Crowd control measures have been deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. This situation is evolving, and more information is forthcoming.
This man is a lying little... Oh my fucking God. Holy shit. We can watch video of something, and then they'll turn around and lie about it, and then these MAGA pukes will come up on these panels and everywhere else and say, no, that's not what happened.
You know what, Liberal? What does 2 loaded magazines mean?
Nothing. It means absolutely nothing. It means nothing.
Exactly. How do you have magazines loaded into your assault weapon?
I got
2
it.
of them at the same time.
I'm going to step away. You guys, for a second, go ahead. I'll be right back.
You got a 9mm I carry with me every time I leave the house. I carry one that holds 17 shots, but I also have one in the chamber. I have
Which what kind of 9mm is semi-automatic? Which one does it have to be?
It's a Ruger. I got a 9mm. Yeah, I mean, there's different.
Do you have 2 magazines loaded in the chamber?
My holster that goes underneath my arm holds 2 cartridges.
Is it loaded?
Let's also keep in. This is an open carry state.
It doesn't even matter that
to carry whatever he wants.
It doesn't even matter that. Is it loaded? Are those 2 magazines underneath your whatever you said? Is that loaded into your weapon?
And then you can detect.
Have 2 magazines loaded at once.
That's what he said. That's what
Can I saying what I want to say, for Christ's sakes?
Yeah.
And then let me finish, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah.
My holster, okay? My piece goes in there, right? And it's loaded. I keep one in the chamber, and there's 17 in the clip that's in the gun, right? Yep. So the bottom line is, then I have on my holster, on the back side of it, it holds 2 clips, and they're loaded with 17. So I actually have 52 rounds in that, and it's not bulky. It's very small. And yes, that's what I carry. So I guess in the news with them, they would say I had 3 and I was going to do duly harm, but I wouldn't do that. Number one, but I'm just saying this is how they would compose this. This is what they're trying to do. They want ML so bad they have to do any resort that they can. And there's people that are going to believe what that guy just said. There's people that
They're like, oh my God, he had 2 magazines. He wanted to kill a bunch of people. That's what they're going to say. It's horseshit. Like, who cares? He could have had 17 magazines on his person. I don't give a shit. Like,
exactly.
How many magazines do the ICE agents have? Huh? How many additional magazines?
And I just want to say, I'm not proud of him at all, so don't. But my MAGA ex used to carry 2 rounds with him around Chicago because he was so terrified that he would be pew-pewed. But he never once took them out of his pockets. So carrying and actually using are 2 very different things.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So Butch, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you have magazines on your person, that does not mean they're loaded. Loaded to me means they're in the chamber, ready to go. Right?
Hey, bro.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Can I tell you something so you can understand what I mean? I don't know what you're trying to figure out here. What I'm telling you is my holster. I have 2. They hold 17 9mm hollow points.
Yes, plus the one in the chamber. I get that. So they have 18 rounds.
I want to get through to you. So let me finish. I have 2 clips fully loaded. They slide on the back side of the holster that goes under my arm. And the thing that holds my piece, there's also a magazine in my piece. But when I put that one in, I cock the gun. So there's one in the chamber. And then I take it out and I put another one in there. So it's a total of 52 rounds at all times is there. And that's what I have.
Okay, so you have to release a chamber to reload a chamber, is what you're telling me.
No matter what, if you have rounds in the actual chamber,
that gives me 18 shots. That gives me 18 shots.
It's either loaded or it's unloaded. But no matter what, if it's full of little, I don't know if we can say bullets, but if it's full of them, then that is loaded.
Right.
That is a loaded.
Right.
Why would you carry an empty
gun? Lewis,
Yeah.
what he's saying is when you put the magazine in, there's not one in the chamber. You then chamber a round, so now you are -1 in your magazine. You then take that out and you put an additional one into the magazine, so you have a full mag plus one in the chamber, and then he has an additional one that fits onto his holster. The holster has a holster for another magazine. A lot of them come like that. That's why you'll see a little ridge that sticks out on the side of your holster, and you can put an additional magazine. There's nothing like crazy about that. That's pretty normal for people to do.
Right. But what I'm saying is you have to release the clip.
You got it right.
Once the magazine is empty, you have to release the clip and put the next magazine in.
That fits under my arm holds two clips. It holds clips. So
and
some holsters too.
Mute your mic when Luis is talking because we can't understand what he's trying to say.
He starts talking before, I was trying to let Lib hear what I have. I have 2 clips.
Okay, but Lib was talking to him. So if you could just please mute your mic and let him talk, that would be great.
I got to roll.
Right. So what I'm saying is, I agree with you, Butch. I agree with you, Butch. There is a clip full of a magazine full of bullets, right? And we load that into the pistol, and you chamber it. So now you have 18 shots. Once those 18 shots are gone, you have to release the clip, put in another clip that has another magazine full of 17 or 18 shots once you clip it, right?
Yes.
Right. And that's on your holster. That doesn't mean it's attached to your pistol. It means it's attached to your holster. So this propaganda that he had 2 additional clips as if it was like he had 56 shots. He did not, because he would have to spend 18 shots, release the magazine, reclip it, put another system into it, then pew, right? Like,
yes, but they're not saying that they're all immediately available. That what they're trying to say is that because he had so many bullets available to you, he must have wanted to do as much damage to everybody as possible, because whether you have to reload or not, you can still reload. And if you didn't have 2 additional magazines, you'd run out with whatever you had in your first magazine, and then you'd be out. But if you had more bullets, then that means you could shoot it more times, meaning you could hurt more people. That's what they're trying to claim. And that's what Benjamin was asking about. Like, why does he have 2 magazines? I mean, just like Butch was pointing out, some of the holsters carry 2 magazines. Most of the ones I've seen, they just carry the one on the side. But, they do have holsters they carry. As a matter of fact, they have holsters just for magazines. You can fit 5 fucking magazines on the goddamn holster.
Yep.
It's just a holster for magazines.
Okay, so for someone that's ignorant to the 2A, that's not how I viewed it. I viewed it as they were trying to portray it as, this person basically had unlimited ammunition.
That's what but they try to do that on purpose, Luis.
Yeah, right.
Because they want it to be scary, because he's scary. He's a scary guy. No, he's not. He's just like every other person that that has a Ruger in their glove box in their truck and a couple of clips next to it. That's like saying he had a shotgun. He had 3 boxes of shells. Oh my God!
Well, that's how I
mean, come on.
Yeah, to those wondering, Benjamin should know that this is normal. This was posted 2 months ago on Reddit. For those of you that carry an extra mag, what's your preference? So apparently now in America, if you carry an extra mag, somehow that means police are allowed to unalive the shit out of you. That's weird.
It's interesting, because I thought we were a guns a-blazing kind of country.
Right. You got to
but not anymore.
Pound from my cold dead hands.
Because when I, as a teacher, said, I'm afraid of you and your guns coming and doing damage at my school, now it's the Gestapo is afraid of all of you people with your guns. We're afraid. Like, they can't get a date, so they're horny and they're angry, and now they're afraid.
Right. And my problem with that whole speech was he never once mentioned that he was trying to help out another person.
No, because then he would be a regular person and he'd be nice.
Yeah, I mean, imagine he gets up there, and at this point, one of the ICE agents walked over to a female, looked to be about 4'7". The ICE agent shoved her to the ground very hard. She hit her head on the back of the car, and then this other gentleman who was armed with a gun, he walked over to help this woman, and then the ICE agent pepper sprayed that man and the woman in the face. He's not going to say all that.
In a minute, we're going to hear that he was attacking the woman, and they had to save her from this armed thug.
Okay, so legality-wise, liberal, does having a pistol on your side, on your hip, count as being armed, or is it considered being armed if you take the pistol from your hip and put it into your hands?
No, you're armed if you have a weapon on you.
Okay. So, so it seems like we have some legality issues here, because, sure, even if he had the pistol, like, let's say, holstered on his waist, that doesn't mean he had intent for deadly force, right? Like,
right.
There's a difference, right?
It's the same argument for ICE. ICE's job isn't to go around and pew-pew people, right? But they still carry guns on them, and they have additional magazines, right? So if we're to use that logic, then that means every ICE agent that carries around a gun, they're out there to kill you. That's the logic they're trying to apply to this man. But you can apply that to anybody.
That's kind of what I see too. Yes.
Yeah, and of course that's ridiculous, because even I don't think that ICE's goal, or a police officer, just any police, well, the goal of them is to unalive as many of you as possible, because look how many clips they have. Like, that's stupid.
I agree with you. So, from the video I saw, was a woman was pushed down. The guy tried to help her. He happened to have a firearm on his waist, because that's what I saw. I never saw it in his hand. He was pushed to the ground on his knees, face to the ground, and then he was pew-pewed. Like that. That's the way I saw it from the video.
Because that's what happened.
Yeah, right. So
They murdered him.
Right. So I want an investigation. You know what? That's what I want. I want the state and federal investigation and put him to trial and let peers decide his fate. That's it.
Well, I think we're all going to have to wait for that because I don't think the federal government will do it.
Benjamin.
And I am hopeful, but really, am I really hopeful? Am I kidding myself? I don't know. That when this is over, whether it's in 4 years or 10 years, that we're going to be part of an awful Nuremberg trial kind of a situation, unless we fall under the auspices of like China or Russia, and then that's not going to happen. But if we ever get to the point where we have courts again that function, I think a lot of these people are, because there are people out there that I'm watching. There's one woman in particular who just goes and takes pictures of them with their face masks and just down the line, click, 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 click. And she feeds them into AI and comes up with a probable face. And they just there's a database of who these people are. And if it ever comes to pass, they will be on trial. It will be the last thing that I say with my last breath. Is these Gestapo agents have to be held accountable.
They have to be. Now, real quick, Benjamin keeps talking about the state walked away. This is a local reporting here. Let me read this to you. The BCA Force Investigations Unit has been requested by Minneapolis police to investigate this morning's federal agent-involved shooting in Minneapolis. Our agents and crime scene personnel attempted to access the location, but were blocked by DHS personnel at the scene. So I don't know what it is you're reading, but that's not what the state is saying. Benjamin is saying that the state walked away and the feds were like, here, you guys come and control this. And he's saying that the state said, no, you take care of it. So, but the state's not saying that. So I don't know where he's getting that information. Anyway, go ahead. Somebody was. Yeah.
I just have to jump in real quick. Excuse me. Sorry.
Please.
I wanted to say, everyone, please like and share the live. Go ahead and fill that gifting goal for him. I know he's not done any announcements for himself, so I'm just jumping in real quick to do that before I actually have to take off for the day.
Yeah, I'm nowhere near my live goal. Nowhere near.
Yeah. I've been trying to fill it.
No, I know. I've seen that. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're number one. Bunny's number one, y'all. You gonna let her take number one? Number two is like way far behind.
I am not going to let that happen.
Well, as soon as I jump off, I'll lose it. So.
Well, I appreciate it, Bunny. Yeah, I haven't done a PSA since I started. I need to, but I don't know. I just would rather talk.
I get it. You get lost in the sauce. Yeah, I get it.
But have a great evening or day. I guess it's still only 2:00, but yeah. Okay. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you, Bunny. I appreciate it. Thank you for the reminder. And guys, yeah, please keep tapping if you would, please. I also have Crash App and Vimo on my profile. You can go with $LibLoudMouth and @LibLoudMouth respectively if you want to support the live that way. TikTok will take 40% or something, or 50% of the gifting amounts. But if you do it that way, 100% of that goes to me. So, but gifting helps the creator rankings. So if you want to help push me up in the creator rankings, send me a whale or something. I don't know. Send me a fucking jet. Or not.
Whales and jets?
Oh yeah, the jet's like $50, I think. The whale is like
I love you, Tim,
$21. No, you're fine. You're fine. If you can, look, it's fucking hard for everybody out there. And guys, I appreciate the gifts. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
And hey, listen, I will be, if you're going to be live on Monday, I'll be there because it is very likely that.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm not on Mondays though. Sunday and Monday are my days off. So, but I may
maybe, but I'm going to be honest, probably Tuesday too, if we're honest, because it's Oklahoma and a foot of snow. So
yeah, well, how much have you gotten so far? Because
so far it's about 4-ish inches, but it's going to snow all afternoon and night into tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we're supposed to get some freezing rain here in Mississippi. I'm about central Mississippi, so I don't know. But if there's any ice, these people don't know how to drive on it, so it's pretty bad. Like,
the sad thing is that when I lived on the East Coast, we drove in it was stupid. Don't do this. We drove in a Volkswagen Bug in a blizzard from New Jersey to Boston, and it was hairy. It was scary. It was terrifying, but we had to do it, and we did it. But I don't drive in Oklahoma. If there is a speck of ice or snow, I just say, like, nope, you guys can have it. You play your bumper cars with your stuff. I have watched people, like, what are you even doing? What are you doing?
Yeah. No, it's...
This is slippery. You can't control your vehicle. I have four-wheel drive. Then you're just going to slide on all four wheels.
Right. The four-wheel drive helps you take off. Doesn't really help you keep from, like, skidding off the fucking pavement or, skidding off into a ditch.
And really, the best thing you can ever is never stop. You can't ever, if you're driving, you can't stop. But you can't go faster than 30. You just have to be constant, and you have to control your vehicle with the transmission. Don't touch your brakes.
Yeah, right.
And if you do it that way, you can get where you're going. It's going to take you a long fucking time, but you'll get there safely. As long as none of the other crazy people are like, but I got four-wheel drive.
And if you don't think it can be done, just watch Ice Road Truckers. Okay.
Yeah.
You talk about some butt clenching driving there. That's some fucking, I used to drive a truck in all kinds of weather, and, it gets pretty hairy. That's why they shut down the highways in some instances, because, it becomes a point where it's just.
I'm not going to lie. That's some of my favorite videos to watch is the ice highways when people just sliding into a giant car pileup.
Oh, yeah, it's rough. But really, that's kind of what we're watching here is a like fucking, just a train wreck, car wreck, fucking crazy. Like in Texas,
Isn't that
remember?
what just recently happened? Wasn't there like over 100 car pileup a couple of days ago?
I think so. I-75, 100 car pileup.
It was somewhere due to ice, and somewhere north of me, of course.
Body cam footage shows aftermath. Okay, so we're not going to get this is I-96. 100 vehicle pileup near Hudsonville.
Wow.
It's not. Oh, that's ridiculous. I don't know what the hell. Huh. That's weird.
There was one big one in Pennsylvania once on Route 80 that was fog. And it was terrifying to watch it on the news. It was like the highway dipped down, and in that dip, it was just thick fog. And people were driving into the fog and panicking and crashing into each other. I forget how many cars it was. It was awful.
Yeah, that fog and sandstorms, same thing. It's kind of like similar to fog. Look at this shit.
Wow.
It's an inactivity detected. What the fuck? Look at that shit. God.
And the thing about it is you got to stay in your car. You can't get out of your car. Because people are like, got to get out and run away. No, these people can't see you. They're just crashing into you.
That's in Michigan. Yeah, that's nutty. Even the ambulance appears to, maybe they've driven in there. Okay, yeah, it looks like they're good. God. I mean, what do you do? I remember my first sandstorm. Oh, thank you. That was pretty wild. I actually made it to the pilot in Phoenix. I think it was Phoenix. Yeah, it was Phoenix, Arizona, like right after I parked. I mean, that shit just pelting you in the face. That's pretty crazy, though, being in it like a sandstorm. And you could see that shit like off in the distance. I was like watching it, kind of roll in. For some reason, it's not letting me.
What I wonder, does anybody have an opinion? Here's what I think. When I think about the head Gestapo agent who lives in Florida. What happens when he departs? Do you think that the people that are left behind, the JDs and them, do they have enough shit together to hold it together, or is it going to fracture?
Yeah, I think it may fracture because
I don't think that because I think some of them have a sense of what they're doing is illegal. And I think while he's doing it, they're okay to say like, yeah, we're going to be the bad guys. But I think then if they have to be giving the orders and I don't think JD has the stomach
charisma. And I don't think he has the charisma either.
I don't think he has the charisma, but I don't think he has the stomach for it either. Because whether or not we like him or don't like her, he's a lawyer. He was in Congress. He knows how it's supposed to work. And I don't know that he really, outside of the bubble of this madman, has the stomach for it. I could be kidding myself. I could be just hopeful.
I think Trump will pardon who he can on federal crimes. If the states decide to prosecute them, they don't have a chance. I think if the states decide that they broke the law, Trump can't do anything about it, and they will end up facing prosecution and probably jail time.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope. Let's hope.
I think that's what's going to happen, and I think that's part of the reason why Pam Bondi and the DOJ and whatnot decided not to do a prosecution in Minneapolis because they knew what happened was illegal, and if the states could decide, there's nothing Trump could do about it.
Yeah, well, look, we allowed the traitors in the Civil War to go largely unscathed, unpunished.
Yeah.
I think we'd do it again, but I don't think we can this time. But let's listen to what Tim Walz said. Somebody said that he had called in the National Guard. I don't know if that's what this is, but let's listen.
Go ahead. No, I'm up front.
He has lost so much weight since he ran as vice president. You notice that?
Yes.
Look at how small he is.
This week.
God.
We know with the Renee Good shooting, BCA said that they were blocked from accessing evidence. Has there been any suggestion that BCA is not allowed to do this investigation? Do you have officers on the ground doing the investigation right now?
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA have attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
Is that an instruction by the federal government, or did you pull your agents out?
What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those in the public and the safety of our teams. We were able to get there, but at that time we were not able to hold that scene to do a crime scene investigation. I can't talk any more about those details.
Oh, so
there you go, Benjamin. Yep.
We'll have more on that, but the BCA is engaged and involved, and we are working.
And see, if that's the case, they're going to say that it's, the National Guard, if he calls it in, is going to go in there and remove everybody. Because if they can't conduct...
People aren't paying attention. There's a lot of Minnesotans on the ground. And I have friends that my friend said, I took all my PTO. She said, I am on an ice watch.
Yep.
She said, and that's my full-time job.
Here we go.
What's the National Guard doing right now? So we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriff to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
Could you say how many are now employed?
I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now, and I will also tell you that we are bringing more resources that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but right now we have all the resources to meet the requests that we have.
I would note on this one, too, that we'll be billing the federal government for the cost of the National Guard because they are incurring the costs that are falling on us by their reckless actions. Yes, sir.
You alluded to this earlier, but are you rejecting the narrative that has been presented by federal officials that this man, this 37-year-old citizen of Minneapolis, posed a threat?
All right, so there we go. That must have been right before the mobilization. People are saying it's confirmed. AP News in the comments that they have been. But again, look, they're going to go in and they're going to remove the people. They're not going to go in there and protect the citizens from the federal government. That's not what the National Guard's going to do. Just like I said. And in this case, like, what can you do when the area that needs to be investigated is being surrounded by people and they can't get in? Like, I get that, but I feel like if somebody went and actually talked to them and explained, look, we have to investigate this as the state and we need you guys to move so that we can do that investigation, I feel like you might be able to get them people to leave without the National Guard. But again, he had mobilized them already, and I think that he was going to mobilize them against the people. So we'll see. I guess we'll see. I hope not. It is funny, though. He's going to build the federal government. That's funny.
I love that.
Yeah. Donald Trump never pays his bills, so I have no...
No, he doesn't. He still owes my friend money.
Yeah, that motherfucker ain't going to pay for shit, even when it's not his money. Yeah, even when it's not his money. It's like, yeah, Jules. I mean, Jules, you're right. Mobs are hard to talk to. But again, if they can go in there and remove people who are being attacked and targeted and have been for a fucking month now, he can do that. He should have done this to protect those people, but he didn't. And that's why I have a problem with this. Not because not because. And thank you guys. I appreciate that. Let me, Nadine. Oh, thank you for the Power Puffs, Heart Puffs. And Big Tom, thank you for those boxing gloves. Forgive me, I haven't been. Bunny sent 50 boxing gloves too. Wow. Yeah, I'm not used to because now if the gifting goal gets met and then I don't realize it, it just resets to the same gifting goal. So, yeah. So let me do some finger hearts. I don't think we have any finger hearts here. But I don't know. It will irritate me, and maybe I'm wrong, but it will irritate me if Governor Walz sends the National Guard in there to remove the people when they've been getting shot and mistreated and he hasn't done anything to protect them. That's going to irritate me.
Well, here's the only thing that I would disagree with, and I suppose they have to, if they're going to try to determine the crime, although the crime scene has been spoiled, so I don't think there's any sense. They don't have to work a crime scene because the crime scene's been trampled by the crowd of people that showed up afterwards.
Right.
But if they would have been there right from the jump and said, let us just establish this crime scene, let's get the evidence up off the ground, and then you can have the street. But that didn't happen, so.
Yep.
Just let them have the street.
And they said the feds pulled out too, but again, that shows people, like, when there's a fucking, 1,000 of you against
they run
what?
Away.
Yeah, they have to. There's no way that they can combat you. You have more power than you realize, and you don't need pew-pews. But again, this country has always been this way. Obama did it. Bush did it. Clinton did it. They've all done it. The moment that people mobilize and get rowdy because they're pissed about some kind of fucking grievance, the government comes in and says, fuck you, and shoots them with fucking tear gas canisters. I remember people, during Obama's years in California protests, they were kettling them and shooting them with fucking tear gas in the face, people getting, fractured skulls with canisters and shit. Because this is a government, perpetuating its own power and control over you. And I'm just like, and then after they get rid of everybody, they don't fix the thing that people were redressing grievances over. They don't give a shit. They were like, well, we've quelled that protest. Back to business. Let's give billionaires more money. It's, I'm just, it sucks, y'all. Yes or no, and Monkey, what's up, y'all? Welcome in.
Hey, how you doing, liberal? How you doing, my friend from the south?
I'm good. A little irritated, but I'm gonna step out real quick. But I can hear you, so yes or no, go ahead.
Okay, I won't take up much of your time, but I just wanted to come up here and say I watched that video quite a bit, and I know you probably I didn't spend much time on your live here today, but you probably talked about it already, so I don't mean to rehash whatever you talked about, but I watched that video, and I'm pretty sure that's a phone in the guy's hand. Like, I could be wrong, but
he was recording.
He was, eh? Okay,
Yeah.
right on, eh? I told you, yeah, exactly, eh? That's not a gun, it's a phone, isn't it?
But I think if you look at the video, I think he and the people in the area said that he was licensed to carry. So it could be that he did have a gun on him. But if, according to state law, he's licensed to carry, then he's not breaking the law.
They violated his constitution, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not judges. Judges and government aren't there to tell you if you can or can't have a constitution, right? The constitution is your right. Hey, you're born with that. You're born with as an American. You're born with that.
Every state has their own laws when it comes to who can carry, what you can carry.
With the Second Amendment, eh? Like,
Yeah, but the Second Amendment is guaranteed to everybody. Everybody in the U.S.
Violated his rights, eh?
Yeah, it seems so.
Yeah.
Well, they murdered him. I mean.
Well, yeah, I know. Eh? I'm so sorry that this is happening to you guys. You guys are good people. You don't deserve this.
Well, I'm going to be really honest, and I'm going to say the quiet part out loud.
We're not the greatest people.
We're not the greatest people, and we elected this man twice because we don't show up to vote, we don't show up in elections, and we fail our fellow Americans every single day.
Yeah.
But the thing is, so many Americans, and I'm getting sick of people saying Americans are bad people. They're not bad people. The government is bad people.
There's an awful lot of bad people.
There are bad people in this country.
Racist pigs.
There's always bad tomatoes, eh? There's always bad tomatoes.
Well, sadly, that makes up about 30% of our population.
It's about 30%.
It's about 30%.
Supports this,
Yeah, because you see, like, this is only anecdotal, but I see a lot of mega backstep and say they regret their decisions.
There have been,
They will do it again. That's
there
the
have
point.
been.
I don't know if that's going to affect the percentage or not, but I think it will, eh?
I mean,
you might just bring that down, eh?
Nadine makes a great point because the people that have come out and they're like, okay, fuck this guy. The next Trump that comes forward and you put him against somebody who they propagandize as a commie, they'll vote for that other person again. They just keep doing it because they're so easily like manipulated. And so when I see like these creators that I used to be MAGA and I'm not MAGA anymore, and you have all these Democrats that just rush in there and they get thousands of views on their lives and shit. Why are you guys holding these people who are stupid up as some kind of like symbol of something? I don't know, because the moment that person is lied to again, they'll fall for it again.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I'm maybe it's my naive self, but yeah, that's a very good point. I never even thought about that.
Yeah, it's like what's his fucking face, the fixer, Michael Cohen. I don't know why Democrats have latched onto him, because he didn't come out with any of that until after he got busted. Okay.
Right. So you're
Yeah.
basically saying they're not being genuine, eh?
Right, they're not. And like with the Epstein files, this motherfucker keeps, Trump isn't, he's not, he's not in the Epstein files, not in the Epstein files. I mean, it just keeps cover up for the Epstein files. Like,
But you want to know what's
fuck
funny is
you.
when people talk about the Epstein files, they're like, "What if the Democrats are in there?" And that here is the difference. The difference is this: I don't give a shit who's in it. Arrest the motherfucker. If it's my brother, arrest him. Arrest all of them. But these people want to protect their people. They want you to come after the Bill Clintons of the world, but they don't want you to come after, the Republican. They don't want Mark Wayne Mullen to be in jail, but they definitely want Bill Clinton to be in jail. And that's where you lose it. That's the disconnect. Where it's okay if we break the law and be awful, but you can't. We're going to hold you to a standard that we don't even acknowledge exists.
Great point, Natty.
And that's where we are. We have a country filled with people who are supporting. Let's not forget this man is an adjudicated rapist and a convicted felon, and they voted for him to be the leader of our country, and that speaks volumes to me.
Yeah, let me show you. Yeah. This is an American. I checked, and this person is from the United States. We don't need the National Guard in Minneapolis. We need a Dodge Charger and a man with a plan.
But
yeah, this was, I believe, when the Yahtzees were out there. When Donald Trump said they're both, good people on both sides or whatever he said. So, I mean, that's the kind of people that do exist here in this country.
Hey, Dwayne, that means that he was adjudicated. He was found to be liable. So he was an adjudicated rapist. That's what that means.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to use words you didn't know what they meant.
He's definitely liable.
I didn't say he was found guilty. I said he was adjudicated. He's an adjudicated rapist and a convicted felon of 34 felonies. Get your facts straight, man.
It's like, but when he raped her, it was a civil matter. It wasn't a criminal matter. Is what Dwayne is saying. It's a different kind of.
It's different because
different kind of grape.
The statute of limitations expired.
He's
found
like,
the mega in the group, right?
This dude says
Absolutely,
a civil grape is different from criminal grape.
Get him.
Yeah, are you on the Epstein files, Dwayne? Or were you redacted?
Get him, liberal.
I think he was redacted.
I love liberal.
Melly says he is. Oh, Dwayne. Oh, my God.
Share the live, you guys. Share the live. Get some people in here. Let's
I'm actually turned into a war. Yeah, man, this shit is crazy. Like, the shit on X is nuts.
Yeah, I can't even go on there. It's like behind. It's like the upside down.
Yeah, here, if somebody slowed this down, this is a great view of what happened here. Watch this shit.
Like beyond thunder. Oh, okay.
See right there. Remember we were going through that in slow motion. Yeah, and somebody. Right here, look at this. Puts it right up against him. Boom.
Yep. Wow.
Shot him again. Yeah, look at this shit. And so what's he doing? Let's see where his hands are. He's down in a Frogger stance on the ground. Bam.
Wow.
They straight up just murdered that dude.
That's crazy, eh?
And then MAGA's like,
crazy.
But you can't have pew-pews if you voted for Kamala Harris. I mean, at what point do they just come out and admit that's their line in the sand, where if you don't agree with Trump, you aren't allowed to have constitutional rights? I don't know.
Someone shoots dead in the street.
I mean, do you think that there's going to be any MAGA that will look at that and be like, okay, this is not what they're telling me?
But why are they sending the National Guard out on their own people? I don't understand that move.
Because the government has to control everybody. The government, you can't let people become enraged by being murdered. Okay, the government has its right to murder you, and they always have.
Wow.
I mean,
And
think
is
about
that
it. They get fucking immunity for shit like this, and yeehaw. Thank you for the cowboy hat. Like I'm just.
Well, you're welcome.
Yeah,
You're welcome, my friend. I
Melly.
like you, man. You're good.
Well, I appreciate that. Melly is right. Key function of government is social order. Even when the redress of grievances is legitimate, the government thinks that their need to control and keep social order outweighs anybody's right to life.
Right. So is that the governor that's sending out the National Guard, or is that Trump?
Yeah, it's the governor in this case, and this governor was the one running as vice president.
That's that Walz guy?
Yep, Tim Walz. Yep.
God damn it. Sending the National Guard out to clear out all the protesting?
Yeah, and they're gonna and we haven't seen what they're gonna do, but that's my estimation of what's gonna happen.
Oh man.
Which again, the irritation I get from that is that they won't send the National Guard in to protect their citizens from a tyrannical government, but they'll do it whenever the people get too rowdy. Y'all too rowdy. Can't be having that.
Holy shit. If they think this is rowdy, liberal, wait until ICE goes into Philadelphia or Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
The folks in Philly are not going to put up with this shit. They're just not.
No, not at all. I'm not saying Minnesotans are wimps or anything. They're actually tough people. They put up with some pretty bitter winters. They're pretty tough people, but they're nothing like, let's be honest, they're nothing like the Philadelphians or the Chicago.
Yeah, those people riot when their team wins, okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true, eh? When the sports teams do well. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, we won! Go out and burn all the buildings! Climb the lampposts and bring them all down!
I remember their basketball team won there in the 90s, and they were burning cars down. Blowing up cars.
Yeah, I remember. Is that where that pumpkin festival was at? These fucking people started rioting over this pumpkin festival celebration. Crazy.
Yeah, that's not going to go well for ICE at all. No, not there. And I'm pretty sure they are heading there. Unless I misunderstood the news, I'm pretty sure that Philadelphia and Chicago are on their list.
And that may be why they haven't gone there yet in any large way. Those ICE agents are like, man, those people are fucking crazy. You want to send me in there to die?
Panthers are in both cities.
We're going to go to Fallujah?
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't want to see any of this stuff happening, but I don't know. You don't leave anybody any other options here when you're, when the government's doing this. I mean, because when you have people like this is Stephen Miller. Let me show you a picture of Stephen Miller. Oh, never mind. That's his cousin. My bad. Wrong picture. That's his cousin. Fucking once removed. Fucking Stephen Miller. Stephen Goebbels.
Dwayne is a piece of work, isn't he, though?
Was it not an adjudicated rapist, but I realize details get in the way of the emotional dem party.
So annoying.
Okay. Here.
Dwayne, do you know what adjudicated means? You can't use the big word.
I watch Judge Judy. I'm an adjudicator.
He is an adjudicated rapist because he was found civilly liable for her claims of rape, and he was also convicted of 34 felony crimes. So those are facts, Dwayne. Sorry. If you don't like them, doesn't make it not true.
I'm sorry, Light. I'm Canadian. I don't know what that means. Is that Pennsylvania or is that Philadelphia? That PA.
PA is Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. It's Pennsylvania. PA is Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Okay. They're in Pennsylvania?
Yo, they're going
Philadelphia.
They're going
it's
to
Pennsylvania. Let me.
Yeah, they're in York now. They're all Pennsylvania's huge. They're going all over.
But they're not in
The clip on the
Philadelphia,
I gotta find this video because I gotta play like this video of this. Here he is, Mark Burley.
Recently,
this I'm gonna play it again. I played it yesterday or the day before, and it really epitomizes like these people will let you get shit all over and mistreated, but the moment you go after one of their own, like they start having problems with it. This is crazy.
as the last 2 weeks, we, as law enforcement community, have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from U.S. citizens.
Who is he?
What we're hearing is
Mark Burley, chief of police of Brooklyn Park in Minnesota. It's a suburb of Minneapolis.
Right, yeah.
Let me rewind just a smidge.
What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally. As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty. Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them. In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands, preventing her from recording it. The officer had their guns drawn during this interaction. And after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to identify themselves as a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing the incident and de-escalating the incident down. The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in their vehicles and left. I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers. This isn't just important because it happened to off-duty police officers, but
Bullshit.
What it did do is we know that our officers know what the Constitution is, they know what right and wrong is, and they know when people are being targeted, and that's what they were. If it is happening to our officers, it pains me to think of how many of our community members are falling victim to this every day.
And now somebody showed me where this guy did a press conference after the 2 weeks of complaints from his citizens where this is happening. You know, it's that like it irritates me because he wouldn't have said shit the moment an officer did. Well, we know that they know the difference between right and wrong. What? And that they know what their rights are and the Constitution. The government thinks the citizens are useless pieces of shit. I mean, really.
Yeah,
And
that kind of shows you that the cops aren't much better than ICE, huh?
Exactly. And this is why I'm a little irritated by the whole like National Guard now that, you know, people are there pissed because somebody got murdered. Well, we don't want the people to be upset. We can't be having that. But if you shoot them, you know, while they're unarmed on the fucking ground, that's okay. Or in the face. You know, we won't say anything
I want
about
the National Guard.
Yes
if
or no,
I was
that's
the
why
governor,
that's part of the
I want
reason.
the National Guard to follow these people around and say, nope, can't do that. Nope.
Right.
Nope,
Yeah,
can't do that. Nope,
Yeah.
get back in your truck. You can't do that.
That's what we need to
Mike
see.
was saying, too,
Yeah. Pyre.
Well,
Yeah.
it's part of the reason I came up because I heard you all talking about it, and you can. I mean, this is verifiable information. Just because it's happening in my little small part of the world, you can still look it up. So right now in York, they showed up like 200 vehicles strong, right, to the detention center. We have one here in York, Pennsylvania. It's quite literally attached to York County Prison. It is one of the like main detention centers. Like this is kind of one of the last stops that you make is York before you get shipped out of the country. And so all of a sudden people started noticing a lot of activity near the center. They showed up 2 250 vehicles strong all in one day. York City has already stated that they're not going to enter into an agreement to work with them and they're not welcome in the city. The problem about Pennsylvania is we're a municipality and we're a commonwealth, and in commonwealth, all the counties have municipalities, and all the municipalities have local law. So there's like 72 different police, upwards of 50, 60 different police stations in York alone. And now it is up to those individual police stations whether or not they're going to work with ICE. And so far, West York Borough, which is quite literally next to me, entered an agreement to work with ICE. And I have personally now witnessed one of their officers stop a woman in front of a Dollar General, an elderly woman in her car, and demand her paperwork.
And that's your local police doing that now.
My local police station is different than West York. The West York Borough, like that's just the borough. It's so stupid in the Commonwealth. So as far as like my specific municipality, they have not said whether or not they're going to enter an agreement. But I have seen West York Borough Police sitting outside of my house. Like watching the coming and going of cars. So they're just going out of their jurisdiction. I'm assuming because they entered an agreement to work with ICE. So now they think they're federally exempt as well.
Oh my fucking God. And see, look, that just tells you that this is, I said this pretty early on, like the state and cities are going to have to come and help the citizens, because if they don't, the citizens will do it themselves. And that's, that's total fucking anarchy. I mean, you can't have that, but like you're saying, now the police are like, yeah, we'll jump on board with that. Fuck it. Let's violate everybody's rights. Fuck them. These cops
the fucked up thing is,
are there to serve.
We have so many different police stations around here. You don't know which is which and who's working with who and who's not working with who. So who the fuck do you trust, Tim?
Yeah, that's true, eh? But
you can't trust any of them.
What do you mean by anarchy? Like, is it anarchy or are they just trying to protect themselves?
Well, I mean, at some point, when people have, if you allow yourself to pin up your frustrations for so long, at some point it blows up. And what that looks like is now you're the aggressor, right? You held something in for so long, even though this motherfucker could have been bullying you for months and you didn't say anything. You just went on about your day, but you just grit your teeth and you move on. At some point you're going to blow up, and now all of a sudden you look like the bad person because you're throwing blows. You're throwing this motherfucker's head into the pavement. You're releasing all of this pent up rage. And so it's going to come across that way.
Yeah, very true.
Is it wrong to do that? Not really. I mean, from a moral standpoint, I guess you would have a right to do it, but we should have been addressing it all the way up to this point. Like,
you're right, Liberal. You're spot on. That's why I like your lives, because you always seem to be spot on. Like you said, the retaliator always gets nailed, eh? The retaliator always gets.
And the one that's louder, I've had this happen to me. Because I have a very loud and deep voice. The moment I start to even get excited a little bit, it sounds like I'm yelling. Why are you yelling at me? Bitch, I'm fucking just excited or happy. I mean, they think I'm mad. So I'll be in a store and somebody will say something real shitty or fucking, shoulder bump you or something. And then you turn around and you let them know, hey, I'm going to fucking defend myself. Well, everybody around you, they didn't see or hear the other guy do it to you, but now they're looking at you like you're the asshole because you're the loud one. Right? And that's
I don't
human
feel
nature.
Your pain at all, Tim.
No, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Yeah. My mom is the same way. She, so I've watched her do it, and then I've seen other people look at her like this crazy old lady in the fucking because she uses the little motorized carts in Walmart. She's like, be careful, watch out when she's coming down the aisle. She just don't give a fuck anymore. But yeah, I mean, that's the way it is. It's bullshit, but that's what this is going to look like. So, oh my God, look at these terrorists in the streets, and that's what MAGA is going to latch onto. It's like, you created this.
You're gonna go look at the Antifas. Look at all of them. Look at all the angry Antifas.
Right. So somebody unalives your wife and your child, and then you go fuck absolutely ballistic on this person. Does anybody, is everybody going to understand why you did it? Of course. And the people in Minnesota are no different, in my view. It's the same shit.
Yeah, but regular people understand other regular. I mean, there's a reason Luigi has got money on his books for the rest of forever.
Right.
There is a reason that he is getting mail because everybody's like, yeah, we see you. I see you. I feel you, man. Yeah. Because we all know who he is. We know that feeling and we agree with him.
Right. Yeah. I mean, righteous.
And the thing about it is somebody in the chat said, that the head Gestapo guy is going to declare an insurrection act, and I'll tell you what, could it happen? Absolutely, but I think that's when the whole thing explodes. If you are going to use our laws against us so that we cannot vote you out of office, then watch what happens. I think it'll be awful. It'll be awful. But I think what you will see on the streets of this country is flat out war.
I have a quick
between
question
the
for you.
people and the federal government and the federal agents.
Natty,
it's
can I
war
ask you a question?
already.
It's what?
It's war already.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
like
when they're talking about.
I understand. No, but I'm just adding to you. I'm not refuting you at all. I'm just adding to it. Is like it's war already. Look at the streets of Minneapolis right now.
Oh, absolutely, it's war. But the thing is that there's this thing that we have hold over your head. Listen, don't be too mean because then we're going to declare an insurrection and then you're not going to be able to vote. And if the only thing that we've got is we just have to hold on to the midterms. Is if you say that there aren't going to be any, then it explodes today. Then it's over today. And it will be awful, but I don't see that there's any way. It's either going to be the midterms, and here's the thing: if you're talking about people who are taking money, Zionist money, you're talking about people that want to continue to send our tax dollars, my healthcare money that should be for my healthcare and your healthcare to Israel to provide them with healthcare. Isn't that ironic? If those are the people that pop up to be voted for. I don't even know what's going to happen because I'm not voting for him. Vote blue no matter who. That doesn't come in my house anymore. I have a certain standard, and if you don't meet my standards, fuck you.
Yeah, it's we're in the shit, y'all. I mean, how does it feel to live in a tyrannical government? I've never really lived in one before, but now I know what it's like. It's not so great. It's not so great. I mean, and the parallels between this and like pre-revolution, like the shot heard around the world and shit. I mean, you can look back at the people have done this stuff before. It's not like this is, something new necessarily. And the government is always there to tell you to go fuck yourself. It's like we're in charge.
They don't give a shit about us.
Yeah, we're in charge. Dina, welcome in. You wanted to say something?
Oh, hell yeah. When I got up and I saw this shooting in Minnesota again, okay, this guy was an ICU nurse. He was for the VA. And there are two videos. You know how the feds came out, the Nazis came out and said, oh, well, he was armed and brandishing a gun. He was not. He was assisting another protester that ICE had knocked down. Okay? There was no weapon showing. He was not brandishing anything. They knocked him on the ground. That's when they discovered the weapon in the back of his pants, and then they went ahead and unalived him. Now, I'll tell you something, guys. This is kind of shit you see in North Korea, and Syria, and Iran. This is who we've become, all right? And whatever you do, Okay? You may not be in Minnesota protesting, but damn it, call your representative, call your senators Monday morning, get on their ass. Any Republican that supports this monster in the White House is complicit of constitutional crimes committed on the people. This is a war on the American people. Bottom line, end of story.
Yep.
We're not going to come back from this. And just one more thing. My partner read on a German feed this morning that Germany is actually considering not coming to the U.S. for the soccer, for FIFA. They're considering just completely bypassing the United States.
But I have been writing letters to FIFA and the Olympic Committee that you can't allow people to come here. We are not a safe place.
It's being considered right now. It's being considered right now. So think about what this son of a bitch has done since he's been in office. He's literally destroyed any credibility, integrity, or the Constitution that we so supremely hold dear, that makes our democracy, who is what the American people are for. This is what's happening. This is what's happening. So like I say, any Republican.
See, even her phone was like, we can't deal with this rage. Dina, you cut off there. Mossad got you. Mossad got her. Mossad got her.
Can I ask you a question, Liberal, real quick, if I may?
Sure.
About your government. So in Canada, for our Prime Minister to invoke the Insurrection Act, he has to have approval from the PMs. Is it the same in the United States? Like,
nope.
Does your president have to have approval from Congress in order to? Wow, eh? That's
nope.
too much. That's too much power. That's too much reach.
It
and
is.
I mean, honestly, at this point, even the things that Congress would normally keep in check, they're ignoring. Legal and constitutional and all of that, it has completely just lost all of its meaning at this point.
Yep.
Yeah. That's too much power for one man to have, or woman to have. Congress
I agree.
Have to prove that.
But he,
is very serious, right? It's right up there with martial law. So
yeah, I mean, it's where military are policing you.
Yeah, well, yeah, basically martial law and sugarcoating it, it's a glorified martial law, is what it is. It's crazy.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And the threat of it. I'll send ICE to your town. Oh, please. Oh, look, Dwayne is worried about 5G towers now. Oh,
well,
God.
Dwayne, the reason that you believe in what you believe is because of the 5G, right? The reason that you are in favor of Trump is because that 5G has gotten to you, brother. Why do you think Donald Trump surrounded himself with billionaires? And he's promoting AI and tech and all of that. That's why you've been convinced of all that you think, because of 5G.
That's why you're so paranoid.
And the chemtrails. Don't forget the chemtrails.
Did he drink the chemicals in the water that are turning the freaking frogs gay?
Yeah.
The chemtrails. He was breathing the chemtrails and the 5G.
Dwayne, think about this, Dwayne. You think I'm kidding, but think about it. You believe that 5G is fucking with your head, right? Why do you not think that what you believe isn't the result of 5G, bro? And if you don't think that that's the case, then that means that 5G isn't fucking with your head.
Also, Dwayne, I am a figment of your imagination. I am not real. I am AI.
It's not real. It's not real.
Oh, look, the PCR tests are bad, too. Everything is bad. Don't get a vaccine. Oh, God, you might.
Listen, if something touches my brain, it's not a good thing. Okay, I got a test once. Yeah, and that thing touched my brain. I could feel my lizard brain kicking in, and it caused me to jerk back and want to strangle the person that stuck something into my brain.
Look, he thinks the test said they shouldn't have been used that way. Tests don't talk, Dwayne. What are you even talking about? What's going on there? Are you okay? Is the test in the room with you, Dwayne?
It talks to him at night.
I was going to
ask if it tells
He talks to him at night.
God damn it! I was gonna ask if it tells him things at night.
It
He tells
says,
him bedtime stories
"Come
about
and
Trump.
get me."
Or fruit. Can we just appreciate for a moment how fast the "Don't Tread on Me" group turned into the "Tread on Me, Daddy" group?
Yeah,
Like,
yes,
Oh,
they,
man.
yes, just comply. Just comply. You need to comply. Just comply.
I still laugh. I still watch that video I did with the treadmark comment. I still laugh about that, as dumb as it is. Because that's really what they did. Like, give me tread marks all over, please. Like, it's weird. It is very weird. And to have, like, Benjamin, who is starting to see that Trump is, like, going nuts, come in here and be like, why does he have magazines? Like, who the fuck said you couldn't have magazines on your person? Like, when was that a thing?
Did you see the thing what Trump said where he said and they call him daddy? And I was like, I've heard people call Trump a lot of things, but I have to be really honest. I have never heard even the worst of all the maggots call him daddy. He's like with Dwayne. It's like the people are in the room. Are the people in the room calling you daddy? Come on, man.
Now, somebody did. Somebody did call him daddy. I don't think it wasn't Keir Starmer. It was somebody had said they didn't call him daddy, though, because somebody had made a comment about how everybody has to do something with Trump. And he's like, well, daddy's got to keep whatever. So it was, it was in reference to Trump. But
so gross.
Yeah. It was more of a dig, but he's so into himself that he thought it was a compliment. Yeah.
Here's my thing. And I
Dwayne is
can't
very
believe that
against
somebody said something about him having magazines on him, because that's even if he did, even if he had a weapon. Since when is simple possession of those things? When did the consequences of them being shot?
Apparently, he was licensed to carry. So
no longer being alive. You're going to sit there and tell me you have your fucking weapons to fight against some tyrann. It's when the government comes to take my cheese. And now all of a sudden, the government's coming and fucking stealing families out of their home and unaliving American citizens. Yeah, and exactly. You're doing nothing, Bubba Joe. Where are you, Cletus? What the fuck?
They're taking people's weapons. No, that's crazy.
And now they're justifying, well, he had a weapon on him. So you carry as well, Jimbo. You mean to tell me that then it's okay for somebody to see you carrying a weapon and just shoot you to unaliving on the fucking spot?
Exactly, like they're hypocrites, eh? Yeah.
It's you know what? It's gonna make me mad. It's Tim. Do you know how mad it's going to make me if these fucking people turn me into a Second Amendment? You know, that's going to make me so mad. It's going to make me so mad.
Yeah,
if
well,
you
I mean,
go far enough left, you get your weapons back.
You get your weapons
Yeah, well, I think that's it. I'm going so far to the left that I'm like, give me all the guns.
No, I mean, and see, this is why I've always been an advocate for it, because I'm like, after I read Operation Northwoods in my early 20s, I'm like, this government will fucking unalive me for any reason whatsoever. They'll do it. They wanted to go on a booming campaign in Miami to blame it on Cubans. They were going to wrap a fucking plane to make it look like a U.S. airliner or whatever. They were going to do a fucking flyby and take a plane down over an airport and then swap it out with another one that they would then remotely detonate over international waters and claim that Cuba blew them up out of the sky.
Holy shit, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I've read, a lot of it on this show. What they were willing to do was crazy.
If you have ever thought the United States government wouldn't do that, oh, fucking yes, they would. They either would, or they have, or they're planning to.
Yep, or all three at the same fucking time. I mean, like, seriously, go Google it. You can find the actual document. You read through that shit and you tell me that doesn't make you... The fact that they just created it at all with a president that they knew was against what they were writing down, because he'd already told them he wasn't going to go into Cuba, and they were trying to get him to do it, and that, you know, this was the fucking plan after the Bay of Pigs, and JFK was like, fuck you. So because we had a president that wasn't going to buy into that is a good thing. But how many presidents have we had that would have been like, yeah, let's do that. I like that idea. George Bush. Anyone? He would have done it. Maybe he did. I mean, you know, some of that stuff in there has a lot of like similarities to what happened on that day that changed America forever.
Yeah, it does.
I gotta tell you, I think one of the things that I hate the most about it's why I very rarely come up anymore. I hate what all of this.
Because you hate me?
I hate you too. I hate what this fucking dystopian hellish nightmare is doing to me. You know that I try. I'm trying. For God's sake, I go to school for I'm in grad school for helping profession. I'm trying to pursue law school to go into helping professions. I am naturally empathetic. I care about people, but the amount of people I just want to see choke on their own fucking saliva and drop down fucking dead at this point is just, the list is getting longer and longer. And the problem is that my tolerance is getting shorter and shorter. Yes. Because like normally I would just be like, oh, Dwayne, you're so silly. You're just saying trolling things online. But lately it's like, oh, Dwayne, I hope if you fucking are choking on your own
careful. TikTok ain't gonna like it.
Saliva, that somebody videotapes it and breaks it down frame by fucking frame.
Yeah, I have. Okay. This is what I've said more times lately. I would say even the past 3 months. Like, I wouldn't spit on him if he was on fire. I would just watch him burn. I just who is this person living in my house? Because it's not me.
Right.
But they're turning me into something I don't like.
Yeah, they're radicalizing everybody on purpose.
Well, and you know, I've watched them say that he was radicalized. And I was like, what does it take to radicalize? I know what it takes. About 3 months. It takes about 3 months.
That's right. Yeah. And now somebody, Dwayne in there keeps claiming that the man assaulted the ICE agent, and that's why it was unalived. Yeah, I've got to play this video, Dwayne, because I don't know if you've got like glasses that are as thick as, you know, your fucking penis, but let's go through this here frame by frame, shall we? So right here, he's getting out of the way. Now watch that ICE agent in the back. I want you to watch real close here. Can you all see? Okay. This guy right here. Now I want you to watch and see what he does. You see that? And then now look, his hand is up in the air. You see his hand is up in the air, sir? And his other hand, he's got his cell phone. Okay, Dwayne. Did you see that? He's got his hand up in the air, and in the other hand is his cell phone. Now watch what that man does. He grabs onto this other lady to help her up, and look, they're spraying them with pepper spray. You see all that? Let's go back here just so you can see the spray here. Oh, look, let me just spray it in the air at these people. Because I'm too much of a pussy. I can't actually do anything. And then when he tries to help this woman up, I mean, we all see it with our eyes there, Dwayne boy. Look at this. And now he's grabbing the guy. You can't help her. We already pushed her down because we're real men, and this is the way MAGA men treat women. Isn't that right, Dwayne? Is that how you treat women, where you just shove them down whenever you want them to move? All right, there you go. And then, now watch. Now watch. Now let's watch here, Dwayne. And he gets killed. There you go, Dwayne. Dwayne says, tread on me, daddy.
I can't believe
So
this
once
is happening.
again, as nicely as I can say it for TikTok TOS purposes, one day when it is your day to meet whatever demon you pray to at night to help you sleep, without a conscience or a soul. I hope somebody videotapes it, Dwayne. And I hope I get to replay it over and over again, frame by frame.
Yep. And let's not forget that in the other view, and maybe I should go back and play that so Dwayne Boy can watch it again. Although I'm sure he's seen it and he's just going to ignore like what he sees. Oh, that doesn't fit my narrative. I don't like it. Let's watch this other gentleman. Thank you for the cowboy hat. Let's watch this other guy actually remove light my pyre, remove violation, multi-guest live access restricted. Can you guys still see me? Because I just got a multi-guest violation. Can you guys still see me and hear me? Because it's showing. Okay, so it removed everybody from the panel. This is TikTok. TikTok doesn't want you to. So what I'm going to do is fuck you, TikTok, since you bugged out and you meant to shut me down. You meant to keep me from going live. I'm going to go ahead and play this bitch again, okay? So what we're going to do here is we're going to watch this ICE agent actually take the gun that they allege is the reason that they had to unalive this person. This guy right here with the jacket, he actually takes the gun and before the guy is shot. Watch. He walks up to him. He gets in the middle of it, grabs his foot. Oh, look at me. Oh, look at my butt crack. Let me zoom in there. Oh, you're going to watch. No gun. Look, he turns around. No gun yet, right? But look what's in his hand. He's got that gun in his hand. And no shots have been fired yet, but watch. There's the shot. Yet he's got that gun in his hand right here. You see that, Dwayne? So they disarmed this man, and then they shot him. They disarmed him, and then they shot him, Dwayne. And if you're okay with that, then that means you're just an enemy to everybody else in this country, and people should treat you as such. So please, keep posting. Guys, go ahead and gift, because I think they've removed my live access, but for some weird reason, I'm still able to stay live. So maybe I just keep my live going for 7 days. Maybe I just keep the live going for 7 days until I get my live access back again. That would be kind of funny, actually. No, Atlas, if I shut it down, it's over. I'm sure I've got a 7-day banana. As a matter of fact, I'll check my TikTok. Let's see. Of course, they probably get real mad. Let's see. You've been suspended from going live for violating our community guidelines. Let's see. And now it's not loading up. Yeah, until 1/27. So 3 days, only 3 days, I guess. So I'm going to go ahead and appeal. Oh, it has a violation clip. Let's see. Harassment and bullying is what they're claiming. Harassment and bullying. It has a clip. Let me see if I can play it. 99% loading. It usually fails. Dwayne got mad, I think, and was reporting. They're picking on me, TikTok. TikTok, listen to them. They called me out and they said I was wrong. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to load up and play. Poor Dwayne. Dwayne, I'm sorry, for calling you a Yahtzee and a piece of shit. Oh, wait, I didn't say that, but I just did. Let's see. We remove content that is, we welcome respectful discussion and believe everyone should feel safe sharing their voice. We don't allow harassment or bullying, including when it's done in retaliation. So they'll remove the retaliation comments, right? But not the original offender. Let's see. Pyre, that's not your fault. This is fucking Israel, y'all. This is Israel. This is them pandering to Donald Trump. This is them getting on their fucking knees for this dude. Yes, I'm going to contact my agency. I've got to take a screenshot of it right now. But I have to, before they can do anything, I have to appeal it and then get it denied, and then they can do something. Let's see. What can you do? Share your feedback. Do you agree with the decision? No. My live doesn't contain the content mentioned. I'll just put that because I don't even know. And here comes the appeal. My live does not contain the content mentioned in the notice. We were talking about the unaliving of an American, and I'm not sure why I was banned. Please fix. And maybe I should add to this, I love Benjamin Netanyahu. You think that might help? All right, let's see. Yeah, Pyre, don't take that onto yourself. I mean, we had 2 or 3 people get fucked up today, I think, got dropped. Benjamin Netanyahu is my daddy, and I love my daddy. Okay, I've added that to it. Let's see. Supporting files. Like, I hate that. Like, they're like, here's a video clip. Oh, it doesn't work. And they don't tell you, like, what it is that you did. So they're like, why do you disagree? It's like, well, motherfucker, I don't know what I did wrong. Okay. Except for Dwayne the Butthurt. That would have been your name back in the day, Dwayne, if you were like in Viking days. Dwayne the Butthurt. Welcome, Dwayne the Butthurt. It's good to see you. Sir, let the butthurt flow through you, like all the way. Let it flow through you all the way. They're going to get me for harassing and bullying after I was given a violation for harassing and bullying. Like, you continued, liberal, to harass and bully this poor soul, this poor MAGA supporter, this guy who is excited and happy that somebody was murdered on camera. That poor guy, he was being mistreated on your live, and we just can't have that. Okay. The awake and woke. Let's see here. It's funny. My numbers start ticking up after I get a banana. That's interesting. Maybe because of the bug in the system. You know, should I just leave my live going for 3 days until my live accesses, and then, you know, I'll go to sleep, and then when I come back in here, I'll just get in front of the camera and be like, all right, guys, let's do it. That would be funny. Are you in TikTok? I am, Butch. Yeah, well, the downside is that, you know, I like to play No Man's Sky. I can't really do that while this is going, not on this setup. When you wake up, this will be Israel. Yeah, I mean, shit, we've been in Israel for a while now. Play the video when TV would go off. That would be funny, though. Dwayne, what is it? Dwayne Mountain Dew Camacho. Okay. Dwayne Mountain Dew Camacho. Yeah, I'm sorry if you felt bullied or harassed, Dwayne. You know. I know that MAGA melts often. Poor little snowflakes. In Canada, we love politicians. That's just weird. They have a job too. Watches unedited videos. I say that about every politician. Melts at looks. Yeah, that's true. They do melt at looks. Anyway, so we watched the video. They disarmed this man and then shot him, and then backed away. They shot him twice, and then they backed away and pumped like 8 more bullets into him. So anybody claiming that they unalived this guy because he was armed is, you know, it's just cult-like behavior, really. When you can look at a video and see this shit and like ignore everything and be like, yeah, but I can fit this square peg into this round hole. Watch. It's crazy, y'all. Now, to that, let me go on X. Let's just scroll through X and see what we see. Since I don't really have anything else to do, let's see what we got going on here. Invoked the Insurrection Act, charged Tim Walz and all of Minnesota government for treason. That's what Sassafras 84 has to say. Well, you sound like somebody that's fun at parties. Deploy the National Guard. Just comply. This is more of those trademark people. Alex Jones says, everyone who is excited about the National Guard showing up in Minneapolis, Minnesota today needs to understand that Tim Walz called them out. President Trump must declare the Insurrection Act and put them under his command. Let's see what video this is. Okay. Alex Jones, this guy that has railed against the government for years, is now like the government has to come in there and save them from the government. They have staged National Guard troops to fight against ICE and the federal government. Unreal. Well, that's not true. That's not true. Reporter, have you activated? Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have, and as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for the folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this, and Minnesota can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
He said, get these people out of here. He was referring to the ICE, Gestapo, fucking Nazi fascist people. Good on you, Tim Walz.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriff to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there, and then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
The Minnesota do not resuscitate, he just said. Just kidding. All right, so there's that. This is funny. The liberals think the National Guard is safe and on their side, apparently. When they find out they're not, that'll somehow be the orange man's fault. ICE does 8 weeks of training, and they have authority over securing borders on land, air, and sea. That's funny because this person's actually making the point that I've been making, that I was irritated about Walz bringing in the National Guard in order to, get the people to stop. So I guess at least not all liberals, they're lift for donuts. Let's see. Gunther Eagleman. This guy is one of the biggest pieces of shit I've seen on Twitter, this fucking Gunther Eagleman guy. Breaking Tim Walz after saying the DHS and ICE are some kind of hostile force, reveals that he just activated the National Guard because of the complete chaos on the streets. He has already surrendered control of the streets, begging for his foot soldiers to make that one mistake. He wants more clashes in his state. This guy, what a fucking dumbass. Jesus Christ.
To Minnesotans, the frustration you have, and as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately.
Okay, we've already seen that. Let's just move along. Let's see what's trending here. I need to give me a second. Let me try to fix this display because I've got it cropped. Let me uncrop it. Okay, edit. We'll do top at 100. And then bottom at 100. Let's do that. Okay. That way y'all can see more of it. I think that's good. Yeah, that's better. Okay, let's see. Breaking National Guard troops being activated. Here we go. Oh, this is the video. I mean, we'll watch it again. Like, you can't help that lady.
Fuck people. The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
Jesus Christ. I mean, anyone claiming that this guy went there and like he had these multiple magazines in order to like do massive damage against ICE agents, if he was going to do that, he would have already shot him. Why would he have been like, well, I'm just going to wait until they get me on the ground and then I'll be able to reload with the other magazines that I have? Like, do they even think about shit? Like, if he was going to do something, he wouldn't have put himself out in the open. He would have fucking, crawled between a vehicle and started blasting and then took off running down the thing and then blasted as they come around the corner. That's the kind of shit that he would have done if that was his goal. Right, but I guess MAGA just doesn't think about this. They don't care. It's like, well, I know this doesn't make any sense, from a realistic standpoint, but I'm in Rick and Morty episode, and I get to go to an alternate dimension, and I get to argue about those facts in that other dimension. Fucking hell. Crazy shit, man. I don't know. It's like he had his hand right up before they tackled him. That's right, Ray Day. That's right. But Dwayne, don't tell Dwayne that. Dwayne's going to be like, he attacked and assaulted the ICE officer. He did. I saw it. But Dwayne, to Dwayne, I wouldn't want to go to a store with him when it's like, Black Friday. Does Dwayne go out there and just start blasting people on Black Friday because they like bumped up against him? Oh, you touched me. Fucking hell. Corbin mentioned me in a post. Let me see what Corbin had to say. Let's see, Corbin Trent. It says it mentioned me in a post. Let me see. TikTok. We'll figure it out together. I haven't seen this video, but I like Corbin. He's America's Undoing. I don't know if you follow him or not, but let's see. Says Corbin Trent mentioned me.
All right, so here's the.
Let's see. So he just tagged me in the description. Okay, let's see what he has to say.
Deal. This is the second person that ICE has killed in Minneapolis. This is, I don't know how many people they've killed. They killed somebody in detention just the other day. That was ruled a homicide. They're, of course, going to say it wasn't them. The fact is that this government should not be funded. The Department of Homeland Security should not be funded. We've already seen Marines put on the streets in this country. We should shut this thing down. Democrats have the capacity to do so.
Yet they voted to fund it while they're watching this shit happen, y'all. 1.2 trillion, 10 billion a year. Democrats fucking funded this shit. They aren't going to rescue us. They just aren't. And demanding that they do it apparently doesn't work.
And they gotta do it. Don't fund a regime that is being weaponized against its people. It's being weaponized against the world. This has to stop. Democrats, stand up. We need you. All right, so here's the deal. This is the second person that ICE has killed in Minneapolis. This is,
right.
I don't know how many people they've killed.
Now, since I watched it here, if you guys want, you go to America's Undoing, give him a like, drop him a follow, what have you. And with that, let's go back to Nazi.com. That's Twitter or X, I guess you should say. Let's see, Minneapolis, Mackey, Waltz, and Frey. We'll see what's trending on TikTok. Because, see, this is where all the crazy people hang out, right? This is where all the crazies hang out. Actually, I don't think I've shown... Let me show you one of the craziest fucking... These people are absolute nutbags. I've never shown it on a live. I used to come here quite often, but these people... This is a place called Godlike Productions. It's actually been around since like the 90s. These people are... This is like... Yeah, these people are fucking nuts. But they keep on top of the news here. Godlike Productions. You see up at the top there. I mean, it really just... These are like nutty nuts. Let's see. Major investment firm dumps Bitcoin as quantum computer cracks wallet keys in 2 hours. All right, let's see. What do you got here? Fear that quantum computing is on the cusp of cracking cryptocurrency's encryption spurs a global investment firm to remove Bitcoin from recommendations. Damn. Wow. And now CERN is transmuting lead into gold. Okay. Yeah, no, these people are this is 4chan on steroids. And this has been around since the beginning of the internet is when this forum has started. So if you want some crazy shit to look at, oh, here we go. I'm 70 years old and I'm fucking angry. Let's see what this person has to say. Is a movie scene. A 70-year-old man shows up to the protest, screams at the top of his lungs, "I'm 70 years old and I'm fucking angry," then immediately vanishes into a cloud of tear gas. Jesus. All right, let's see what you got here. Let's watch this.
We are going to hear, we got another situation here. Let's just listen in for a moment.
No! Fuck you! Stop! Look out! Damn! Just chill. Okay. I'm fine. I didn't breathe anything. I'm just angry. I'm 7 years old. Fucking angry.
My God.
Oh, fuck off. I don't think I'll need it, but we'll try it.
Wow.
Wow. What a scene in an American city.
Yeah. What a great clip to epitomize what we're all dealing with. That is absolutely heartbreaking. Damn. Yeah, I gotta watch that again. This man is,
40 minutes from now, we are going to hear, we got another situation here. Let's just listen in for a moment.
Fuck you! Stop! Look out! Damn! Just chill. Okay. I'm fine. I didn't breathe anything. I'm just angry. I'm 7 years old. Fucking angry.
goddamn. I mean, what do you say? You know? I don't know if he's a veteran, but I mean, he doesn't know how to react or what to do. And neither do we. You know, you hear about shit like this from other countries. You don't really expect it to hit you like that, but I don't know. This guy just, ooh, that gets to me. Yeah. Guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to step outside for just a second. Just hang tight. I'll be back.
Oh, fuck off. I don't think I'll need it, but we'll try it.
Wow. What a scene in an American city in 20.
I'm back. What do we got here? Then leave Mexico is only one border away. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. What a dumbass. Your country is doing this, and you're I assume maybe you're from fucking Russia for all we know. Or maybe you're just a fucking Israeli bot. Coming in here, one of your fucking your fellow Americans gets killed by the government that you probably spent your fucking life bitching about. And then when that tyrannical government is here, you're like, well, if you don't like it, leave. Get the fuck out of here. You traitorous fuck. That's what you are. I mean, what do you say? Now let's go back to this fucking. Let's see what these people are saying, because you'll probably have some people in. Oh, here's another one. Let's see what this is. It's godlikeproductions.com. Now don't be surprised if you go there. They will block you out of nowhere. Just your IP has been banned. They have this notion that the CIA and the FBI are after them, and they'll just do blanket IP bans. So if that happens, you can like do an IP release and renewal, get a new IP address, and then it'll do it. Or you can use a VPN, which most of those they've blocked. But godlikeproductions.com. Let's see here.
Here to this protester.
In God's image, in Jesus' image, we welcome the stranger. Go home.
Okay.
Go.
Saying go home. They are telling ICE to go home. This has been the battle cry of these protesters in Minneapolis, even before the Renee Good shooting, and then it just skyrocketed after, and it has been heightened now again. This is a powder keg situation. We'll hear more. Let's listen in.
And then these people like never apologize. And fucking your insults. If you think that's an insult, then you are the snowflake that you cry about all the time. Not being welcomed to a stranger who is an agent of God in disguise is why God destroyed S&G, Sodom and Gomorrah, according to the Bible's own words. What the fuck? Paid insurrectionists forget momentarily that he's supposed to be disabled. Okay.
There's smoke grenades that initially came out. I know the smell of smoke. Not sure what just happened there. But you guys can see the amount of crap that's now on the ground out here.
So the paid insurrectionists. That's allegedly a paid insurrectionist. Let's see here. Naive Polynesians are welcome straight. Or an undercover agent. Shut the fuck up and inhale some gas yourself, you piece of shit. 1 star. He mad. He should try saying fuck off more. That seems to do nothing at all. LOL. I know you want the shooting to start, man. Looks like he walked off straight to the pearly gates. Bye-bye. I mean, these people on here, I mean, they really are. A lot of these are fucking just absolute nut jobs. You should have seen it during COVID, man. These people were just losing their goddamn minds. I bet that was one of ours. What I would have done if I saw Jacinda Ardern after she unalived my sister with one Pfizer. Yeah, and see, they're still to this day going on about that shit. So he wants birthday cake. Who fucking cares how old he is? Leave Ice and Britney Spears alone. Jesus Christ. No one is as angry at 70 years old as he is. Hey, look at this 70-year-old man complaining his Meals on Wheels is stuck in traffic due to protests. Okay. I mean, righteous anger is good. Vent. These assholes want you quiet. Anyway, I mean, yeah, you can go check it out for yourself, but you'll probably get banned. And if you decide to ever post, yeah, good luck with that. They're a bunch of like far right-winger fucking conspiracy nut jobs. I mean, that's like the worst of the worst. Crazy people. Absolutely. Totalitarian U.S. government just unalived another American citizen. I mean, there are, regular people on there. Let's see. And, if you want to follow like breaking news, they're pretty good at that kind of shit about, finding that information. It's generally, that's the only reason why I go on there. Several witnesses have already been transported to the Whipple building. ICE attempted to order local police. Let's see here. This was shared on there. Man shot by federal has died. Several witnesses have been transported to the Whipple building. ICE attempted to order local police from the scene, but O'Hara refused, sources say. Instructed his officers to preserve the scene. The BCA was en route on the scene. Okay, that's irrelevant. Anyway, let me get through these comments here. They are keyboard warriors. Lonnie must be lonely. Yep, definitely lonely. I watched it too. I even saw a video from the pink clad chick. It was justified. If you watched those videos, Never Apologize, and you thought it was justified, I mean, you're just lost in the sauce. I don't know what else to say. They're desperate for attention. Probably GVT. Zao talks. Democrats suck, but MAGA needs to put their tongues on an I wasn't. They should piss on it. That's where they need to go. Tim, I'm gonna get going. Well, see you, Nadine. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. And guys, you still can gift. I do have a gifting goal up there. Looking for 100 finger hearts. Give me a finger heart. I got 44. Let's see. I am currently, if you weren't here when it happened, I'm currently bananaed, but there's a glitch in the system where I'm still able to talk and receive gifts and get comments. But the moment I shut this bitch down, it's going to go away. I won't be able to go live again. So, maybe we'll just, for the next 3 days, just fucking stick with it, fuck it. Let's see. No, I come from law enforcement family. It was justified. Well, if you come from a law enforcement family, of course, you see everybody as criminals. Everybody around you is out to get you. Never apologize. I can't gift or see your likes. Oh, really? Well, maybe some people can and some people can't. I don't know. Other people, because I'm getting gifts, and thank you for those gifts, Nadine. Thank you. Lonnie is sending some finger hearts. Thank you, Lonnie. Your pick is super small. Is it? Well, here's my full pick. Can you see me better there? Like my picture is super small. What do you? Oh, now it's saying I'm can't connect. Let's see here. Okay. The whole. Oh, really? So like I'm a little bitty tiny. Oh, so you can't even see what I'm watching. Like when I put stuff up? Oh, so it's like a little screen. Interesting. Well, can you see this? Could you see that? You're small, but I can gift. Hey, that's all that matters. Well, at least you can hear me. Jesus. That guy, that old guy, really, that just really bugs me. That really got to me. I don't know. I mean, that's how I feel. Like, what do? You're looking around, you're like, I'm just mad. And I want to do something, but I don't know what to do. Oh, that's a good point, Zio. That's a good point, actually. All right, everybody, stop gifting. I have Crash App if you want to help out that way, because Zao makes a good point. Because I'm bananaed, I may not actually receive any of that. That would suck. Take down the U.S. flag at the World Health Organization. I didn't see that. Wow. Let me see. Take down WHO. That's not it. Palestinian flag hoisted near U.S. Congress. Let's see. There we go. Breaking point 360. The WHO removes U.S. flag today. That's crazy, y'all. Is there a video of it? Because I can't find the video. Oh, okay. It was just a picture. Okay. Yeah, I saw that. When a democratic socialist tells you not to believe what you see, read or think, they lie to you. Anyway, on my profile, I do have my Crash Apps and Vimo. So if you want to support, you can go to Crash App or Vimo. It's $LibLoudmouth or at LibLoudmouth. Because Zyle brings up a good point. They may not actually give it to me post, banana. Let's see. Oh, you sent me something. You said brutal to watch. Let me see. Good Lord. They always yell, stop resisting. I'm not resisting. I'm breathing. Once we stop being hurt and shocked, we need to start fighting back. I mean, you're right, Zao. You're not wrong. This is pretty fucked up. Let's see. Larry Fink says public has lost trust in Davos elites and he blames capitalism. Oh, so now they're going to blame capitalism, huh? Yeah, let's see. This is a Zero Hedge article, but you guys may not be able to actually read the damn thing, even if I put it up here. Let's see here. Let me get rid of that and get rid of this. Larry Fink says public has lost trust in Davos elites and he blames capitalism. Just in, BlackRock CEO. Let's see.
That the world now places far less trust in us to help shape what comes next. If the World Economic Forum is going to be useful going forward, it has to regain that trust.
Okay. Well, that's fucking pointless. I thought that would have a little more oomph than that. But again, that comes from Godlike Productions. Let's see what else they got here. Judge orders release of Minnesota church agitators Nakima Armstrong, Chantil Allen, which that was yesterday. I think now the charges are still there. I believe they just not are allowed to, they didn't, because they tried to file to keep them from being able to post bail. And the judge was like, yeah, you didn't establish enough information. Do not pose a flight risk, but must surrender their passports while they await trial. And see, the fact that the federal government's like coming after them, that we can't allow them to get out because they'll run, that like, get the fuck out of here. That level of crime is not like some murderer or rapist. I mean, come on. And yet they try, waste U.S. taxpayer dollars to try. And of course, in the comments of that godlike production, they're like, the judge is a Marxist. The judge is a commie. Texans told it may be 5 days until they can leave homes as deadly 2,000-mile ice zone engulfs America. Deadly bat-borne virus with no cure is spreading in India with epidemic potential as new cases emerge. Let's see here. This is Daily Mail. Because life wasn't bad enough already. These numbers are great. I've seen lives with 8. Let's see here. Yeah. Deadly bat-borne virus with no cure is spreading in India with epidemic potential as new cases emerge. Indian health officials are scrambling to contain a deadly virus after 5 cases. This was posted today. After 5 cases of the incurable disease were detected near one of the country's biggest cities. Bat-borne Nipah virus has been identified in West Bengal, close to the state capital, Kolkata, India's 3rd most populous city. Authorities confirmed that 3 new infections were reported this week, according to officials cited by Press Trust. They include a doctor, a nurse, and a health staff member. 2 nurses, 1 male and 1 female, had already tested positive earlier. Both were working at the private Narayana multi-specialty hospital in Barasat. Critically ill nurse who is now in a coma is believed to have contracted the infection while treating a patient suffering from severe respiratory problems. The patient unalived before tests could be carried out. Oh, yay. Authorities confirmed that 3 new infections were reported this week, according to officials. In response, officials have tested 180 people and quarantined 20 high-risk contacts as fears grow further spread. Nipah virus spreads between animals and humans, most commonly from infected bats or pigs. Fruit bats, which are widespread across India's cities and countryside, are the virus's natural host. In humans, the infection can be symptomless at first, but may rapidly develop into acute respiratory illness. Symptoms include fever, headaches, muscle pain, vomiting, and sore throat, while severe cases can cause brain inflammation, leading to coma within 24 to 48 hours. Virus has a fatality rate of between 40 and 75%, and there is no treatment or vaccine. Because of its lethality and epidemic potential, Nipah has been classified as a priority pathogen by the WHO, which has called for urgent research and development, including work on animal and human vaccines. Well, look, it's just another thing. I mean, Donald Trump is going to get us through it, right? Of course, there's only 3, so, let's keep that in mind, but holy shit. It's Nipah virus, Night Bloom. Nipah virus. Let's see if there's any updates on this. Usually they'll post updates to it, because this is the first I've heard about it. Okay, no updates on there. But again, all this is on Godlike Productions. These people are nuts. But a lot of these people, all they do all day is search and scour the internet. So you can find a lot of really good information from them. Just ignore the shit they say, but they'll post, things that are, relevant. They'll have breaking information from here even before you'll see it on Twitter sometimes. They're really quick about it. A sudden confidence for 2026 prospects ignore reality. Let's see. I tracked down the companies bribing Trump. Ooh, okay.
I spent most of 2025 investigating how Trump monetized.
Oh, I've actually seen that video. Yeah, that was the part about the tariffs, using the tariffs basically to get a pay-to-play system. Now, let me look through the comments here. Pendulum is going to swing back hard. Have fun with that. Yeah, I mean, yep, you're probably right, Bab. How is it not good to not be informed of potential threats to your health? Right. What did that person say? Anyway, we have too many Americans who think like socialism. That's not American. America is whatever America wants America to be, right? I mean, Isn't that the way it works? So if the majority of people want socialism, I guess that's what it is. If the majority of people want Nazism, that's what it'll be. Right? The problem is that the majority of people don't want Nazism. They don't want tyranny like what we're seeing. The majority of people don't. Let's see. Damn, you're old as hell. No one is getting 72 shots. Maybe not swallow everything you're told. I don't take any prescription medications. Okay, so y'all are just arguing back and forth, which is fine. Trump supporters furious at Speaker Mike Johnson releases videos appearing to celebrate giving Democrats almost everything they wanted. What? This is weird.
This is a monumental achievement, and I think everyone in this room understands what has just been done here. This isn't just a news conference. I would call it a celebration of sorts. Despite the noise, despite our slim margins, despite the fact that most members in the House have never gone through a regular member-driven appropriations process before, this team got it done. They stood together, and they did the hard work, and they got it done. The House has now passed all 12 appropriations bills, and the Senate will soon do the same, and the President is going to sign them into law. What a concept, gentlemen.
Yeah, but Mike, have you checked your son's corn habits today? He might be looking at things he's not supposed to. You better get on that app and figure it out.
I want to say this again for emphasis, and I don't want anybody to miss the significance of this. The House has passed 12 appropriations bills, and soon they'll become law. Now, many people in this room said that can never be done before. We had lots of naysayers, but we worked right through that. It really is a remarkable thing. With the passage of this package of bills today, Republicans will have finally replaced the last of any Biden-era spending levels with Trump-era spending levels and policies. We've spent less. We've saved more taxpayer dollars. We've codified efforts to remove waste and fraud and abuse. We've advanced a full budget that provides real teeth and delivers the America First agenda, just as we promised that we would. This is the most significant progress towards restoring regular order in this institution in many years, and everybody here knows that. And it's because of the work of the appropriators standing behind me. Our appropriators, this team, led so well by Chairman Cole, worked day and night for months to produce this outcome. It wasn't easy. It took a lot of work. We had to rebuild the muscle memory. As you've heard me use the metaphor, it's like trying to push a boulder up a hill. But this group did it. And I often say this about building muscle memory. It's true. Washington has just become far too accustomed to governance by omnibus. And governing by omnibus is not the way it's supposed to work. It's not how the Founding Fathers designed this system to work. Because it's not responsible, it's not good stewardship, and it's bad policy. It's bad politics, and it weakens our Article I authority. We break bad habits by replacing them with healthy ones, and that's what we've done here. And I want to be very clear, this is a committee-led, member-driven funding package. It's exactly what we said we were going to get back to. With the passage of these bills today, Republicans have demonstrated that the appropriations process is alive and well, and we are changing this institution to work for the people, to make it work better. I wanted to be here to kick it off and give my gratitude to these members for their extraordinary work. They're heroes among us, okay? And they're all being patted on the back and applauded, and they deserve it. You're a fucking loser. Because they know what they've accomplished here.
Loser. Fuck this guy. And again, guys, Democrats just voting right along with them. No pushback. Nothing. They're like, yeah, we'll do it. Come on. I'll give you $10 billion a year for the agency that is killing American citizens and breaking into their homes illegally. Are they not seeing what we're seeing, y'all? I don't think they are. I don't think Democrats are paying attention, or or they don't care, or they're like, well, we're okay. Our lives are good. I still, have somebody that goes shopping for me and drives me around, and so life is good. These people down, that are in the streets, those people are crazy. What were the appropriations bill that passed? Well, it was funding for the DHS. It was funding for, funding for pretty much everything. It was $1.2 trillion. They increased the spending for the Defense Department, or the Department of War, I guess. They've, increased the spending for many other things that Donald Trump is going to use to harm us. And Democrats were like, yeah, we'll vote for it. That's cool. Not all of them. I think, I don't know how many Democrats, the majority I don't think did, but, you can't trust any of these fuckers. I don't trust them. I mean, hell, they voted in favor of a fucking, not to curb the ability for the government to, like, unalive your car when they want 104, the dollar is no more. UK moving to make homeschooling illegal. All right, let's go back to Twitter. I'm about to shut it down, though, because technically speaking, I would have been off tomorrow and the next day anyway. So, a 3-day banana is only going to cost me 1 day. Yeah, Zio Talk, exactly. Yeah, it's Sean. Thank you. I thought it was 7, but I wasn't sure if that was for that or something else. Let's see. Constitutional, because only 4 Democrats voted against that, the car bill. Let's see. Constitutional is trending on Twitter. Let's see what it's full of here. Probably full of shit. He really got her. Oh, it's Charlie Kirk. I don't want to hear that shit anymore. Pritzker says Democrats will persecute ICE officers. Okay.
Like this officer and others
Let's
to
see.
think. What do you do when the federal government is essentially obstructing justice at the state level like this? You have your database, but what can you do to hold people like this officer and others to account at this point?
First of all, it's more than a database. We created something called the Illinois Accountability Commission. It's headed by retired federal judges who are gathering testimony, including video, including, as you said, a database of all the information that we have. Why? Because we are going to hold them accountable. And yes, it's true. When Trump and J.D. Vance are saying that these federal officers have absolute immunity, they do not. But they do if the president is going to pardon them or not hold them accountable while he's president. You know what? He's not going to be president forever. And having the information in order to come after those people, to make sure that they are held accountable when the time comes. I know it's not good enough. I'd like to be able to hold them accountable today, but
And see, listen, JB is telling you basically that we trust in the system. Trump's not going to be around forever, and when he's not around anymore, we're going to be able to do all of these things. And so they're just biding their time, it seems like. Right? They're just biding their fucking time. They're like, well, we're going to just let him do what he wants to do, and then we're just going to hang out. And, it's not popular. I think maybe that's why Democrats have stopped fighting back, because they think that when his popularity goes down, that people are going to not vote for them in the midterms, and they're like, and then we'll really be able to do something. They don't understand, apparently, just how low these motherfuckers will go. Donald Trump will absolutely, when it comes time to go vote, he will send troops into these fucking polling places. He will. National Guard, whatever. It's an insurrection. And he'll send them in there and start detaining everybody that has pigmentation. They'll only have to fucking do it for 24 hours. They'll only have to detain you for a single day, and then you don't get to vote. Even if there's no crime committed. That's all he has to do. And these people don't think that he'll do that in order to hold on to his, his shit. I don't, do they really think that we can continue on the way that we're going for another 3 years and would just bloop, pop out the other side? Everything's all hunky-dory. Everything's good. These people are, I don't think they're underestimating the depravity of this fucking guy. I just don't think they understand. So
it is true
that
the Supremacy Clause makes that very difficult for states.
He doesn't care.
We're gathering the information because in 2029, in January, Gregory Bavino is going to have to answer for his actions. Kristi Noem, Tom Homan,
good luck.
And frankly, the line officers that are abusing people and in some cases shooting people in the face, they're going to be held accountable one way or another when this administration goes away.
These people are so full of themselves. The supremacy clause says that this and that. Motherfucker, after the Civil War, we let those people who were traitors go. We let them go. We didn't do shit. He's like, oh, we're going to hold them accountable. No, the fuck you won't, bitch. No, you won't. And by the time that shit comes around, there ain't going to be anything left holding it together, you dumb fuck. These Democratic leaders are they're not living the same life that you are. They live in some fucking ivory tower somewhere above you, looking down at you. I don't think they understand fully what the fuck it is that people are actually having to deal with. I don't think they get it. And maybe I'm being overly cynical here, but don't think so. I don't think so. This is fucking nuts. Let's see if I got an update on my appeal here. No, not yet. Let's see. Yeah, Zao Talk, you're right. It's going to let me appeal again. Submit an appeal. What the fuck? I have to appeal again. My live does not contain the content mentioned in the notice. I don't know why I'm banned. Yeah, that's weird. It's usually the appeal option is grayed out because I already appealed it. Huh. I wonder if it's because I'm live that the appeal won't go through. It's like, we don't know what's going on, but that liberal loudmouth, we just can't seem to banana him. They're part of the game with the right. Yeah, Manny, and maybe that's part of it. It's like good cop, bad cop. Yeah, but we're not as bad as those guys. Look at us. Look, we said nice things about that black lady over there, and I've got a black friend. I know an indigenous person. I slept in a teepee once. I don't think I really don't think they understand how bad of a way we're in. They're like, well, the Constitution is going to save us all. Yeah, it didn't save us from getting here, did it? No. It didn't. Exactly, Ray Day. Yeah, I voted for my senator's a black person. Yeah? And he once had a rabbi on his back dancing around to Hava Nagila while they were all drunk. It was a real good time. It was a real good time. Was this before or after the Rabbi Shmuley Dildo Express train came to town? Yeah, Lottie. I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express once on the reservation. I love indigenous people. Okay. That's that's what they do. I mean, shit, the line needs to be drawn. America's on one side and everyone else on the other. Yeah, it's going to be interesting because we got, 30% of the population, maybe less now, maybe 15 to 20%, who are in favor of this. So you get the rest of the country that's now ready to, come at blows. You're going to be dealing with them and citizens. Whereas, during the revolution, there were citizens on the side of Britain at the time, but I don't know that it was that big of a percentage. So they didn't really have to deal with that. And you'll never be able to trust anybody because they'll lie to your face. They lie to your face all the time. So you'd have to be really selective with who it is you're talking to, about plans or whatever. Because these fucking people are trained by Israel. They're real good at that shit. So I don't know. I mean, after watching that, that's fucking wild. Let me see if we can get some updates here on the shooting before I shut her down. Updates, Minnesota. Minnesota. We like our soda. Let's see here. The death of a woman from an ice has sparked widespread uncontrolled. Why are you showing me old shit? Okay, 24 minutes. Now new footage of Minneapolis rioters. That's what they're calling them. Rioters. Okay. All right, here, let's put this up on the screen. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's probably too small. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have got myself bananaed. Fucking Pyre. It's all your fault, Pyre. You shouldn't have been bullying Dwayne. You notice Dwayne hasn't been talking? He's like, I reported him and got him taken down. I've done my job for the day. And then he's like, where's my $7,000, Israel? Look at all those people. I mean, that's not even as many as I would think, though. That's, maybe what? 1,000 people, maybe? 5 to 750 people? I don't, That's interesting, though. I would imagine there would be more. Zio talk. That's fucking funny. Thank God I wasn't the reason you got banned. Lib, look for the video of Mondami fighting with ICE. Did you send it to me, Zio? Did you send it to me today? Let's see. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it, Zio. In a private message? The last thing I've got was the one of them arresting the I assume is this Hispanic guy, and then I got one of an image of those who voted to fund ICE, and then watch anyway.
It appears that ICE officers in Minnesota shot and killed another
Let's
person.
see here.
This incident took place outside.
I'm trying to find it. I'm scared to go out. I may not be able to find you. ICE can't come to a city. You know what? I'll just look it up. Mom Donnie. I'm sure the right wingers on Twitter are going to be like, oh, look what Mom Donnie said. So it's probably on Twitter too. Let's see. Is it this one? Is this it? Let's see.
If you encounter ICE, these are the things that every New Yorker should know. First, ICE cannot enter into private spaces like your home, school, or a private area of your workplace without a judicial warrant signed by a judge. That looks like this.
Is this it, Zio?
If ICE does not have a judicial warrant signed by a judge, you have the right to say, I do not consent to entry, and the right to keep your door closed. Sometimes ICE will show you paperwork that looks like this and tell you that they have the right to arrest you. That is false. ICE is legally allowed to lie to you, but you have the right to remain silent. If you're being detained, you may always ask, am I free to go, repeatedly, until they answer you. You are legally allowed to film ICE, as long as you do not interfere with an arrest. It is important to remain calm during any interaction with ICE or law enforcement. Do not impede their investigation, resist arrest, or run. If you encounter...
I mean, what he's saying is true. Let's see here. Mom Donnie screaming at ICE. Let's see. This guy's torching Mondani crying over Minneapolis ICE drama. I'm still trying to find it. Damn, they may not want it posted. All right, so I'm going to have to Google it. It's not on Twitter. Let's see. Mom Donnie at ICE. Was it Tom Homan that he was... well, this says it was posted 10 months ago. So maybe this is an older clip. Let's see. Is this the one? There you go. Now, that was before, that was March 12th, 2025, for the record. So that was before he was elected, but that's why he was elected right there. And he goes in there and look at that. He's telling people, you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that. Some of these Democrats they've got to get their fucking shit together. Here we go. Here's another one. Let's see. I think this was during his campaign too.
Calls from prominent Democrats to abolish ICE. I want to know where you come down on abolishing ICE and if you believe that ICE has any legitimate law enforcement role.
You know, I am in support of abolishing ICE, and I'll tell you why. Because what we see is an entity that has no interest in fulfilling its stated reason to exist. We're seeing a government agency that is supposed to be enforcing some kind of immigration law, but instead what it's doing is terrorizing people, no matter their immigration status, no matter the facts of the law, no matter the facts of the case. And I'm tired of waking up every day and seeing a new image of someone being dragged out of a car, dragged out of their home, dragged out of their life. What we need to see is humanity. And there is a way to care about immigration in this city and in this country with a sense of humanity. What we're seeing from ICE is not it, and we have not seen that from them in a long, long time.
Mr. Mayor, in light of...
Yeah, even during the Obama years, they weren't there to fuck. It's not about enforcing fucking laws. I'm kind of blown away here, y'all. You know, this is all right. Let's see. Minneapolis is still trending. Let's see what kind of crazy fucking videos they got. Statement to Mayor Frey. Oh, fuck you. You look like a douchebag. I don't want to see what you got to say. Oh, somebody. Oh, it's raining like a motherfucker. Which means it's about to freeze over. Oh, God, Alex Jones. Here we go.
All right, in the next hour, I'm going to release a report that's called video blown up from different angles.
All right, they're turning the frogs gay. They're turning the frogs gay.
Of Alex Peretti being killed during the big anti-ICE demonstrations. And you can see right there that they tackle him. Their guns aren't out. You hear a gun go off. ICE runs back. They clearly believe he's pulling a gun. He starts getting up, and then they shoot him.
Wait. Okay. There's a fucking fire going. He's outside, and you can see the cold coming off of his breath. Like, let me build a fire in the fireplace outside in the fucking freezing. Right, dude.
So regardless, it's a clean shoot. They're coming.
No, it isn't a clean shoot, dumbass. He's saying that they came up there without their guns and then a shot went off. The dude pulled the gun and shot him, Alex Jones. I wish you could come up here and come up on my panel so I could rip your fucking dumbass a new fucking one. Jesus Christ, this man.
Federal law enforcement carrying out court orders and warrants.
Impeding law. You fucking. All right, let's look at that impeding, shall we? Let's watch this impeding here. You fucking loser. This guy's an idiot. This guy's a plant. I've always said that he was a fucking CIA operative. It's to make anybody talking about some of the things he says look crazy. Let's watch it again.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
And right there, here's the ICE agent doing to women what MAGA does. That's how they show affection right there. You're a woman? Here. Totally unprovoked. They were impeding, y'all. They were impeding while standing by a parked car, what appears to be a fucking parking space on the side of the road. And keep in mind, he had his cell phone in his hand.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
Oh, we know what's wrong with them. We know what's wrong with them. They've got little dicks. They just killed him. These people are gross. Well, let me see. Let's take a look. See, let's see if that's the same one. Let me open this back up here real quick. Because I've got both of the clips together in Premiere Pro, so I can zoom in, what have you. Let me see.
They doing too much, man, and they keep.
Okay, now I got to figure out which one shoved the woman. All right, let's see. We'll figure it out together. All right, so the one that shoved is that guy. Okay. I think this one in the back is the one that shoots him. The one with the blue jeans on, but I could be wrong. Let's see.
People, the fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
Okay, yeah, it is. Oh, no. No, is the other guy. Because this is the guy that shoved her right there. He's bashing him in the face. He's punching him in the face. There it is. It was this guy right here. So let's watch. Where does he go? Yeah, see, he grabs his gun right there. You can see it plain as day. He grabs his gun right there. Then goes around to the front of the guy. I mean, look at that. He pulls out his gun, puts it in his back, goes around to the front to get a better shot, I guess, then fires. But no, that is not the guy that shoved the woman. Or maybe it is. Oh yeah, it was. Sure as shit. Oh, okay. Nope. There he is. Okay, yeah. So it was the guy with the blue jeans, and that is not the one that shoved her. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. What do you do? I mean, the show was technically supposed to end at 1. If I'd done that, I wouldn't have got a banana. But I do have my alt. Maybe I'll just go live with the alt. Yeah, maybe not. Because I have 2 days off anyway. I'd be off tomorrow and the next day. I'm only banana for 3 days. Yeah, I mean, hell, I may just switch over. I just don't like logging in my live studio. I don't like logging out of my main into my old one because I always fucking forget my passwords and shit. But that's a me problem. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. I need to give the wife a call, and do some things like pluck my eyebrows. I got to keep them stylish. You know what I mean? You got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Jules, don't laugh. Don't laugh. You know you pluck your eyebrows. Don't act like you don't. Yeah, I never understood that. It's like watching my wife pluck her fucking eyebrows and shit, and any additional hairs. Ooh, just hurts thinking about it. Anyway, guys, well, in the morning, hopefully we don't wake up to a fucking civil war in Minnesota with people just firing on the National Guard and shit. I don't. I'm from the 90s. I don't have much left. Yeah, I know. Shit, my wife still dyes her hair all the time. Ziotox says, bring it on. Yeah, I mean, I feel so bad for my children. Because I've been screaming about this since I was in my 20s, really. Just seeing this shit coming. And I just don't feel like I did enough to stop it, But I guess it's too late for that. Your niece is planning to head to Minnesota. Well, there you go. I mean, Jesus. It's fucked up, y'all. But we're here. We're here. Nothing else to do. Nothing left but the nut cutting, y'all. I always thought that was a weird expression. Happy I have no family, just me and my 95-year-old. Yeah. That's the, if I was by myself, shit, I'd probably be roaming the fucking country, doing lives from the road in my fucking van, living in a van down by the river. That's how I'd roll. After she's gone, I'm going ballistic. Y'all better look out. Y'all better look out. She's coming. Damn. What a fucked up day, y'all. What a fucked up day. This administration we're so fucked. But, if there's still a country, yeah. But, I mean, look, there's 330 million of us. You take a third of that away because they're MAGA and stupid. You're left with 200 and some odd million people. How many ICE agents do they have? Like 22,000, I think, was the last count. Get ready to defend your homes because they're coming in. Yeah. Yep. You're right. Especially if you're a person of color or somebody who does the stuff like this. I'm sure I'm on a list somewhere, and fuck you. Yeah. Anyway, all right, guys. Well, I probably won't be live tomorrow or the next day anyway, because that's my days off. But maybe I'll be back on Tuesday. If not, I may just wait until my shit's over on Wednesday. We'll see. I mean, I'll put the appeal in. We'll see how it works. But I appreciate all the support, guys, and we will catch you next week on Tuesday or Wednesday. I'll do a video and keep y'all posted. Y'all have a good weekend if you can. All right, peace.